Well, good morning everybody and welcome to live coverage of the 2020 ROK Cup Superfinal, the final day of competition here at Franciacorta karting circuit in northern Italy. My name is Andrew Mather from Double Dash Motorsport Media, and alongside me, as he has been all week, quite fantastically, is the one and only Daniele Laspina. Daniele, how are you doing this morning?
Thank you so much for fantastically, Andrew. Thank you so much. I'm doing well. We are live for the ROK Cup Superfinal 2020. So let me introduce all this beautiful day, sunny day. The sun is shining. Come on, get happy. I'm not Judy Garland, but I can say that. And let me introduce this even for our Italian friend. So,
absolutely.
Benvenuti a tutti a questa ROK Cup Superfinal 2020. Dal circuito di Franciacorta siamo pronti a raccontarvi tutta la giornata, a tenervi compagnia. Qui ovviamente in streaming anche sulla pagina Facebook, quindi mi raccomando, anche per chi non c'è, non può essere qui con noi in questi tempi strani, tempi difficili, siamo pronti a vivere le emozioni della ROK Cup Superfinal insieme, Andrew.
Absolutely. As Daniele said, the weather is perfect. Absolutely brilliant weather here at Franciacorta. Quite a difference to the start of racing competition 2 days ago when we had some very, very heavy rain. So the drivers have had the full breadth of conditions, maybe apart from a bit of snow, but given we're in this region of Italy, I wouldn't rule that out at all over the course of the day. Hopefully we stay dry, of course. But yeah, they've really had a hard week, the drivers. Not just this week, but in previous weeks as well. Obviously, there's been a lot going on recently. It's been a real test for everybody involved.
Yeah, definitely it is, because there have been tricky days for the weather condition, but not only so. It's good to be here. It's good to see there are a lot of drivers here for the ROK Cup Superfinal. They are all here for the best effort possible to be there, to be in the final, and even if someone is obviously eliminated in the days before, of course it was a full Friday yesterday. Was a great day, so it's gonna be even more spectacular in this final.
So the format, just to get everybody up to speed of what we've had so far, we started on Thursday with free practice and then a qualifying session which saw awards go to our pole position winners. Those set the grids for the 3 rounds of heats for each category that we've seen over the last 2 days. One of those heats being held on Thursday late afternoon and 2 rounds of heats yesterday. What that has formed is the following schedule for today. We will start with our trophy races. In English, almost like your B finals, which will see our Junior ROK OMP trophy going out first, then our Mini ROK Singer trophy going out second. We'll then have a lunch break here at the circuit. We've already had the warm-ups, of course, this morning. Our hard-working teams out on circuit will need that break. We then move into the big ones. The finals for each of our categories, starting with Mini ROK, then Junior ROK, then ROK Expert and Expert Plus racing out on the circuit at the same time. Super ROK will be next. The penultimate race will be the Shifter ROK class, which I'm really looking forward to seeing out there on circuit in the final, finishing with, I think, possibly the best race to finish, because we just saw the warm-up session for Senior ROK. The top 29 drivers covered by a second. That should be a fantastic way to finish.
And it is what we saw in the previous day. So of course the Senior ROK will end up these things in glamour, I guess. So it's gonna be even a day with a lot of final, of course, a lot of I guess a lot of emotions will be there on the track. We will of course be there for you the whole day, of course, with the podium, so we can expect even there for the podium and the trophies, even for the trophy in the morning. And of course we will see what the drivers' emotions are just few minutes away from the start with the pre-grid.
Absolutely. Let's talk about this circuit just whilst we've got some calm here at Franciacorta. New circuit, pretty much the whole field, and they've definitely got up to speed now with the track. But that has produced some very interesting aspects. Particularly, we're going to talk about our sectors: sectors 1, sectors 2, sectors 3. Bit of a mix of everything here. Sectors 1 and 3, there's a lot of straight line speed. You've got to have some good power. But that sector 2, especially in the wet on Thursday and Friday morning, a tighter, more technical section of the circuit. So you're going to see karts have strengths in areas on some bits of the track and not be so strong in others, and it produces some really good racing.
Yeah, definitely it is. And so it's going to be interesting which kind of setup every driver put on his kart to see if he would try to be faster, he would try to be more like in a defensive way. So let's see what happens. Now I let Andrew go to the pre-grid for this first race of the day, of course, the Junior ROK OMP Trophy. E come insomma abbiamo appena un po' ricapitolato in lingua inglese per tutti, visto che appunto sono tantissime le nazioni rappresentate qui oggi nel corso di tutta la Superfinal, di tutte le manche della Superfinal. Sono state oltre 30 nazioni rappresentate davvero da tutti gli angoli del mondo, e in un'annata, in un periodo come questo è importante due volte, tra virgolette, che ci siano. Però insomma, come abbiamo detto in italiano, ora si parte con la Junior ROK OMP Trophy, la gara per il trofeo OMP, poi ci sarà la mini ROK con il trofeo Singa. A quel punto piccola pausa e partiremo, ovviamente sempre seguendo tutto live, tutte le gare delle finali. Mini ROK Junior Expert Plus, Super Shifter e Senior a concludere in bellezza, come abbiamo detto stamattina, anzi poco fa, nel warm up della Senior ROK, per farvi capire quanto chiuderemo in bellezza probabilmente questa giornata. C'erano ben 29 piloti nell'arco di un secondo, insomma siamo tutti là, siamo tutti competitivi, l'hanno dimostrato nelle giornate precedenti, un po' di pioggia, un po' di freddo, un po' di sole, insomma adesso si potrà dire che si è corso praticamente in tutte le condizioni, quindi i piloti sono pronti veramente a qualsiasi cambio anche atmosferico. Non sono previsti cambi atmosferici, per carità, però insomma non si sa mai. Allora stiamo attenti a cosa succederà oggi in pista nel corso delle gare. Come detto, Junior ROK in pista per il trofeo MP, la griglia di partenza vede scattare dalla prima fila il pilota slovacco Zlotan Koros, seguito da Angelo De Giorgio in prima fila appunto insieme a lui. Poi subito dietro in seconda fila Giacomo Pedrini e Nicolas Ross, quindi Fredrik Land e Rafael Guizak, Karim Apadin e William Claymore McIntyre in quarta fila, Adam Piszczko e Mattias Milata in quinta fila. Ora attendiamo anche l'arrivo di Andrew on the pre-grid, so we can see if we can have some words from the drivers that are trying to get their focus just a few minutes away from the start. Andrew, are you there? So we'll not just set up for this, just a few seconds for the pre-grid from Andrew. Of course, we see all the grid full of kart, and no doubt about it, it's gonna be a tough race, even if it's a trophy. Like you say, 12 laps to go in this first Junior ROK OMP Trophy. Let's see if we can have some words from the grid. Of course, it's gonna be a tough race, even because a lot of drivers that we expected to be in the final for this race, for the junior, for this class, Junior ROK, are here, so they are ready to make a good impression too in this OMP trophy. It's a prestigious one, so we can think about the fact that it's going to be very tough race, very close race, because the Junior ROK was one of the closest class we saw in the 3 round matches of these days. So it's gonna be a very interesting race to see which kind of race we'll expect, because we saw a lot of races that ended up like very close, even less than half of a seconds away one from another. We see also we've been seeing also with a lot of races came out with a fast driver dominated all the things. So vedremo quale gara ci aspetta, con Zlotan Koros e Angelo De Giorgio a scattare dalla prima fila, come detto, poi Giacomo Pedrini e Nicolas Ross subito dietro, Fredrik Land e Rafael Guizdak in terza fila, Karim Apadin, il pilota tedesco, a fianco a William Claymore McIntyre, il pilota britannico in quarta fila, un po' sfortunato in alcune occasioni nella giornata di ieri. Adam Piszczko e Mattias Milata in quinta fila, Andrea Caterisano in sesta con Jan Pulcui. In settima fila Oscar Aponte, il pilota elvetico, al fianco di un altro italiano, Lorenzo Bedetti. Gustav Ruud Dragstedt e Jon Kostin in ottava fila, Leandro Virga e Alexander Wojcicki in nona fila, Tadeusz Martinek e Paul Kosch in decima fila, Gabriele Fiume, Andrei Costantini in undicesima, con Simon Egeli a chiudere lo schieramento. Clear the track, so siamo pronti. We are ready to go with this 12 lap Junior ROK OMP Trophy final. Let's see if we are ready to go. Of course, will be the formation lap, and then we are rocking on the track. And there's no better place to say so. The ROK Cup Superfinal starting here. From here today is gonna be, and this is definitely the place to be. Oh, I see a spot on the grid. This is empty. I guess this is William McIntyre's one. I don't know what happened. And I see also another spot on the grid down there, one row behind William McIntyre's. Adam Piszczko, I guess. I don't know if I'm getting wrong. Is missing two. Let's see from the, of course, from the monitor if we are right. 12 giri allora per la Junior ROK, con dato il clear the track, solo i piloti adesso sulla griglia di partenza, pronti a partire in questa ROK Cup Superfinal, la prima bandiera verde che dà il via al primo giro di ricognizione. Allora, siamo pronti a partire con questa gara della Junior ROK. È tornato Andrew, anche se abbiamo avuto un po' di sfortuna, tra virgolette, con il primo pregriglia, ma ovviamente presto saremo pronti con tutto il resto. Ma ovviamente adesso vi racconteremo la gara. 12 giri previsti sul circuito di Franciacorta. Andrew, I saw some spots empty on the grid.
Yeah, I think William McIntyre isn't in this grid. Obviously, he would have expected to have been in the main final. Was our pole sitter, but had two bad races, which knocked him out of that one. I just wonder as well, obviously, the changing situation with COVID-19. Yeah. Britain announcing that you've got to be back by 4 a.m. tomorrow morning. I do wonder, have they decided to pull out of the event in effect? He did have a big crash yesterday as well. Yeah. But yeah, no William McIntyre sadly in this race.
No, even Adam Piszczko, if I didn't look wrong. Anyway, we'll see from now on. Let's see if we have the first start of the race. Here we are.
12 laps then, round Franciacorta to decide who is going to be the winner of the Junior ROK OMP Trophy. Zoltan Koras gets a good start there from Slovakia into turns 1 and turns 2. Downhill now into the tricky braking zone of turn 5. This is going to be a hotbed of action all day. It's been a good start though from our Junior ROKs. They are clear and into sector 2.
Gara partita a 1000 con l'ottima partenza di Zoltan Koras. Pedrini subito dietro, che adesso però viene ovviamente attaccato da Nicolas Rossa, che ha recuperato subito il colpo, un po' in una partenza in chiaroscuro, quella di Angelo De Giorgio, e ovviamente cerca subito di recuperare, di essere subito pericoloso, ma intanto lì davanti si prende la testa della corsa Pedrini davanti a Koras al primo rilevamento cronometrico. Sono loro due a guidare.
End of lap 1 then. Pedrini takes the lead down into turn 14 ahead of Zoltan Koras. These two drivers will try and work together now for the next few laps. I mean, they've already got 1.5 seconds over Adam Piszczko from Poland there in third. Nicholas Ross from South Africa close behind in fourth. But these two drivers, as I say, will try and work together. They won't fight at this stage of the race. They want that gap as big as possible, Daniele, as the 837 is out of the race. Unfortunately, that's Rafael Grizdak from Poland. He was up in 6th.
Rafał Gwizdek allora fuori dai giochi, l'abbiamo visto fuori dalla pista, e intanto lì davanti guidano le operazioni Pedrini e Korash, seguiti ovviamente a stretto giro di posta da Pesciacco, da Ross, da Lund, molto veloce in tutto il weekend. E poi appunto De Giorgio che deve un po' recuperare dopo una partenza così e così. Per ora Zlatan Korash, il pilota slovacco, tiene la coda di Giacomo Pedrini, non vuole farlo scappare, ma probabilmente i due pensano di scappare insieme e poi vedersela faccia a faccia.
Nicholas Roos, representing South Africa, has got up into third place. Also on the move is the Chinese driver. Rampu Kyu is up to seventh place and is being followed, quite interestingly, Daniele, by Lorenzo Badetti. He's now up to eighth place.
Davvero un grande inizio di gara da parte di Lorenzo Bedetti, che ha recuperato diverse posizioni, esattamente come Jan Pulkuj, anche lui un po' sfortunato nel corso del weekend. Poteva sicuramente essere pronto per correre la finale, ma adesso ovviamente si giocherà le sue carte in questo trofeo MP. 3 giri agli archivi allora, con Pedrini ancora davanti a tutti insieme alla ombra formata da Zlatan Koros, mentre Jan Pulkuj fa segnare il giro record in 51,327.
So fastest lap there from Kui. He's now to fifth place. He really is on the move, the driver in the 818. The gap between second and third now is 2.2 seconds, so these two drivers, Pedrini and Koros, are working together nicely at this stage. There's also sadly been trouble for Leandro Verga from Switzerland. He is out of this race and down in 22nd place. Gwizdek we've already talked about as well, having had his incident earlier on. Longer race this, of course. All of the heats for these drivers were 8 laps earlier in the week. 12 laps to negotiate, but it's clear that we've got this top 8 of Pedrini, Koros, Roos, Apaydin from Germany, Kui, Pizjako, Badetti, and finally Frederick Lund from Denmark. You've got to think at this stage of the race, Daniele, it's going to be one of those 8.
Look at Kui that is going very fast. He recovered a lot of position from his start, and now is taking a good position in fourth, I guess in fifth, and we got a penalty, 3 seconds penalty for Angelo De Giorgio.
Yeah, 3 seconds there for the driver in the 853, third of the way through the race. Giacomo Pedrini, it's a really good second sector there from Pedrini, fastest of the race so far. You feel like he's starting to break away from Koros, and the gap is now up to just under half a second.
3 secondi di penalità dunque per Angelo De Giorgio, che è scivolato un po' indietro, appunto anche sarà proiettato indietro a causa di questo. Intanto giro record da parte di Giacomo Pedrini, 51,2, abbassa di un ulteriore decimo il best lap della corsa, e soprattutto, e questo è evidente anche a occhio nudo, sta prendendo un po' il largo rispetto a Zlatan Korash, vuole provare a scappare via.
So this race settling in. Who can do anything about this gap between these top 2 and the second group? Well, Nicholas Roos is giving it a really good go. He's just gone purple in sector number 1. He's set a personal best in sector number 2. They'll be, well, we're at the halfway point now, end of lap 6. 6 laps to go. Is Roos starting to make a bit of a move here? Yes, he is. Fastest lap of the race so far, 51.184. He closes the gap to less than 2 seconds for the first time since, I think, lap 2. So is Roos. So you've got to consider as well, it is the best conditions we've had out there, but that also means it's going to use up the tyres. You want to keep them in check across the course of this longer race. There's a couple of drivers under investigation, including Nicholas Roos in the 847, as is the 837, which is Tadeusz Martinek from the Czech Republic, down in 19th.
Allora, sotto investigazione ci sono appunto Rafał Gwizdek, che però è già praticamente fuori dalla corsa. L'avevamo visto prima, tra virgolette, parcheggiato, e ovviamente adesso ha recuperato la pista, ma è molto indietro. Sotto investigazione anche Nicholas Roos, che però ha iniziato a recuperare terreno nei confronti quantomeno di Zlatan Korash. Ha girato più veloce di tutti nelle ultime 2 tornate, lo fa ancora una volta, 51,0 giro record per il sudafricano. che sta provando a colmare il gap, a chiudere il gap per cercare quantomeno di recuperare la testa della corsa o il secondo posto.
Roos is closing. He is particularly quick in sector number 1. He's just closed 4/10 of a second in on Koros. The gap is down to 1.5. However, the crucial bit is the gap is also going out between Pedrini and Koros, as you can see on your screens. Almost a second the lead now for the Italian at the front of the field. Kerim Apaydin, the German driver with the Turkish family, great team there in the 831. He's going quickly as well, has just set the best first sector of anyone so far. They're in 5th place, battling with Riampu Kui, and yet definitely the South African in the 847 is closing in. The gap is down to 1 second now between second and third, with 4 laps to go.
Allora 4 giri, anzi ormai praticamente 3 giri al termine in questa prima OMP finale. Intanto arriva una warning flag sventolata all'indirizzo, se non andiamo errati, di Gabriele Fiume. In ogni caso 3 giri ormai al termine, con Pedrini che ha 1 secondo e 3 circa di vantaggio nei confronti di Koros, che adesso è nettamente più interessato, preoccupato dall'arrivo di Niklas Ross, che continua a far segnare giri record dopo giri record ed è sempre più vicino.
So Castrusano with the warning flag there. The battle is on for second place. The gap is 0.3 of a second. Now what does Roos do here? He's not got many laps to play with. Does he try and shoot straight past the Slovakian there in second place and go for the leader? Does he work with Koros? He's sitting there in second place at the moment. There they are on your screens if you're watching the stream at home. Thank you for joining us. The 819 of Zoltan Koros. Up the inside goes the 847 of Niklas Roos and through. Great move there, but 3-second penalty has come in for Roos, so it's all for nothing at the moment, because that, I reckon, is going to put Roos down to about 5th place as it stands. There's your
allora,
leader.
3 secondi di penalità, mi sa in arrivo per Niklas Roos, che ha appena sopravanzato Koros per la seconda posizione in pista, ma probabilmente la classifica sarà evidentemente ridisegnata da questa penalità inflitta ai danni del sudafricano, che ha fatto una gara sin qui esemplare, 3 giri record consecutivi per andare a prendere il pilota slovacco e poi per andare a prendersi la seconda posizione. Quindi peccato che un po' sarà rovinata, facilmente scivolerà fuori dal podio, a meno che non riesca a mettere 3 secondi fra sé e gli inseguitori, primo dei quali dopo Zoltan Koros e Jan Pukui, ovviamente lì davanti a fare un altro mestiere ormai Giacomo Pedrini.
Surely Giacomo Pedrini has this race under control. This is his penultimate lap of the race. He's completed 10 out of 12. Even if he loses the position on the road to Niklas Roos, as long as he stays within 3 seconds of him, he will win this race. On to the final lap then. The gap between the two leaders, once the penalty is applied, is 2.8 seconds between Pedrini and Koros, so Roos is still in 5th place. He's got to close in half a second or get a half a second gap further on Apaydin if he's going to get that 4th place, but this is looking good for Giacomo Pedrini.
E allora, ultimo giro ormai da passare praticamente in parata per Giacomo Pedrini, che è imprendibile per chiunque, ormai ha 2 secondi e 8 di vantaggio su qualsiasi altro pilota in pista e può completare con relativa calma le curve che lo separano dal traguardo, che andrà a tagliare in solitaria per la prima vittoria di questa giornata della Superfinal della ROK Cup. Eccolo qua che passa sul traguardo, Giacomo Pedrini si porta a casa il trofeo OMP. Dietro di lui arriva Niklas Ross e Zlatan Koros. Niklas Ross però penalizzato di 3 secondi, scivola alla fine in quinta, e allora Koros, Jan Pukui e poi dietro di loro, prima ancora di Koros, Kerim Apaydin.
Great win there for Giacomo Pedrini. Took the initiative of this race on lap 1 and never looked back. Wins by 3.139 seconds over Zoltan Koros from Slovakia. Great drive as well from Rampu Kui from China, finishes 3rd. Kerim Apaydin finishes 4th. Niklas Roos was 2nd on the road, but that 3-second penalty relegates him to 5th. Lorenzo Bedetti was 6th. Frederick Lund 7th. Adam Pidchako 8th. Jan Kostin, good race as well, up 7 positions there in that trophy race to 9th. Gustav Ruder Dragstedt finished in 10th. That was a good race to start things here at Franciacorta. But Giacomo Pedrini is your winner in the Junior ROK OMP Trophy race. Big thanks to OMP, our sponsors there, for that race.
E allora, grande vittoria di Giacomo Pedrini, che ha fatto davvero una gara molto ma molto concentrata ed è andata a prendersi questa vittoria in maniera netta. Da un certo punto in poi ha accelerato, ha salutato la compagnia. Primo su tutti Kolos, che alla fine chiude secondo, dietro Rossa ma secondo per la penalità inflitta al pilota sudafricano, che scivola in quinta posizione, quindi completa il podio, direi con merito anche per quanto fatto vedere nel corso del weekend dal piccolo pilota cinese Yang Pukui, che completa dunque il podio.
Absolutely, the kart being checked over there, making sure that the kart and driver meets the minimum weight, and that is a very, very happy team there for Giacomo Pedrini. Well done to Giacomo, our first winner here today. Kart will be checked over for further technical regulations, and it means a lot, doesn't it? You know, there will have been the disappointment of not making the big final later today, but taking the win, having the chance to step on the top step of the podium, you know, that's a good way to finish your super final, win what's been a tricky week.
Yeah, it's the perfect way to come back to home with a smile on your face. So it's very, very good that we have this race, and it's very, very good that, as we see, every driver puts the best effort even this race. It's not like it's something left on the tank. So I'm sure that even in the mini ROK next, this race will see a very, very tough race.
As your results going through on screen, head across to the Franciacorta Karting Track website. They've got all of the live results coming in from our timing providers, apextiming.com. And we'll get ready now for the next race, which on our schedule should be Junior ROK.
So here is the highlights of the ROK Cup Superfinal first race, the OMP Trophy, of course, for the Junior ROK.
This was the key move then, Pedrini down the inside of Koros at the end of lap number 1, and he didn't look back from that point forward. The rest of the field left in the wake of our two leaders. Just looked calm and controlled. There was a good attack though from Nicholas Roos from South Africa, the 847 there, got up to second on the road but had a 3-second penalty, which in the end put him into 5th place. And from that moment on, there was no looking back for the young Italian here on home soil, taking the win by some 3 seconds ahead of Slovakia's Zoltan Koros. Do hope you're enjoying the stream at home. If you're just tuning in, this is live coverage of the 2020 ROK Cup Superfinal, live here from Franciacorta Karting Track in northern Italy. Andrew Mather and Daniele Laspina on commentary duties for you. Daniele has gone down to the podium area to perform the prize giving for that Junior ROK OMP Trophy final. Mini ROK will of course be up next. Big thanks to our camera team who've been busy at work over the last 24 hours or so to get all of this set up. Some fantastic pictures there in that first race. You can get involved as well. Let us know who you're supporting. You can tweet us as well in the commentary box at _MM, Motorsport Media, your providers of English commentary here at Franciacorta this weekend. And make sure that you share the stream as well. Let people know that we're streaming here today. Give them some entertainment in these tough times, of course. Our next race, though, as we say, will be our mini ROK trophy race. Let's just have a brief look at the grid for this one as we start. So this, once again, it was been our biggest category of the week. There's been, I think, in total 12 heat races to decipher who is in the final that we'll see later on this afternoon, and in this trophy race. But to run you through this trophy grid, there you see one of the trophies down there on the podium for our Junior ROK competitors. That'll be going on in due course. But the grid that we're looking at for this mini ROK race coming up soon You can see them forming up down there in the dummy grid on the bottom right-hand portion of your screen. Eric Anache from Romania will have pole position. Alongside him on the front row is compatriot Luca Savu, who was really, really unlucky in one of his heats. Came flying through the order and then had a problem to the latter end, which undid some of his work. Unfortunately, it does mean that he's just missed out on the main final in Mini Rock later today, but he has the chance here of doing well in the trophy race. Ethan Lennon from South Africa will start on row number 2. Alongside him on that row will be Jakub Kowalski from Poland. Row 3 is an interesting one. Enzo Tavanichkov, registered from Thailand, has been one of our quickest drivers so far this week, but also had problems and not made the main final. He starts here from row 3, and arguably, if he is on the grid, I'd make him the favourite for this race. Alongside him on that third row is Alessandro Doria from Italy. Alessandro Pacini will start on row 4 alongside Paolo Tizzano. Row 5 has Ukraine's Luka Fedorenko alongside Alfio Berni. Row 6, Antoni Kasiba from Poland starts alongside Filippo Pola. And then moving on to row 7, we'll see Julio Miranda start alongside Klara Kowalczyk. Row 8 has Ukraine's Oleksiy Ramemi, who's had a really tough week, but has got a good chance here, and hopefully we can see him racing through the field there from row 8. Alongside him on that 8th row of the grid for this Mini Rock Singer Trophy race will be Christian Romeo. Row 9 has Angelo Pocararo and Stefano Zamponi. Row 10, Olivier Cobiella and Federico Spadolati. Row 11, Jacob Woods from Great Britain racing alongside Mattia Breccianotto from Italy. Row 12, two Germans on this row, Mathilda Parts and Luke Kornder. Row 13, another driver who was very quick in qualifying but has not had a happy time through the heats, from Norway is Marcus Sater alongside the Netherlands driver Thomas Leclamer Nijholt. Row 14 from Poland, Marcin Fies and the other Savu in this race, Vlad Savu from Romania. Row 15, Yichen Ku from China and Sergio Koch from Switzerland. Row 16, Zoe Florescu Portalea from Romania and Adrian Potepa from Poland. And last but not least, row 17, 34 cars in this field. We'll see Alessandro Scarinia take the grid alongside Tiziano Monza. Here's your grid for Junior Rock.
And the winner for this OMP Trophy Junior class in this Rock Cup Superfinal, representing Italy, Giacomo Pedrini. Here's the podium for the Junior Rock OMP Trophy, with the trophy also for the winner, the suite of OMP, and for everybody, this OMP bag. Round of applause, thank you. Once again, Jan Pukui, Zlatan Koros, and Giacomo Pedrini.
Great stuff there to see our Junior Rock podium. Congratulations again to Giacomo Pedrini for his win there. Zoltan Koros in second, Jan Pukui on the third step of the podium. Daniele will be heading down to the grid to hopefully have a chat with some of our Mini Rock drivers ahead of their Singer Trophy final. You're watching live coverage of the 2020 Rock Cup Super Final here from Franciacorta Karting Circuit in northern Italy. It'll be 10 laps for the Mini Rockers here in this race. The schedule going forward for the rest of the day, we'll have the break for lunch after this trophy race for the Mini Rock category. If you're just joining us, our finals will be later on today, starting around 12 o'clock. And we'll see Mini Rock out first, followed by Junior Rock for their main finals. Expert and Experts Plus will be next, so that's 12 o'clock for Mini Rock, 12:50 for the pre-grid for Junior Rock, about 1:40 p.m. local time for the Experts Plus class, 2:30 local time for the Super Rock class, 3:20 for the Shifted Rock class, and then our final race of this meeting at around 4:10 will be our Senior Rock category. Make sure, if you haven't already and you're watching at home on the Facebook stream provided by the Rock Cup Global Facebook page, if you've not given that page a like already, do so. They've been putting out some great content over the past few days here at Franciacorta. Let's have a quick look at some of your comments. Hello to David Whitehouse, a mate of mine from home. Looking forward to some great racing. See a lot of support for our Polish contingent as well. Also Sebastian Buller, hello, is cheering on Marcel Proksha, who we'll see later on in the expert races in the finals. The German has been very competitive so far this weekend and early in the week. I can see Daniel is down there, and I think he's got a microphone in his hand as well, which is good to see. But he's got nobody to talk to at the moment. Our drivers will be out on this grid shortly. Just to remind you of that grid, Eric Inache from Romania will have pole position. Lucas Savu alongside on the front row. Ethan Lennon on row 2 alongside Jakub Kowalski. Enzo Tarvinichkul and Alessandro Doria on row 3. Alessandro Piccini and Paolo Tisano on row 4. Luca Fedorenko and Alfio Berni on row 5. Antoni Kasiba and Filippo Pola on row 6. Julio Miranda and Clara Kowalczyk on row 7. Oleski Yaremi on row 8 alongside Christian Romeo. Row 9, Angelo Pecoraro and Stefano Zamponi. Row 10, Olivier Cobiella and Federico Spadolati. Row 11, Jacob Woods and Mattia Precinoto. Row 12, Mathilda Parts and Luke Kornder. Row 13, Marcus Sater and Thomas Leclerc Nijholt. Row 14, Martin Fies and Vlad Savu. Row 15, Yichen Ku and Sergio Koch. Row 16, Zoe Florescu Portalea and Adrian Patepa. And row 17, Alessandro Scarinia and Tiziano Monza. Big thanks to all of our hard-working staff here at Franciacorta over the past few days. It's been a fantastic effort. It's first time here at this circuit for myself. I've been wowed by the efforts and how well this event has been put together, considering the circumstances that everybody's had to be dealing with over the past few weeks and the past few months. Everybody safe, everybody very happy, everybody having a lot of fun as well, which is what we like to see here in karting. Waiting for the karts to come out on circuit for this pre-grid for the Mini Rock Singer Trophy race. If you've not gone and checked out the Rock Cup Superfinal website as well, that's got plenty of information on there at your disposal across the course of the day. It's also got your link to the live timing as well, always very useful. If you've got a second screen, a spare monitor or something of that description, go to vortex-rock.com/supercup-home. And you'll see the button there for the live timing, which will take you through to all the stats, all the numbers that we have up here in the commentary box. There's the paddock that you can see, greatly laid out, everyone positioned carefully giving themselves space. The dummy grid down there on the right with our mini ROK field, which will be out on track shortly. Just to check the time, I think they're due out in a couple of minutes' time. We're going to take a short break here on the commentary and be back very, very soon for more action here at Franciacorta for the 2020 ROK Cup Superfinal.
I cavi di 2 metri dietro la regia squadretta, no, perché forse satura, bravo, dopo satura, per me va troppo forte e satura, se la porti in magazzino e l'accendi la vedi da qua. Per me vedrai che è basso e non va. Ma dove si metterà questo qua? Perché io qua sono bloccato così, sono nell'angolo, quindi ce l'ho tanto male. Ho capito, se no devo spostare il cavalletto, ma dopo devo rimetterlo a posto perché dopo quando mi passano sotto non li prendo.
We're back here at Franciacorta karting track in northern Italy. We're getting ready for our mini ROK Singer Trophy race involving drivers who didn't quite make it into the main final. I can see the karts about to come out onto the circuit, onto the grid. Daniele Laspino is down there ready to have a chat with some of the drivers, see what their thoughts are ahead of this race. Remember, it's Eric Anache who has pole position here in this one. And if you can hear me, I think we'll head over to Daniele. Down there on the grid, Daniele, can you hear me? Apologies, I don't think we've quite got Daniele at the moment, but there you see the 633 of Anache ready for this race. The 692 of Enzo Tarvanichkul just behind there as well, the driver from Thailand. There's grid of 34. We'll see another 34 drivers in the main final later on after the lunch break, the biggest field that we've had here this year at the 2020 ROK Cup Superfinal. Live here at Franciacorta, the karts being placed down on the grid now, ready for this race. Let's try again. Daniele, can you hear us down on the grid?
No.
here we are on the grid for this second trophy of the day. You see on the grid the drivers are coming around. They're coming down with one straight line after another. So here's for you the poleman, of course, Eric Nake. And it's going to be a very, very tough race, of course, for this mini ROK. We saw yesterday mini ROK was one of the most, impressive class of all, because we saw a lot of drivers that are capable of taking the lead or fighting back. So it's gonna be interesting. There are all the drivers that for just few points are out of the final, so they are also determined to show that they could be also fantastic in this Saturday of the ROK Cup Superfinal 2020. E allora siamo pronti anche qua con la griglia che si sta formando per la mini ROK, con tanti piloti pronti a dimostrare il loro valore in questa finale per il Singa Trophy. E sarà importantissimo per loro, perché anche se sono rimasti pochi punti fuori dalla finale, sono assolutamente pronti a fare la loro parte. Andrew, it's gonna be a tough race, of course, and it's gonna be for sure even a race where everybody have this a little plus. They want to show how much they are such a good rider.
They are indeed. I think we saw in the Junior ROK race, of course, the pace was very fast from the start, and that key breakaway made by the top two, the drivers on the front row of the grid, just having a little bit of instruction there from our race director, telling them how he wants this start to be done. See, the 5-minute board has already gone out for the drivers. Lucas Avu there on the far side. Just being reminded, because these drivers may not necessarily have been at the front of an order so far this weekend, leading the whole field round. There's the 617 of Alfio Berni, starting from 10th on the grid. And we have seen drivers make a good start from the anti-pole side of the grid. The run round turn 1 and turn 2. You've got a good mix of the racing line, some good grip round the outside. We have been able to see people hold it round the outside through turn 2 and then have the inside line for turn 3. There's the 606 on your screen. That's Alessandro Doria starting in 6th position on the grid. I think the board has gone up there for 3 minutes. Daniele, can you hear us?
Of course I can hear you from the track, from the grid. As you see, we are all ready to go. You saw the instruction from the race director, of course, and now we are ready to go. The last few of course, advice for this race for Eric Nace, our pole man here representing Romania, with Savo right alongside him, with a very, very short time from the clear of the track. We are a few minutes away. Let's see if you can hear something from the pole man, Eric, how it feels to be in the front of the track, or the front of the grid.
It feels very good because it's the first time when I've been in pole position in the international races, and I will fight until the end and see what I can do.
Thank you, good luck.
Thank you.
So back to you, Andrew, because we have to clear the track in a few moments.
Thank you very much, Daniele. Eric Anache there, saying that he's never started at the front of a grid for an international race before, and he sounded very much up for the challenge. We're wishing the best of luck here from the commentary box. Ethan Lennon, we saw a great race from his compatriot from South Africa, Nicholas Roos, in the junior trophy race a few moments ago. He'll have a good chance here in this one from row number 2. There's the 614 of Alessandro Scarinia there on your screen in the green helmet. Starts from 34th place on the grid. Clear the track sign will be out in a few moments time. The 638 there, starting from 2nd place on the grid, of course. Luca Savu on the front row. Filippo Pola from Italy, starting in 12th position. Great support as ever here at Franciacorta. Thank you everybody for turning out and making sure that the social distancing rules are being adhered to and wearing the face masks and all that goes with that. There's been a lot of excitement when I came in the paddock this morning. There was a different air, a different feel in the air to what we've had over the past few days, mainly because I think for starters it wasn't pouring down with rain, but a lot of excitement here at Franciacorta ahead of this race and this set of races. Drivers from the back of the grid will be hoping that they can push through. There is the 607 of Jakub Kowalski from Poland. Jakub's got a good chance here, starting fourth on the grid. Clear the track sign has now been shown to everybody on circuit, so all the team members will now vacate the circuit. Daniele will head up here into the commentary box as well to join me for this race. And just left now are 34 drivers, our marshals, photographer and our race director down there on the grid. Luka Fedorenko, 632 from Ukraine. Another driver who could have an influence on this race, starting from 9th on the grid. And Alessandro Doria there in the 606 has had some good results as well. There's quite a few drivers at the front of this grid who've shown some great pace over the course of the heats and the qualifying so far, but things didn't quite go their way, perhaps in one heat or two heats with some middle of the field results. There'll be a lot of drivers here, I think, wanting to get up to the front of this one. This could be a big battle, especially down into turn 5 on lap number 1. But we are about ready to go then for the formation lap in our mini ROK Singer Trophy race here at Franciacorta for the 2020 ROK Cup Superfinal. There is your grid then on your screen. Pole on the right hand side, Anache and Savu on the front row. Lennon and Kowalski on row 2. Tarvanichkul and Doria row 3. Pacini and Tizzano on row 4. Fedorenko Berni on row 5. Kasiba and Pola on row 6. Miranda and Kowalczyk on row 7. Yaremi and Romeo on row 8. Pecoraro and Zamponi row 9. Cobiella and Spadalati on row 10. Woods and Precianoto on row 11. Pats and Korda row 12. Seta and Klama on row 13. Vlad, Savu and Marcin Fils on row 14. Koch and Ku on row 15. Patepa and Florescu Portolao on row 16. Monza and Scarinia on row 17. Engines have started then ahead of the formation lap. Or not quite. Apologies, that was my brain playing tricks on me there. But 10 laps is the order for this one. Longest any of these drivers will have done so far this week. There was one driver there. I thought I'd heard an engine fire because there was one driver out of position on their grid slot ahead of the formation lap being started. Hopefully that won't be too much of a problem for whoever that was. It was someone on the even side of the grid. About halfway back in the region of maybe Samponi, or there we go, it's the 605. There the engines start up then for the start of the formation lap here in our Mini ROK Singer Trophy race. And is our pole sitter in a spot of bother there? Eric Anache doesn't look like he's very happy with what's going on. He has got it fired now. That's not quite what you want at the start of a race such as this. Daniele Laspina rejoins me here in the commentary box. A bit of a slow getaway there for our pole sitter.
Yeah, definitely is. And I think he was pretty determined. I saw he was talking with Savo after the resurrection indication, so I guess they are ready to fight.
Absolutely.
Allora, vediamo questa gara della Mini ROK Trofeo Singa pronta a partire, come detto. Abbiamo sentito anche la voce di Eric Anache prima dalla griglia, insieme a Luca Savu partirà dalla prima fila. Griglia piena per questa Singa Trophy per la Mini ROK e vedete qua Anache come dà indicazioni, chiama il rallentamento di tutti, ha recepito bene le indicazioni della race direction. Let's see if we can ready with this start.
Yeah, a couple of drivers just trying to get into position. If race director isn't happy to go ahead, you'll see a yellow light come on the 5th light of the gantry. We have seen it a few times over the course of this week so far, but let's have a look. Are we ready to go? No, we're not. We're going to go around again for another formation lap. Don't worry, we're not racing. The yellow flashing light has come on the start gantry, so the drivers will take the first sector at a good pace, the second sector as well, and then reform the grid here. I think it may have been Brio Miranda who didn't quite get into the correct position there, but not to worry. Plenty of time in the schedule. Grid will form up again and we'll have another go, Daniele.
Yes, we have, and you see, Enake got the indication, and as he said to me on the grid, he felt like the responsibility to be the pole setter on the pole position in this start, so he won everything. It's gonna be okay for this start, and then we'll race. It's very, very unique from these drivers. They are like they're already the big ones, like the professionists.
It's always good. It's always good to instill the professionalism at this young age, yet still have fun with it all as well. And Eric Anache there on the left of your screen in the 633, and the black cart with the red and blue helmet will take this one from pole position. Compatriot from Romania, Luca Savu, alongside on that front row of the grid in the 638, and then everybody else wants to get up on that podium, try and take a trophy home at the end of this super final week. I think this time we are good to go here at Franciacorta. Eyes on the lights. Away we go then for 10 laps here at Franciacorta for the Mini ROK Singer Trophy final. Heading up into turn 1. It's been a good start for Eric Anache. Is anyone going to try around the outside through turn 2? No, I think Ethan Lennon has hopped up into second place there from South Africa. Yes, he has in the 6.56, and immediately Anache goes defensive down the inside. Lennon spins there out of P2. I don't think there was any contact, but Eric Anache has got a good lead here for the 6.33. But for the first time today, Daniele, we see an incident down at turn 5.
Yeah, hopefully without condition, but a lot of drivers have been involved because of that, and so we have lost a bunch of drivers. Like I saw Pecoraro that is retiring, some other rejoined the race. Enzo Tavarnicul was right behind Ethan Lennon, and so he has to go down on the brake to avoid the contact.
Yeah, Marcin Fies has been involved as well, so unfortunately he's out of the race here at the end of lap number 1. It is Eric Anache leading, Lucas Savu second, Alessandro Doria up to third, fourth and fifth very close, as well as up the inside there goes the 6.23 of Paolo Pizzano, so Pizzano up to third place.
Gran partenza allora di Anache, che è stato aiutato tra virgolette oltretutto dalla testa coda di Eric Lennon, che ha creato un po' di spazio alle sue spalle. Ora a inseguirlo Savu, che ha recuperato la seconda posizione e prova a mettersi subito sulle sue tracce, e poi ci sono anche Andrea Doria, Paolo Tizzano Alessandro Doria, Paolo Tizzano ed Enzo Tavarnicul. Ecco l'attacco però di Doria su Savu, parte la lotta anche per la seconda posizione. Saranno 10 giri, anzi ormai 9, con il fiato sospeso.
And Tavarnicul really on the move here now, going for the lead, taking the lead away from Anache there at the end of lap number 2. So a driver that we did see towards the front of the field in the wet conditions on Thursday, here in the dry on Saturday in this trophy race, has got himself right where he wants to be at the front of the field.
Olivier Kobiela, il più veloce in pista, è in 12ª posizione, segno di quello che vi dicevamo in apertura. Ecco l'attacco per la seconda posizione, Savu su Anache per prendere la seconda posizione. Adesso Anache che è anche insidiato da Paolo Tizzano, che passa sul cordolo ma non riesce a conquistare il terzo posto. Si ricompattano anche dietro ed Enzo Tavarnicul prova subito l'allungo.
Great race this. We've got some drivers flying through the field, obviously taking advantage of the incident on lap number 1. Luca Fedorenko's up to 6th, Also from Ukraine, Oleksiy Yeremy is having a good race here for probably the first time this week. Hope the good luck stays with him. He's up to 7th place. Also on the move is Mathilda Parts. So Mathilda, she's up to 10th place now in the 641. That's an improvement of 13 places. Tarvanichkul, Daniele, as I think we probably expected on paper, he's gone. He's flying in this race.
And we can easily see that this happened since yesterday. He was a little bit unlucky in some matches, Enzo Tarvanichkul, but it was so fast. He was still on the front every single match till almost the end. So it's gonna be probably he's ready to take at least the Singa Trophy.
Having a look here at this battle for second place. Lucas Sabu involved in there at the front of it all. Eric Anache was shuffled down to 3rd. He's trying to get through. Oh, big defensive move there from Sabu, and they're all queuing up behind now. We'll check them as they go through. You can see the 689 of Yeremy is flying through the field. Is now to, I think, 5th place. Over start finish at the end of lap 4. It's Tarvanichkul leading from Sabu. Anache looking down the inside now into turn 2. That's a great overtake, and he's got the position. Tisano in 4th place there in the yellow carts. 5th place for Fedorenko. Yeremy down to 6th place as Pisano goes for a big one down the inside. He's going to run wide and lose a stack of positions just about. Keeps it out of an area of circuit that is still damp, still very wet. We've seen a lot of splash zones, shall we say, around there this week. Down the inside now, the 689 of Oleksiy Yeremy. This has been a brilliant race from the Ukrainian, who's had so much bad luck this week, but here in the Singa Trophy race, he is flying.
Looking for an upset, and you see how close are all the carts. With one mistake, you can lose 10 position. The best lap is still between the 9th, 10th, 8th position. So it is really close for everybody in this mini rock.
Mathilda Parts is on the move as well. He's up to 4th place now. The German has come from the 12th row of the grid to 23rd up to 4th in a matter of 5 laps. This is a brilliant drive. Down into turn 5. This great scrap for second place. Any one of these could take it, and there's a big send there from, was that the 623? I think it was, of Paolo Tizzano. So Paolo Tizzano has made up a couple of positions there with a robust move. Enzo Tarvanichkul has gone, of course. He's 4 seconds up the road. The 633 of Eric Anache trying to fight back here, trying to reclaim the positions, having started from pole. Down into the big braking zone of turn 14 on lap 6. More moves being done down the field. It's one of those races where you need about 20 pairs of eyes to keep an eye on everything that's going on in this one. 3 laps to go.
Allora, gara che in cui restano ormai praticamente 3 giri da correre, con Enzo Tarvanichkul saldamente al comando delle operazioni, 4 secondi e 3 decimi di vantaggio nei confronti del gruppo nutrito di inseguitori, che va praticamente in un amen dalla seconda alla 12ª, 13ª posizione. Davvero una grande bagarra alle spalle del pilota thailandese, che ne sta ovviamente anche beneficiando, ma era già decisamente piuttosto veloce nelle giornate precedenti. Dietro di lui appunto gran bagarra con Oleksiy Yeremy, Paz, Kobiela, Enace, Savu, i 2 front rower di questa giornata. Insomma, davvero Fedorenko, davvero tanti piloti, tutti racchiusi in un fazzoletto.
We're on to lap number 8 then. 3 laps of this one to go. Enzo Tarvanichkul leads by 4.6 seconds ahead of Oleksiy Yeremy. There in the 689 from Ukraine, proudly displaying the colours of yellow and blue on his helmet as well. Mathilda Parts from Germany is up to 3rd place with Olivier Kobiela from Poland. It's those 3 who brilliantly, well, Yeremy has gained 13 positions, Parts 20 positions, Kobiela 15 positions. Clearly very out of position on the grid in terms of their pace. They've performed fantastically so far. I think it's going to be a bit of a tall order to pull back in Tarvanichkul, because he's also been very quick this week, but they should still fight for this second place. You can just see Eric Anache, I think, has fallen down a couple of positions. I think Marcus Sater from Norway in the 6.85 has got up to 5th place. Now another driver who's come from the lower reaches of the grid. Yes, he has. He's now at 20 positions. As up the inside, there goes Patz. Great move. Fantastic move by Mathilde Patz from Germany up into 2nd place.
Davvero lotta che infuria per le altre posizioni del podio. Oh, Patz che va larga, se non ho visto male, e allora lotta che si ridimensiona, mettiamola così. Resta fra i 2 cut consecutivi a livello di numeri, quelli di Olivier Kobiela, che partiva dalla 10ª fila, e questo ovviamente non può che essere motivo di grande orgoglio. Ha recuperato un sacco di posizioni, così come Patz, così come Yarami, che partivano piuttosto indietro nella griglia.
I think Kobiela had a move down the inside there for 2nd place on Yarami into turn 14. We'll check it as they come through in a moment. Yes, so Kobiela in the fluorescent yellow helmet, the 690, has got into 2nd place, defends from Yarami there. That may offer an opportunity to Mathilde Patz to close in, but Marcus Sater is still on the charge.
Yeah, I guess, I don't know if there's a contact or something, but Eric is back down to 26.
Yeah, that is a real shame. Our pole sitter, it's not been the kind of race he would have wanted. There's also been 3-second penalties come in for, I think, Paolo Tizzano, and Alessandro Doria have had penalties, but our leader is on his final lap and heading down to turn 14.
3 secondi di penalità a Doria e Tizzano, che quindi scivoleranno un po' indietro alla fine della corsa. Qua le ultime schermaglie, mentre lì davanti la bandiera a scacchi per Enzo Tarvanicskul, che vince.
Enzo Tarvanicskul takes the Mini ROK Singer Trophy. 2nd place to Olivier Kobiela, 3rd to Aleski Yarami from Ukraine. Marcus Sater 4th, Mathilde Patz 5th. All of those drivers brilliant, drove through the field fantastically well. Luca Savu turns a front row start into 6th place, good result for him. Mattia Precinoto is in 7th, another driver who came flying through the field, up 15 places from where he started on the grid. Alessandro Pacini finishes in 8th. Luca Fedorenko holds there in 9th. Federico Spadolatti finishes in 10th place. Paolo Tizzano with his penalties classified 11th. Jacob Woods was up 9 places for Great Britain there into 12th place. Clara Kowalczyk 13th. Filippo Pola 14th. Tiziano Monza representing Singapore finishes in 15th. That was an improvement of 19 spots. Adrian Pateva finishes 16th, Vlad Savu 17th, Thomas the Clammer Nijholt in 18th, Alfio Berni in 19th, Jakub Kowalski 20th, not the race that Kowalski would have wanted there, unfortunately. Luca Corda, Alessandro Doria, Christian Romeo, Antonio Casiba, Alessandro Scarinia, Eric Enache, Sergio Koch, Zoe Florescu Portalea. Takes us down to 28th, Guilio Miranda and Yicheng Ku 30th, and 3 retirements, Ethan Lemon, Angelo Pecoraro and Stefano Zamponi. But there's your winner, Tarvanicskul. Enzo Tarvanicskul takes a great victory there in the Singer Trophy race.
Grande vittoria di Enzo Tarvanicskul in questa corsa. Si è preso la leadership fin dall'inizio ed è andato via scappando a tutti quanti dietro di lui. Allora Olivier Kobiela e Alexei Yaremi, in una gara che li ha visti duellare a lungo insieme a Mathilde Patz, che poi con quella curva larga ha perso un pochettino di terreno e anche un'ulteriore posizione a vantaggio a beneficio di Marcus Sater. Poi Luca Savu, che partiva dalla prima fila, chiude in sesta posizione. Mattia Prescianotto e Alessandro Pacini, i primi italiani ad arrivare al traguardo, in 7ª, 8ª, poi Fedorenko, Sbardellati, Tizzano, Woods, via tutti gli altri.
Like 100 meters behind.
Great win that for Enzo Tarvanichkul, another driver representing Thailand as well. And you never know, as we look at some of the highlights, could be a driver following in the steps of Alex Albon in future years to come. Here was the start of the race. Eric Anache took us from pole position. Big incident down there at turn 5 as Lennon span out of the race and took a couple of drivers with him there. But this great scrap for second place kicked off with some fantastic drives through the field that typified this race. Hard racing there from Savu in the 638, and it's good for 6th place. Tarvanichkul had taken the lead by this point and was driving away from the rest of the field. And Anache fought back. Big move there from Tizzano. Went a little bit wrong. He'd lost a lot of position, struggling to get off the curb there at turn number 6. Through came the drivers from the back of the grid. Jeremy making the move there for 2nd place. And then being joined by Mathilda Patz from Germany. But it's Enzo Tarvanichkul in full control of this one. Towards the end, Olivier Kobiela got up into 2nd place for Poland and stayed there. Enzo Tarvanichkul from Thailand takes the victory here at Franciacorta, 2nd place, a close fought race there, and a very big celebration as well. We like to see that from Olivier Kobiela and Oleksiy Yaremy.
So Henry heads to the podium for this Singa Trophy of the Mini ROK class. ROK Cup Superfinal 2020 is underway with these 2 trophies that are gone. And of course, you saw a very, very strong race from Enzo Tarvanichkul that takes the win over Kobiela at first and 2nd place. Olivier Kobiela and Oleksiy Yaremy. It was a very good race. Davvero bella gara di Enzo Tarvanichkul in questo Singa, trofeo Singa, mentre intanto il furgone che gira per la pista a recuperare kart seminati qua e là, mettiamola così. Durante la corsa della Mini ROK avete visto anche una bella scena prima con alcuni altri piloti coinvolti nella Mini ROK, ma nella finale di oggi pomeriggio che si sono fermati a parlare insieme ad Enzo. Abbiamo visto Lammers che era lì, insomma si davano le impressioni, chiacchieravano sulla gara, ed è anche questo è il bello dei kart, dell'ambiente kart di questa ROK Cup Superfinal. Sempre un grande appuntamento fondamentale non solo del calendario italiano, che ha la fortuna di ospitare queste Superfinal, ma anche per il calendario kartistico internazionale. È davvero una sede eccezionale quella di Franciacorta, in questa pista che stiamo scoprendo, essendo davvero nuova, bellissima. La stiamo scoprendo davvero bellissima. E quindi qui tra l'altro va il ringraziamento anche del lavoro fatto insieme allo staff ROK, anche da parte di tutto lo staff della pista di Franciacorta, che si è messa a disposizione in poco tempo, ha iniziato a lavorare a questo appuntamento e ha tirato fuori, direi, una competizione, una condizione di gara davvero invidiabile. È magnifica, bellissima. Aspettiamo ovviamente i piloti al podio per la consegna dei trofei del Singa Trophy. E allora aspettiamo anche le prime voci da Andy, poi ovviamente da Andrew, poi ovviamente ci sarà, come detto poc'anzi, un piccolo break, ci prenderemo una piccola pausa e torneremo ovviamente in diretta a partire dalle 12, starting from 12 o'clock with this afternoon finals for all the classes for this ROK Cup Superfinal 2020. And of course you can check it out on the ROK website or the ROK app for a smartphone, so you can see all the results, the timetables, and of course you can find on the website or on the Facebook page the live coverage of all the races, all the podium, every bite of this super final are there. I think we are ready for the podium. Here we are.
Well done, Alexei. Finishing in second
Attenzione,
place.
ricordiamo a tutti i presenti che è obbligatorio indossare la mascherina e mantenere le distanze per tutta la durata dell'evento in tutta la pista.
Finishing in second place in the Mini Rock Singer Trophy race. Big round of applause representing Poland, Olivier Kobiela. But your winner here today at Franciacorta for the 2020 Rock Cup Super Final Mini Rock Singer Trophy race, representing Thailand, Enzo Tarvanichko.
Here is the podium. Enzo Tarvanichko davanti a tutti, at the top of the podium, and heading off being with Jeremy on his side and Kobiela on the other side. Once again, this Singer Trophy is gone. We'll take a little break, and we are back at 12 o'clock with the afternoon final. So here's the Mini Rock Singer podium, and it's all for this morning. We'll take a little break, about half an hour. We'll back 12 o'clock live for the afternoon finals, starting with Mini Rock at 12 o'clock. Even for Andrew Mother from Daniela Spina, let's see in a half an hour.
welcome to Franciacorta Karts track in northern Italy for day 2 of the 2020 ROK Cup Superfinals. We've just finished day 1. It's been a very, very wet day here with lots of challenges as the drivers have negotiated their qualifying practices and their qualifying heats. It's sure to be a great day of action across the course of not just today but also tomorrow. Let's check out some of the action from this second day here at the 2020 ROK Cup Superfinal. Wow, what a day, what a set of races here at Franciacorta. I hope you've enjoyed the video. I hope you come back soon for tomorrow where we'll have day 3 for more heats and more racing here for the 2020 ROK Cup Superfinal. Hello everybody, welcome back to Franciacorta. It's day 3 of the 2020 ROK Cup Superfinals. Today has all been about heat racing. Yesterday we had the qualifying in the wet conditions. Today it's been fast-paced, dry running for all of the drivers as they've worked their way through to try and qualify as well as they can for the finals tomorrow. Let's check out some of the action out there on the track. The heats are now complete. The small matter of the finals takes place tomorrow where we'll have live coverage in both sound and vision for you all at home. Make sure you join us here at Franciacorta for the final day of the 2020 ROK Cup Superfinals. You sure don't want to miss it. It's going to be great. welcome to Franciacorta Karts track in northern Italy for day 2 of the 2020 ROK Cup Superfinals. We've just finished day 1. It's been a very, very wet day here with lots of challenges as the drivers have negotiated their qualifying practices and their qualifying heats. It's sure to be a great day of action across the course of not just today but also tomorrow. Let's check out some of the action from this second day here at the 2020 ROK Cup Superfinal. Wow, what a day, what a set of races here at Franciacorta. I hope you've enjoyed the video. I hope you come back soon tomorrow where we'll have day 3 for more heats and more racing here for the 2020 ROK Cup Superfinal. Hello everybody, welcome back to Franciacorta. It's day 3 of the 2020 ROK Cup Superfinals. Today has all been about heat racing. Yesterday we had the qualifying in the wet conditions. Today it's been fast-paced, dry running for all of the drivers as they've worked their way through to try and qualify as well as they can for the finals tomorrow. Let's check out some of the action out there on the track. The heats are now complete. The small matter of the finals takes place tomorrow where we'll have live coverage in both sound and vision for you all at home. Make sure you join us here at Franciacorta for the final day of the 2020 ROK Cup Superfinals. You sure don't want to miss it. It's going to be great. welcome to Franciacorta Karts track in northern Italy for day 2 of the 2020 ROK Cup Superfinals. We've just finished day 1. It's been a very, very wet day here with lots of challenges as the drivers have negotiated their qualifying practices and their qualifying heats. It's sure to be a great day of action across the course of not just today but also tomorrow. Let's check out some of the action from this second day here at the 2020 ROK Cup Superfinal. Wow, what a day, what a set of races here at Franciacorta. I hope you've enjoyed the video. I hope you come back soon for tomorrow where we'll have day 3 for more heats and more racing here for the 2020 ROK Cup Superfinal. Hello everybody, welcome back to Franciacorta. It's day 3 of the 2020 ROK Cup Superfinals. Today has all been about heat racing. Yesterday we had the qualifying in the wet conditions. Today it's been fast-paced dry running for all of the drivers as they've worked their way through to try and qualify as well as they can for the finals tomorrow. Let's check out some of the action out there on the track.
Welcome back, everybody, to live coverage of the final day of competition here at the 2020 ROK Cup Superfinal. We are live from Franciacorta karting circuit in northern Italy. My name is Andrew Mather from Double Dash Motorsport Media. Alongside me in the commentary box is Daniele Laspina. Daniele, we have been waiting for this all week. It is finally time for the big ones, the main finals, starting off with our Mini ROK class.
This is the place and the time to be, so I like you to go to the grid, of course. And we'll start with this, the first final of this afternoon, the Mini ROK final. And we'll start to giving the prize, the biggest one of all. With Mini ROK, you see the drivers joining from the pit lane, the grid. Now we'll see Andrew in a few seconds out there. Of course, it's a Mini ROK final, so we are ready to go with this race. It is the first to award the ROK Cup Super Final 2020 trophy. Ready to go. The grid, of course, is going to have Jan Prizrovsky starting from the pole position with Kai Sorensen alongside him on the first row. Then Griffin Peebles and Maciej Gladys in the second row. The Romanian David Juragan right behind them with the other Polish Marcel Kasprzycki. Yesterday in the Mini ROK matches, half of the winner were from Poland. Fourth row with Dries van Langendonk and Andreas Cardenas. Fifth row with Dimitri Matveev and Salim Hernandez. Sixth row with Caleb Grafrar and René Lammerts. Seventh row with Francis Jakla Sota and Alfie Slater. Eighth row with Jacopo Martinez and Kimi Tani. Ninth row with Rafael Paparota and Rafalik Maximilian. Tenth row with Filippo Parmigiani and Ivo Besterda. 11th row with Alexander Yellen and Emanuele Olivieri. 12th row with Faraden Sharabian and David Kozma Christopher. 13th row with Kasper Turobowski and Casey Smith. 14th row with Jensen Burnett and Marcel Kurchkov. 15th row with Mark Bjorkowski and Serafin Deredzinski. 16th row with Liuvi Sambulda and Filippo Pancotti. 17th row with Tristan Young and Mikolai Kenya. So this is the grid, ready to go for the Mini ROK final. It's gonna be a 12 laps race, 12 giri in programma per la Mini ROK, la prima finale di questo pomeriggio, pronti a partire ed assegnare il primo trofeo della ROK Cup Super Final 2020, a staccattare dalla pole position appunto Jan Prizrovsky e Kai Sorensen al suo fianco per la prima fila. And I see, of course, that Andrew is pretty much ready on the grid. Andrew, can you hear me?
I can indeed, Daniele. We're down here on the grid. And this is going to be a really interesting one, I think, because this field, as we mentioned, has been the biggest category of the week so far. So you've got a lot of drivers at the front here who've had the experience of taking a win so far this week. I'm going to go over to pole position and have a chat with Jan Prizrovsky. Jan, you are on pole position for the final. This is exactly where you want to be. How are you feeling ahead of this race?
I don't know about it. I feel fine. I'm a bit stressed, but okay, I guess.
Who do you think is your biggest rival going into this race?
I don't know. There's many people fast, many people good.
Fantastic stuff. Best of luck, Jan, for the race ahead. Let's go over to Kai Sorensen, who was our pole position trophy winner on Thursday. Kai, last time we spoke to you was on Thursday in very wet conditions. You're now in the dry. You've spent a lot of time on the front row this week. How do you think that prepares you for this final?
I don't know, really. I mean, I get to fight with the top drivers, and it prepares me a lot. I know Peebles, Maciek, Jan, Dimitri, I mean all the drivers in the front really, Renee. I mean I mean, all these people have a really good chance of winning. So.
On this circuit, obviously, it's been new to everyone this week. Where do you think is the best opportunity to gain on the competition?
Do I have to leak this? Well, I'm not sure. Going into 2, I think, is a popular place to overtake as well. Also going into turn 5, I think are the main places to pass, and the last hairpin as well.
Fantastic stuff. Best of luck, Kai. Have a good race. Let's go over to P3 on the grid. 34 nations represented. Great to have from Australia here on the grid in P3. Griffin Peebles. Griffin, it's been a good week, so second row of the grid on the inside. How are you feeling ahead of this one?
Feeling good. I feel like I have the speed to have a good result. And yeah, we'll see what will happen.
What have been your favourite conditions so far? Are you preferring these dry ones, or are you liking the wet ones earlier in the week?
I'm slightly going towards the wet, but I'll have to go whatever the track gives me.
Was there anything that you learnt from the trophy races that we saw early? We saw a really competitive one in this class just before the lunch break.
Yeah, it's quite a long race, and it's not over in the first lap. So, yeah, we'll see what will happen.
Well, best of luck, Griffin. Have a good race. I'm just going to cut back to David Dragan here in P5, because David's been having some great races so far this week. David, you've had some good results. You've been there at the front of the field. You've also had to do a lot of overtaking. Starting here from the third row of the grid, you must be pretty confident.
Yeah, it's the first time that I'm in first 5 of the International ROK, and I'm feeling pretty confident about it.
Good stuff. How was the kart feeling this morning in the warm-up session?
It was okay. We tried the new chassis, some new chassis settings, and it worked pretty well.
Good to hear. The Kart Republic driver there. Best of luck. Let's also have a chat. Let's have a chat with Andres Cardenas. Unfortunately, we're going to have to clear the grid. So, Daniele, back up to yourself.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you to all the drivers that give us something, even some advice about the track, even some advice of what we can expect from Mini ROK. But of course, we expected a very tight, close race, because we saw it in the manches of yesterday, and we saw that anyone, literally anyone on the front can win. And there is a very, very impressive how much the Mini ROK drivers can drive alongside the others, right behind, right very near till the end. So the grid once again with Prizrovsky starting from the pole position, with Kai Sorensen on his side on the first row, Griffin Peebles, Gladys Massey right behind them, with David Dragan and Marcel Kaspersky in the third row, Van Ingendonk and Cardenas, Matviv, Hannah Hernandez, Grafrar Lammer. We all see these drivers during the matches of yesterday and on Thursday. They can lead a game, they can race, they can fight, so it's gonna be a very, very tough race, and it's long, 12 laps, as Griffin People says. It's a very long race, 12 laps, so we'll see if we need to stay awake, ready to something to happen till the end. We saw yesterday a bunch of races and it left less than half of a tenth of a second for the winner, so it's gonna be a very, very close one. Sarà una gara molto, molto bella da vedere. Abbiamo visto praticamente tutti i componenti della griglia fino almeno alla quinta, sesta fila tra giovedì e venerdì guidare in parte almeno una gara, essere lì a giocarsi la vittoria in una delle manche della Mini ROK, quindi probabilmente sarà verosimile quello che ci ha detto all'inizio della gara Prizrovsky, che ha detto ad Andrew all'inizio della gara Prizrovsky, ovvero che veramente tutti possono vincere, possono entrare nel computo, e ovviamente vedremo se la situazione sarà così e se ci sarà davvero questa battaglia. La Mini ROK è di sicuro la categoria che abbiamo visto battagliare di più nel corso dei giorni, e quindi probabilmente vedremo lotta anche oggi, anche perché il premio in palio è il più grande. The biggest prize is on the line for this. We saw Mini ROK fighting each other all week long, so it's gonna be very tight race.
And I think there's some nerves down there. I could pick that up from particularly our front row sitters, both of them being quite close to their chests in terms of how they're feeling ahead of this race. I liked that chat with Griffin Peebles. He seemed very much up for this, the driver from Australia. But as I say, I think this could be one of the top races of the day, just because there's so many competitors. You know, I'm looking further down the grid. I'm even looking down to, say, row 5, where you've got Dmitry Matveev there, the Russian, who's been brilliant so far this week. You know, this is going to be a hard, fast race over 12 laps with these young drivers as the formation lap begins.
Here we go on Franciacorta Racetrack. Siamo pronti sul circuito di Franciacorta, pronti ad andare con il giro di formazione. Possiamo apprezzare anche da questa inquadratura la pista, la curva 1 e la curva 2, uno degli posti dove probabilmente ci saranno degli attacchi, dei sorpassi, come diceva Kai Sorensen. Poi la 3 che mette nel budello, la prima mette nel budello, la 4 e la 5 dove vedremo anche tanti duelli, tante situazioni anche che potrebbero tirare fuori dalla gara qualcuno. È stata forse la curva più letale sin qui, in uscita dalla 5 e sulla 6, curva 7 e curva 8, che poi mettono sulla pettine, di fatto sul settore che si ricade su se stesso del circuito di Franciacorta, avanti e indietro con i due rampini che poi mettono sul rettilineo di rimpetto al traguardo, che ha la piega tra virgolette a destra fino poi al rampino che mette definitivamente sulla griglia di partenza. Vediamo se la procedura di partenza è buona per la Mini ROK.
Here we go then for the ROK Cup Superfinal Franciacorta 2020 Mini ROK Final. Jan Przewowski from Poland starts on pole position. Kai Sorensen from the United States of America, P2. Griffin Peebles of Australia, P3. Maciej Gladish of Poland, row 4. 12 laps to decide who is going to be Mini ROK Superfinal champion for 2020. Away we go. It's a great start for the pole side of the grid. It looks like Griffin Peebles got the whole shot with Przewowski and has P2 straight away. Into turn 2 they all go though. 34 karts. Can they all get through? Yes, they can. It's Przewowski from Peebles at the end of the first sector as they head down into turn 5.
Gran partenza subito di Przewowski e anche Peebles che si è inserito ora, però la lotta per la seconda posizione scatta subito nelle primissime curve mentre Przewowski prova ad andare via.
Looks like Sorensen has got back into second place. The American with a great move round the outside there. Through turn 7, really forced his way back in there past Griffin Peebles, who's now down, I think, to P4. The Ford 1-0 has run wide there. That's a bad moment there for David Dragan from Romania. It's still very rough and bumpy and a bit wet down there off circuit, and I think he's going to fall all the way down to probably about 15th place. Here we go then, let's count them through at the end of the first lap here at Franciacorta. It's Jan Przewowski leading from Kai Sorensen, clear by 0.6 of a second ahead of the rest of the field. Maciej Gladish third, Griffin Peebles fourth, Dmitry Matveev from Russia, great start, is up 4 positions to 5th. František Lasota also a great start, up to 6th.
Obviously already a very tough race for the group. You can just made a little mistake and lose a lot of position.
See who else has made moves on early in this race. Jacopo Martinezzi is up 8 positions to 7th at the end of lap 1. Look out for Emanuele Olivieri as well, is trying to make some progress. He's got up to 16th. Not a good first lap for Dries van Langendonk from Belgium. Is down 13 positions into 20th. The hopes of a super final podium for him may be over right here, right now. Leaders coming round to finish lap 2. The two leaders trying to work together at this stage of the race, but being chased down hard by the Polish driver there, Maciej Gladish.
2 giri andati agli archivi, praticamente ormai siamo già all'interno di metà del terzo, con ancora al comando delle operazioni Przewowski davanti a Sorensen. Dietro impazza la battaglia, diversi piloti anche sbagliando di poco perdono tante posizioni, e invece lì davanti Sorensen sta copiando pedissequamente la traiettoria di Przewowski, probabilmente pronto ad attaccarlo.
Caleb Gafrawa from the United States of America is pushing hard. He's up to 7th place and set the fastest lap of the race at 56.408. Looks like he's also got past Lasota now as well for 6th place, so more progress there from the American. down into turn 14 here on lap number 3. Jan Przyrowski continues to lead this final ahead of Kai Sorensen. Maciej Gladish still there in third. And I think Matveev has got up to fourth. Yes, the Russian in the blue and white and red cart there. Dmitry Matveev has got past Griffin Peebles into 5th place, but Ferrara is really pushing. He's just on a 56.147. He's up to 6th place, as we mentioned. He could come into this.
E adesso rischia di essere fuoco alle polveri presto, perché Sorensen forse sperava di scappar via con Przyrowski, però dietro a cominciare da Maciej Gladish non li lasciano scappare più di tanto, quindi probabilmente si ritroveranno addosso il gruppo presto.
Good news as well for Colombia. Salim Hanna Hernandez, who's had a great week so far, has got past René Lammers, son of the great Dutch racer Jan Lammers. You'll see him in the style of racing for Holland colours that we've seen at Le Mans many times. Here he is at Franciacorta, still in that top 10, having that battle with Hanna Hernandez. Grafrara is up into 5th place now, has got past Peebles. He really is pushing this. He's had a quiet week in a way, but has always been there or thereabouts in the middle of the top 10. Is it coming good for the American here in the final? Meanwhile, still at the front, Jan Przyrowski leads from Poland ahead of Kai Sorensen of the United States of America. But Gladish is starting to just reel in 2nd place ever so slightly.
4 giri andati agli archivi e il gruppo, ormai il serpentone, si sta infilando nell'ultimo settore, andando ad aprire il gas fino al rampino e poi a chiudere verso il traguardo. Il kart 613 di Kai Sorensen che si prepara forse ad un attacco, ma soprattutto si gira il casco di Sorensen, che vede alle sue spalle essere arrivati in seguitore. Ormai sono in 3, praticamente 4-5 nel giro di poco.
It really is getting interesting now. Sorensen down the inside, goes for the lead, gets the lead. Brilliant move through turn 2. Now can he push? He's got to push hard now and try and get this gap, because he's aware that the other Polish driver, Maciej Gladish, has closed in, and there's the Russian as well, Dmitry Matveev in the 6.45. This mini ROK final, as we expected, is starting to hot up. Sorensen leads through the technical part of Sector 2. It is so tricky, even in these conditions. Matveev's looking down the inside from 3rd place, has got it. Great move there from the 6.45 of Dmitry Matveev, who's been challenging Kai Sorensen at the front of the grids in the heats all weekend. Hasn't always had the best of results, hence why he started a little bit further down the grid, but a good move there from Matveev has him on the move now up into the podium places.
Eccoli in 5 a passare sul traguardo. In un attimo Przyrowski si trova in 4ª posizione. Ancora l'attacco a trenino, passano in 3, si rimescolano le posizioni. Ora davanti a tutti non c'è più né Przyrowski né Sorensen. Davvero un cambio repentino, e adesso questi 5 rischiano di incendiare ancora di più la gara. C'è spazio per provarci tutti adesso a correre dietro Matveev.
What an incredible move there by Dmitry Matveev. That's got to be one of the best overtakes we've seen here at Franciacorta this week, and it's for the lead in the final of the mini ROK category. Now he looks over his shoulder, sees his competition there. Look at Grafrara there in 3rd place. He's still pushing on really hard. Has a great chance here. We're into the 2nd half of the race now. End of lap 7, 5 to go. Matveev confirmed as your new leader. Przyrowski there in 2nd place. Grafrara in 3rd. Gladish 4th. Sorensen has now been shuffled down into 5th place. Griffin Peebles 6th. Salim Hanna Hernandez is also up to 7th place, by the way. But it's looking like this top 3, they work together, can lock the podium positions out for themselves. Obviously decide who will take the top step on the last couple of laps. Matveev looking quick, lines nice and tidy. Grafrara goes to the move for 2nd place, gets it. Really good move again here in this final, and the American is up to P2 now. Does he feel he has the speed to take on Matveev here? Fastest lap of the race, I think he's still with Grafrara. Yes, it is a 56.087, 4 laps to go. And this is tense, this is really tense, but he's looking for it. Caleb Grafara going down the inside, gets it. Oh, takes the lead brilliantly with a block pass there through turn 2. He's got 3.5 laps to become the super final champion, but down the inside, here comes Przywowski. He takes the lead back. Matt Fee's looking for it down the inside, and Gladish is still there as well. It's now a 4-5 card scrap because Sorensen's back involved in this. This is brilliant stuff.
I saw some yellow flags on the first part of the track. Hope everything is okay.
Oh, big sent down the inside from Matt Feeve. It doesn't work. Przywowski sees it coming, stays out wide. Great defensive driving. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Heading down into turn 14 now. Matt Feeve goes to the inside again. Takes the lead back. Does he? Yes. And I think, was that Gladish following through as well? Yes, it was. So, 3 laps to go here at Franciacorta. Dmitry Matveev leads. Maciej Gladish is there in second. Jan Przywowski third. It's a Poland 2-3 at the moment, with Russia taking the top step. And then the 2 Americans, Sorensen and Grafara, not too far behind.
Allora adesso Matveev, dopo un paio di scambi di spada, è risalito e soprattutto si è preso la testa della corsa davanti ai 2 polacchi, Przywowski e Gladish, con adesso Przywowski che si prende la seconda posizione. Sul connazionale segue da vicino Kai Sorensen, adesso un po' più staccato Caleb Grafrar dopo aver anche condotto per qualche istante la gara. Grafrar che è risalito anche lui parecchio nella classifica, scattava dalla sesta fila.
Grafara is fading, unfortunately. He's dropped back a little bit. There's probably about a half-second gap between 4th and 5th now. He's actually been caught, and is his bumper down as well. Maybe damage on that 640. There's a 3-second penalty for the 658 of Alfie Slater representing Great Britain. So he's about 14th on the road, but won't finish there. 2 laps to go, including the one that we are on. Dmitry Matveev continues to lead from Jan Przywowski. Kai Sorensen is back up to third though. And he is a fighter. Seen some great overtaking from Sorensen so far this week, but he's going to need to pull something pretty special out of that talent bag of his if he's going to win this super final.
Un giro e mezzo al termine, anzi ormai passeranno sul traguardo mentre viene segnalata la technical flag a Caleb Grafrar. Peccato perché perdiamo chiaramente uno dei protagonisti fin qua della gara. Allora resta forse un quartetto d'archi a giocarsi la vittoria, 3 posti per 4 persone sul podio, ma soprattutto il più importante lì in palio, Przywowski, Matveev, Gladish e Sorensen. Era Matveev superato, attaccato dalla 3, dalla 4, poi risponde molto bene Sorensen lì, prova a inserirsi nella lotta, prende almeno la terza posizione, scivola più indietro Gladish, Przywowski lì davanti, eccolo che ritorna però l'altro polacco, Gladish, what a battle till the end.
This is amazing. This is karting at its best. Przywowski still leads from Matveev, and everybody's coming involved in this now as this top 4 battle. Don't rule out Hannah Hernandez there in 5th place. It's going to go down surely to the last couple of corners. We've seen some close finishes in the heats here so far this weekend. There could be another one coming here. Przywowski's going to have to go defensive on Matveev. Sorensen's down the inside, pushes in there for 2nd place, but I think Jan Przywowski's got this for Poland. Round the final corner, Jan Przywowski becomes the 2020 ROK Superfinal Mini ROK champion with a brilliant performance from pole position. It's a win from Kai Sorensen by 0.287 of a second, and get this, Daniele, the top 10 is covered by less than 2 seconds. What a race!
This is what are we talking about since this morning. This is Mini ROK at its best. What a victory for Jan Przywowski. Kai Sorensen fights in the end for this 2nd position. Very, very close to Maciej Gladish taking the 3rd place for so long time behind. Davvero una gara tiratissima come ci aspettavamo, 12 giri veramente tutti col fiato sospeso. Alla fine la spunta Jan Przywowski, il polacco chiude davanti a Kai Sorensen. Lo statunitense recupera all'ultima curva la 2ª posizione e riesce a precedere sul traguardo Maciej Gladish, l'altro polacco di appena 48 millesimi, tutti vicinissimi fino alla 10 sono stati credo in qualcosa come 2 secondi. Era là anche Anna Hernandez pronta a giocarsi per il podio, tutto è stato là fino alla fine. Matt Five era là, ovviamente René Lammers, insomma è stata una gara fantastica, esattamente come le manche che abbiamo vissuto sin qui, ma alla fine l'ha spuntata Jan Przewrowski. Wow, what a race!
What a race, what a way to start, and we've still got another 5 of these to come. Jan Przewrowski then, at least on the provisional timing board. Of course we need to go through scrutineering, all the checks and all the rules and regulations, but there is Jan Przewrowski, your champion in Mini ROK here at Franciacorta. He wins it ahead of Kai Sorensen, who threw everything at that. What a race. Maciej Gladish makes it a Poland 1-3. 2 Polish drivers on the podium here at Franciacorta, and that will please them very much indeed, Team Poland. Salim Hernandez would have hoped to have started a little bit further up the grid, finished P4, but it's a great run there from 10th on the grid. Dmitry Matveev maybe a little bit gutted there because he led that race for so long, in the end finishes in 5th. Franciszek Lasota finishes 6th. Another Polish driver up there at the front of the field. Griffin Peebles 7th, Jacopo Martinezzi 8th. What a drive back from Dries van Langendonk as well. 9th. There is a very happy team with Przewrowski. 10th in the end for Caleb Grafrauer, but as we say, he had the mechanical flag for damage on his kart. Marcel Przewrowski was in 11th place, Iro Becerra in 12th place, David Dragan 30th.
Look at that,
Andres
even the
Cardenas.
junior.
This is what it's about. This is what karting is all about. We love to see this. Congratulations to Jan Przewrowski.
Ready to go in a bunch of minutes, the junior, but they want to congratulate with Jan Przewrowski for this great win.
There's your results. AV Racing, Jan Przewrowski, Mini ROK champion here at the 2020 ROK Cup Super Final. The top 10 covered by 1.7 seconds. What a result that was. David Dragan, Cardenas, Parmigiani, Pavarota, Korkachov, Slater, Olivieri, Lammers, your top 20. Tristan Young's had a difficult week, finishes 21st. Zarefin Kaczynski, 22nd. And even just down there, 33rd, the whole field but one non-finisher covered by just over 30 seconds. Take that, Formula One.
That's impressive.
That's a race. That's a race right there. Wow. We'll keep it locked here on the ROK Cup Super Final. We've still got another 5 races to come. We're going to take a short break before we look at the highlights of that fantastic Mini ROK final. So let's go back to the start then of that Mini ROK final. Great start for the pole side of the grid. Przewrowski being followed through by Griffin Peebles into P2. Kai Sorensen fought his way back up to second place though with a great overtake round the outside. And at this stage, it looked as if this top 2 were on the brinks of breaking away from the rest of the field and making it a battle between themselves. But they were reeled back in. Sorensen went for a big move down the inside into turn 1 and turn 2. Got the lead. 6.48 of Maciej Gladish came into it as well. And it was this 5, joined by Dmitry Matveev, who pulled off this wonder of a move. What an overtake that was, and was followed through by Przewrowski and Caleb Grafrauer. Matveev controlled it in the middle of the race. Grafrauer found his way up into second place, went for a move up the inside. Przewrowski, look at that from Przewrowski, reading that perfectly to get by Matveev as well, then took the lead of the race. Matveev trying to fight back there through sector number 2. It was still this 5, battling all the way. Przewrowski got the lead back. Matveev went for a move into turn 14. He took the lead back. Gladish was up to second at this point as well. But towards the end of this race, as Caleb Grafrauer unfortunately faded, it was 3 wide here. Sorensen round the outside, takes second place, was looking for the move, but into the final corner it was Jan Przewrowski leading. Big send down the inside from Kai Sorensen, caught Matveev out, and Jan Przewrowski from Poland, the became your 2020 ROK Superfinal champion. Scenes in the paddock, just checking that the driver and the cart made the weight. Yes, they did, from that reaction. Daniele's going to head down to the paddock for the trophy presentations for our podium winners there in that final. But what a race. Next up, we'll have the Junior ROK final, which is going to be just as competitive, I'm sure. But just to run through that result for you, once again, Przewowski from Sorensen, Gladish in third, Hannah Hernandez fourth, Matvey fifth, Lasota sixth, Peebles fourth, Martinez in eighth, Van Langendonk in ninth, Grafrara 10th, but with a technical flag which didn't come in for, so there may be a change in the result there. Kasper Zicki was 11th, Becerra 12th, David Dragan in 13th, Adrenas Cardenas from Peru in 14th, Filippo Parmigiani in 15th, Rafael Paprota in 16th, Marcel Korkachov in 17th, Alfie Slater 18th, Emanuele Ovaleri 19th, René Lammers in 20th, Tristan Young 21st, Zarafin Dzerzhinsky in 22nd, David Cosma Christopher in 23rd, Filippo Pancotti in 24th, Jensen Burnett 25th, Alexander Yellen in 26th, Mikolai Kania 27th, Marek Burakovsky in 28th, Casey Enza Smith had a tricky week. The South African finishes in 29th, Kian Farden Sharabian in 30th.
Attention please, entrance Alfuji Racing e Paroli Poland, il parco per me.
Luvui Sambudla in 31st, Kimi Tani from Finland in 32nd, Kasper Turboyski in 33rd, and then one retirement, which was Maximilian Rafalik. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Hope you're enjoying the coverage here of the 2020 ROK Cup Superfinal. Do click that like button on the Facebook page. Give it a share as well on your own pages. Let people know that we're racing and streaming here today at Franciacorta. Make sure you've liked the ROK Cup Global Facebook page as well. If you're enjoying the English commentary, at Double Dash Motorsport Media, our Facebook page as well. Check out all the things we get up to on there. There's the drone over the paddock. We'll have the podium ceremony in a moment. Crowd gathering down there, teams and parents of the drivers, photographers as well. I think I can just about see Daniele running in there to perform this podium ceremony for our Mini ROK final here at Franciacorta. See the trophies there, the hats provided by the tyre supplier. Well, we saw some emotion for the Mini ROK trophy race with some drivers who'd had hard weeks coming through to get top three results and being overwhelmed with those results. I think we're going to see even more of that down there in this podium, because this really has been a fierce class throughout the week. 8 groups of drivers fighting their way through 12 heats just to get into that super final, and then of course the super final, as you saw, over those pulsating 12 laps. I think we are just about ready for things down there in the paddock on the podium, so we're going to head down to the podium, and Daniele Laspina, who will take you through it for our podium presentation for the Mini ROK category.
Finishing up fourth, representing Colombia, Salim Hanna Hernandez. Finishing third, representing Poland, Maciej Gladys. Finishing second, representing United States of America, Kai Sorensen. And here he is, your ROK Cup Superfinal Mini ROK champion, representing Poland, Jan Prizrowski. So please stand up for the Poland national anthem. Raise up the cup, guys. Raise up the trophies. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. You can leave the podium. Thank you. Put down the trophies. Thank you.
Masz zostawić puchar. Ej, puchar zabierz, Andrzej!
Facciamo, mi hanno detto 2 minuti ancora.
Ok, ah sì. E dov'è? Vale sul palco. Dall'alto e basta.
Well, a great podium ceremony down there in the paddock. Well done to Jan Prizrowski, a very popular winner there for Poland. Next coming up is our junior rock final. I think we are going to try and catch I think we're going to try and catch Jan Prizrowski and have an interview with him down there on the in the paddock. So we may cut away to that very, very briefly. But just to go over a bit of housekeeping, next up is our junior rock final. This will be of 16 laps for the junior rock competitors. Let's have a quick run through the grid for that final, just to get you all up to speed with it. On pole position will be Enzo De Ligny. alongside on the front row will be Andrea Ladina. Jacob Douglas and Leonardo Magna go from row number 2. Eliska Babichkova and Marek Skrivan will be on row 3. Miguel Costa and Franciszek Halatnik on row 4. Bartosz Grishak will be on row 5 alongside Manuel Sconomilio. Row 6 will be Hugo Elha and Bartolomiej Pietkutowski on row 6. Row 7 will have Andrea Vibriandit and Ricardo Yaniello. Even Dominguez, who won a heat earlier in the week, goes from row number 8 alongside Mario Pervalescu. Federico Desiderio will start on row 9 alongside Jesse Alejandro Carrasquedi Pareda, who was part of a fantastic heat yesterday in changeable conditions, as we head back down to the podium.
Pass!
The trophy presentation for the highest finishing female driver in Mini ROK, Matilda Patz, with that fantastic drive through the field in the trophy race earlier today.
We call Dries van Langendonk to the podium for the award for the fastest lap. Ladies and gentlemen, the fastest lap of the Mini ROK race with 56.077, Dries van Langendonk.
Attention please, category Mini ROK, entrant and driver 690, Kobiela Oliviere Vucarte Racing Team in the podium area. I repeat, category Mini ROK, entrant and driver 690, Kobiela Oliviere Vucarte Racing Team in the podium area.
Dries van Langendonk, everybody.
Back with us here in the commentary box. Let's just wrap up that Junior ROK final grid before we head back down to the podium area. Darius Lucian Babiwani will be on row number 10 alongside Davide Marconato, who was very quick in the very wet conditions at the start of the week. Alexander Panev will start on row 11 alongside Franciszek Chapler. AJ Arnold, representing Great Britain, will start on row number 12 alongside Antonio Abate. Mark Schipos for Romania starts alongside Germany's Noah Engler on row 13. Maximilian Schleimer will be going from row 14 alongside Giorgio Bassoli. Row 15, Giuseppe Guerreri starts alongside Mattia Caminiti. Row 16 has Romania's Tudor Tudorici alongside Eliseo Dono. And the last row of the grid, row number 17, will have Matthias Pizzjako and Petra Babichkova. So 2 Babichkovas in this final for Junior ROK, which will be coming up shortly. We'll have the pre-grid as well. Daniele will be having a little chat with some of the drivers. Keep comments coming in. I can see a lot of supports coming in for Jan Prusowski, and that win for Poland, a very popular result indeed. Well earned as well. Well done to Jan Prusowski in that race. Support coming in for Caleb Grafrara. Great race, Caleb. You made it exciting. And they were sure that you were there. They were indeed. So keep those comments coming in, and if you're enjoying the commentary as well, at Double Dash Motorsport Media, at Double Dash MM on Twitter as well, for all of your messages.
lo sa neanche lui.
Cade subito il podio, no, portava neanche.
Chi è Daniele?
È lui Daniele.
Qui ma non ha l'auricolare.
Forse c'ha l'auricolare.
Adesso se lo mette.
Forse l'ha spento. Facciamo di nuovo. C'è ora. Rifanno il podio.
Cosa fanno?
Rifanno il podio.
Ma qui c'è un podio, finale B, non so veramente. Fanno un altro podio.
Hanno cambiato le coppe.
Adesso aspetta.
Era o così o ROK solo.
So Andrew, we are here from the podium because we have an update about the Singa Trophy from this morning, Mini ROK class, of course. We have a little bit of change after the race direction, change the final result. So our winner is Enzo Tarvanichko still. OSK Jeremy in the second place, and Luca Savo complete the podium with third place. So if this is the change, Andrew, there's a lot of to do for the race direction.
Well, that news coming in then that the result of the ROK Cup Superfinal Mini ROK Singer Trophy race has been amended. So I assume that means that is why the trophies are back out on the podium to perform the podium ceremony for the second time and make sure that we get all the press photos done. Not aware in the commentary box as to the reason of that change, but I'm sure as soon as we find out from race control we will let you know. You can see the grid forming up also outside our commentary box window for the Junior ROK final, due to start around 1300 hours local time, so some 11 minutes from now. Remember, Enzo Deligny on pole position for that one, Andrea Ladina alongside on the front row, and I think we've got our drivers coming up now for the Mini ROK Singer Trophy the trophy race podium.
Winner for the Singa Trophy Mini ROK class, representing Thailand, Enzo Tarvanichko. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys.
So Enzo Tarvanichkul there, our winner in the Mini ROK Singer Trophy race earlier on today here at Franciacorta. You're watching live coverage of the 2020 ROK Cup Superfinal here on Facebook. Thank you for joining us here on this Saturday afternoon, or maybe morning, depending on where you are in the world, or evening. As we say, we've got our Junior ROK final coming up very, very soon. And this should once again be a great race. 34 drivers have qualified through to this final, with a great number of nations represented from as far away as Brazil and New Zealand and Lithuania and Portugal, Mexico, Great Britain, Russia, Italy, the host nation of course, Romania and France. This is a good chance for France to get a top step of the podium with their driver on pole position here, Enzo Deligny. But a class that have had a lot of challenges as well, not just of the COVID-19 variety. They also had yesterday a very interesting set of heats in a situation where they had a drying track and it was all on tyres. Some of them ran with wet tyres, were very strong early in the race. Some of them ran with dry tyres, and that was the tyre to be on yesterday. It really, really did shake up this grid and gave us the result that we've got here. It's more about consistency and keeping yourself at the front, because there have been drivers who've won heats but not had good results in other heats of theirs and have ended up a little bit further down the grid. I look at the example of Manuel Sconomilio down on row number 5. Andrea Ladina there just being talked through by the race director as a front row starter what he needs to do. I'm just looking out for Daniele and see if he is down on the grid there and I think he is, and I think he is just about ready to have a chat with some of our drivers. Daniele, over to you.
Yes, I'm here on the grid, of course. Andrew, thank you for the line. And as we see Enzo Deligny on the grid, but of course you see a fantastic grid once again. He's ready to go with a lot of drivers that could easily take the lead and take the win. Leonardo Megna on my left, of course Jacob Douglas on my right. They are ready to go. They are good in the matches of yesterday, so they're ready to go. But of course, let's hear from the first row. In the first row we have Ladina starting from the second place and our poleman Enzo Deligny, as you said. Let's see if we can hear something from Ladina. Of course, just a few seconds of advice right before the race. The race is going to be in this perfect condition. I guess today will be for every race, so this is going to be important. We have almost to clear the track, so just a few seconds with Ladina. Ladina, allora, una gara che sarà difficile, però parti dalla seconda posizione, è una buona occasione e bisogna cercare di sfruttarla fin dalle prime curve.
Sì, cercherò di sfruttare questa occasione partendo in prima fila e speriamo in bene.
Ti piace questo tracciato? Dove pensi di poter fare la differenza?
Sì, mi piace molto questo tracciato, infatti anche da lunedì mi sono trovato bene e no, mi piace.
Buona fortuna allora, grazie mille. Of course he likes his track and is going to try to do his best to capitalize on this second place. And of course here with the poleman Enzo Deligny. Enzo, a good chance for you, but there's also the pressure to be on the pole position.
Yeah, it's really stressful, but we have a really good speed, and I'm confident we can battle for the lead.
You've been fast for all the week, so we expected you to be fast even better today.
Yeah, I think we nailed the engine and the chassis, and hopefully I drive really good, and that'll give us a really good chance to win.
Best of luck, Enzo. Best of luck to all the drivers. We have to clear the track in a few moments, Andrew. So here's to you. We're ready with this race, with the Superfinal of the ROK Cup.
Thank you very much, Daniele. these drivers with a bit more experience, there was more of a sense of calm there than we perhaps saw with the Mini ROK drivers, where there was a lot of nerves. 8-2-8 there, Eliska Babičková. This is a really interesting race for Eliska, and starting from the third row of the grid is a good opportunity to get a strong result here. Top 5 will be given trophies at the end of the race. There is Franciszek Halatnik, the driver from Poland, will start this race from the outside of row number 4. Manuel Sconamilio has been very quick this weekend, starts from the 5th row. What about Marek Skrivan from Czechia? Is a bit of a dark horse, I'd say, for this one, but has positioned himself very well there on the 3rd row of the grid. Miguel Costa from Brazil, looking for a great result here. In fact, once again, same as in our Mini ROK race, any one of these drivers could take a trophy home. This is going to be a brilliant race, I'm sure. The grid being cleared then ahead of this Junior ROK final. There is your grid. Enzo Deligny on pole position, Andrea Ladina alongside on the front row. Douglas and Megna on row 2, Babičková and Skrivan on row number 3, Costa and Halatnik row 4, Grisak and Sconamilio on row number 5. Daniele is going to be joining me up in the commentary box in a few moments' time. Crew members making their way back to pit lane. There's Enzo Deligny. Apologies, I said was registered for France earlier. Of course, he's got the American flag on his kart there, which he was running earlier in the week. So that's a bit of a timing issue if you're spotting that on the timing board. But there is Jacob Douglas, who again has been really strong this week, the driver from New Zealand, and Andrea Ladina as well. That's why he's on the front row. 1 minute to go then for our runners in the Junior ROK final. 34 of them. Daniele rejoins me in the commentary box. I thought there was a greater sense of calm there. Obviously, we've got more experienced drivers here, our juniors, than the Mini ROKs we saw before. They've probably been in this situation as they've come through the ranks before if they're at the front of the grid, but still a lot riding on this race.
Definitely. The answer of Enzo Deligny starting from the pole is stressful, but it was like, okay, it is what it is, but it's the poleman's. But I'm the poleman, so I have to be in this situation, and of course, it's the perfect situation to try to capitalize on that.
Enzo Deligny will take a good amount of confidence, I think, into this, not just because he's had pole position here, or has pole position in this race, but we've just seen a pole position holder win out their final in the Mini ROK category, so it shows it can be done. Formation lap underway then here at Franciacorta. This is your Junior ROK final here at the 2020 ROK Cup Superfinal. There's a couple of drivers not getting away. Is one of them Ladina? Is that Andrea Ladina, who looks quite panicked now? Is that the 858? I think it is. So drama already here in this final. It looks, if I'm not mistaken, no, it is. It is the 858. What a shame. The driver due to start on the front row of the grid in probably the biggest race he's had this year, I think is out. That is a tremendous shame. Do give him a big round of applause, everybody, if you're listening around the circuit, because he's had a fantastic week. But Andrea Ladina, unfortunately, is out of this race even before it started. That, Daniele, is gutting.
Davvero sfortunato, davvero un grosso applauso, un abbraccio a distanza in tutti i sensi per Andrea, che è stato sfortunatissimo. Meritava, dopo il weekend che ha fatto, di essere parte della corsa. Intanto la procedura di partenza è da ripetere.
False start, formation lap will be commenced again. Great view that we have here at Franciacorta. I just want to praise whoever designed this commentary box. Has done it in exactly the right spots, because we can see the race director, we can see the start gantry from where our position is. So if that was you, if from an Englishman who doesn't always get this. Thank you very much.
Prego, prego, anzi grazie allo staff del circuito di Franciacorta che ci ha messo davvero nelle situazioni ideali per il lavoro che dobbiamo svolgere qui oggi, e soprattutto ti svelo questo segreto, in realtà è la race direction che ci vuole tenere sempre sott'occhio. It is the race direction they want to watch us all along, because they are not
make sure that we're doing our job.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Absolutely.
I don't blame him. The boss man there out on the gantry. 16 laps then for our Junior ROK category to decide who is going to be the 2020 ROK Cup Super Final Junior ROK champion. We've already lost Andrea Ladina. It'll be interesting to see what Leonardo Magna does now from grid number 4. Away we go then for this race. Great start from Deligny. It looks like Jacob Douglas has followed through into the second position. All of them going through turns 1 and turn 2 now. It is another clean start here at Franciacorta. They're heading down into turn 5.
Partenza ottima di Enzo Deligny, poi Jacob Douglas si è inserito bene in partenza. Leonardo Magna che si è ritrovato appaiato al poleman, non è riuscito ad approfittarne probabilmente come voleva. Vediamo un po' di aggressività nei carta dietro, ma direi che tutto è filato liscio in partenza.
Calm start then from the Junior ROK drivers. There is the 848. Enzo Deligny from the United States of America leads this race early on as they go through this last corner, which is an absolutely brilliant corner if you ask me. Over start finish. Confirmed. Deligny from Douglas. Babičkova there in 3rd place. Miguel Costa's had a great start. The Brazilian is up to 4th place. Halatnik 5th. Grizak in 6th. Scriban in 7th. Leonardo Magna, unfortunately, has fallen 5 places. He's down to 9th already. And Andrea Ladina, as we know, is already out of this race. Although he's now scoring on timing, so maybe running again. We'll check in a few moments' time.
What a great opportunity for Eliska Babičkova too, that is now in 2nd place with a great attack. He was not faster for the whole week, but he was also constant to be here.
So Jacob Douglas takes the lead, but Eliska Babičkova goes for the lead and
She's
gets it!
on fire!
Absolutely brilliant for Babičkova. The Czech Republic lead here at Franciacorta. Eliska Babičkova with a fantastic move, and I think we're going to see that more and more as the inside line rubbers up across the course of the day. We didn't see it as much over the first 2 days because, as we say, we had treacherous wet conditions on Thursday, drying conditions throughout the whole of Friday. But Eliska Babičkova in the 828 leads now. It's this 3. They are clear, or as I say, they were clear, that Miguel Costa's closing in there, but down the inside once again. Here comes Deligny. Deligny retakes the lead. Douglas follows through. So the history books will show that there's not very much overtaking on that lap, but of course we here right now will know that it was a very, very exciting lap. But what that's done, Daniele, that has encouraged both Miguel Costa and Bartosz Grysiak into this battle. It's now 5 going for the lead.
Chiaramente la bagarre che si è innescata lì davanti fra Deligny, Douglas e Babičkova si è trasformata adesso in una guerra a 5, con praticamente coinvolta tutta la fila sinistra della griglia di partenza. Fuoco alle polveri, sono arrivati anche Miguel Costa e Bartosz Grysiak.
Eliska Babičkova with a big move down the inside there, retakes 2nd place. Douglas has been shuffled back. Here comes the 809 of Miguel Costa! Oh, there's a crash there. Babičkova is involved, and is she still running? Yes. But who else was that getting caught out? I think it was Grysiak. Grysiak has fallen down the order as well. Both drivers okay. Oh, but that has ruined Eliska Babičkova's final. She is out of this one, unfortunately.
That's a pity, because she was so fast during all the weekend. She adapted to the wet, to the dry conditions. She was very, very fast, and she was there for the victory too.
Fallen down to 22nd place has Babičkova. What a shame. Enzo Deligny continues to lead this race. Miguel Costa is up to 2nd place, under investigation. Number 8 8.58. And a warning flag as well for 8.55. The 8.58 being Andrea Ladina. As Andrea Ladina is running. Andrea Ladina is running currently in 18th place. But I wonder, has there been some procedural error there? As you say, Medina was pushed away from the grid. We'll have to check on that. But back with the front, Deligny leads from Costa. Halatnik now third, Douglas fourth, Janiello, Riccardo Janiello. What a race so far, has gone up 9 positions. Daniele is sat in 5th place and very, very quick. Janiello is part of this is a good chance.
Janiello è pronto a lottare e partiva dalla 14ª piazza, quindi davvero una grande partenza per lui, un grande inizio di gara e adesso si può giocare le sue carte. Occhio ad Halatnik qua che entra e si prende una posizione. E allora la nuova classifica è Deligny, Halatnik, Costa, Douglas, Janiello.
Miguel Costa, great switch back there, retakes 2nd place away from Halatnik. Halatnik slots there into 3rd, Jacob Douglas still in 4th, but these 3 drivers, Daniele, they need to get themselves organised because they're giving Enzo Deligny, the American, half a second at the moment out there at the front of the field. They can't afford to do that at this stage of the race. Through sector 2, this technical area where you've got to be so precise with where you place the car, where you get on the brakes, where you get on the power. That's expertly done by all of these junior drivers. We've got the best rockers in the world here at Franciacorta this weekend. Down the inside goes Halatnik, goes to the move and takes 2nd place, and off the road is Miguel Costa, who's got back on it, dragged a lot of debris back on. If that was yesterday, that would have been him out of the race, but it's a lot drier now in the grassy parts of this circuit, thankfully. We're on lap 8. We'll be halfway through this final at the end of this one. Great shots here from the drone cam as they go down into turn 5. You can see how hard the drivers are on the brakes there, squirreling away. And the 8.46 of Janiello is really on the move here. Daniele, he's now up to 3rd.
Terzo posto conquistato con un gran sorpasso da parte di Janiello, che sembra davvero indiavolato vicini al giro di boa della gara, però questa bagarre sta un po' favorendo Enzo Deligny, che si è preso un margine di vantaggio discreto. Ancora Janiello che è al tornantino prima del rettilineo, si prende la 2ª posizione. Ora vediamo se Janiello ne ha veramente di più e può guidare il terzetto a riprendere lo statunitense.
Riccardo Janiello is up to 2nd place and is closing in. Could a very special victory for the host nation happen here at Franciacorta? The gap is 0.9 of a second, but look at, he is pulling away. He's pulling away and leaving Halatnik and Douglas behind. This is not what I expected. I'm going to be honest, Daniele. He's had a quiet week, but in this final, Riccardo Janiello has come alive there in the 8.46. He's just set the fastest sector 2 of anybody in the race so far. What is the gap going to be? It's probably going to be about, what, 0.6 of a second? Maybe less.
Maybe less.
0.5. Yeah. 0.5. Janiello's got this. He has got a chance here of closing in on Enzo Deligny and taking a victory for Italy.
Mezzo secondo ancora di vantaggio residuo per Deligny su Janiello, che è davvero indiavolato. Ha fatto più 12 rispetto alla sua posizione di partenza, ma vuole fare come al Totocalcio, vuole fare 13 perché vorrebbe dire mettersi davanti a tutti al comando di questa gara quando mancano ormai praticamente 6 giri al termine di questa gara della Junior ROK. Dietro di lui ormai hanno un po' mollato il colpo rispetto ad avere il suo ritmo sia Halatnik che Costa, e quindi rischia di essere roba sua lì davanti a giocarsela con Deligny. Prova a fargli segno di seguirlo.
Enzo Deligny looked in shock there as he checked over his shoulder and saw Riccardo Janiello there. He did not expect that. Janiello has closed in on him. He's about 0.4 a lap quicker than him at the moment as we're here on lap number 11 down into turn 5. He's too far back there to have a go, but he's got plenty of time here. Best lap of the race so far has come in from Antonio Abate there, 50.434. Still great battle going on for 3rd place as well between Franciszek Halatnik and Jacob Douglas. Leonardo Megna, meanwhile, has fought his way back up onto the podium, the minor place there in 5th. But Jesse Alejandro Casquedi Pareda, the Mexican driver who's pushing him hard, is up 12 positions so far, down into the hairpin. You can see how this racetrack, I love this track, it's my first time here, but I've fallen in love with this place because it promotes great racing. And here he goes, Janiello down the outside, is taking the lead. Italy lead here in the 2020 ROK Cup Superfinal, Junior ROK Final. Riccardo Janiello has come from 14th on the grid and leads with 4.5 laps to go. Remarkable.
In testa alla gara Riccardo Janiello, che si è preso il comando e adesso cerca anche fin da subito di imporre un ritmo che Enzo Deligny dovrà provare a copiare per mantenere vive le speranze di stargli davanti alla bandiera a scacchi. Davvero una grande gara fino a qui di Riccardo Janiello, che ora passerà per la prima volta sul traguardo al comando della corsa con 4 giri al termine qui sul tracciato di Franciacorta.
Enzo Deligny has got to find something special here if he's going to retake the lead, because at the moment he is starting to be dropped. Janiello is pulling away just as he did to Halatnik and Douglas and everybody else that he's overtaken in this race. Enzo Deligny is holding on through sector number 2. He's got to stay in that slipstream. He's got to give himself a chance. He is closing up a little bit through sector number 2. We said at the top of the show that the karts we've seen across the week set up very much for one of 2 areas. Do you go for the high-speed sections as they're on now through sector number 3? Do you go for that tighter, twistier section through sector number 2, down into the hairpin? Deligny is now getting on terms with Janiello's pace. 3 laps to go. Who wins this? Cannot call it at the moment. The lap times last time around, 50.959 for Janiello, 51.055 for Deligny. Still this, oh, in fact, what's happened there to Jacob Douglas? Jacob Douglas is missing a front bumper, surely, yes. Meatball flag is out, the mechanical flag is out there for the 832. He's got to come in because that is a major safety issue for the New Zealander. He has to pit. 2.5 laps to go.
E quindi perderemo dall'equazione Jacob Douglas, che vedete girare senza musetto, l'ha completamente perso. Davvero un grosso peccato, perché era lì a giocarsi il podio insieme a Franciszek Halatnik. Invece adesso dovrà tornare nella corsia dei box. Technical flag for lui.
Yeah, he's coming in. He has to come in. That is such a shame for Jacob Douglas. Unfortunately, that Charles Leclerc sponsored machine has seen better days, and his final is over. That will promote Leonardo Magna up to 4th place, and Jesse Alejandro Casquedi Pareda from Mexico into the top 5. Still though with these 2 leaders. Janiello ahead of Deligny, 1.5 laps to go. The pace getting quicker all the time, and it doesn't matter what Deligny throws at Janiello, Janiello responds. There is Jacob Douglas, sadly out of this race. That is a real shame, one of the stars of this 2020 ROK Cup Superfinal. But Daniele, we're going on to the last lap now, and we are 1 lap away from a host victory here in Junior ROK.
I think so, because Riccardo Janiello is on the front, and now it is the last lap. Ultimo giro per Riccardo Janiello, che non è scappato via, ma ha piano piano costruito un vantaggio, un cuscinetto di vantaggio sufficiente adesso a metterlo in condizioni di non preoccuparsi eccessivamente di Enzo Deligny, che prova a inseguirlo vanamente ancora per quanto riguarda le ultime curve, prova ancora a cercare di andargli più vicino possibile, ma adesso è rettilineo, poi sarà il tornantino ed è pronto a prendere la bandiera a scacchi Riccardo Janiello. Ultima curva, ultimi metri per il kart 846 che va a vincere la Superfinal di questa ROK categoria Junior. Riccardo Janiello, che gara per lui, dietro di lui Enzo Deligny, e poi arriva Franciszek Halatnik a completare il podio.
What a race from 14th on the grid. Riccardo Janiello becomes your 2020 ROK Cup Superfinal champion in Junior ROK. and the Italian national anthem will play out here today at Franciacorta. An incredible drive, and he is overcome. I don't think he quite believes what's happened there. He wins by 0.8 of a second ahead of Enzo Deligny. Franciszek Halatnik for Poland, another podium for Poland there in third. Leonardo Megna fourth. Andrea Ledina is classified now. We've got to be sure here because he is under investigation. Andrea Ledina, I'm seeing on my screen, classified in fifth. That is remarkable. 3 Italian drivers in the top 5 here in Junior ROK. What a drive from Andrea Ledina. The disappointment having not been able to get off the start, had to start pretty much from the back, and has finished in 5th. Ivan Dominguez in 6th.
It's probably that if there's going to be a penalty under investigation, Andrea Ledina is for rejoining the race. So whatever it was, it is a great result. To be here, to be there in 5th position.
Let's run down the rest of the order as the drivers come in for the post-race checks. Ivan Dominguez finishes in 6th, 7th for Jesse Alejandro Casquedi Pereda, who's been a star this weekend for me. The Mexican driver, especially his race yesterday in the drying conditions, trying to hold off drivers with the better tyre. Miguel Costa finished in 8th, another star this week for me. In 8th, there is Halatnik, your 3rd place driver. 9th place and top female driver will be Andrea Vibrianti from Lithuania. Antonia Abati is in 10th. Federico Desiderio is in 11th. Marek Scrivan in 12th. Davide Marcanato 13th. Eliska Babichkova. I feel really sorry for Babichkova because that could have been completely different if there'd not been that incident early in the race, but it's 14th for Babichkova. Giorgio Basoli in 15th, Darius Babirani in 16th, Maximilian Schleimer in 17th, AJ Arnold had a really up and down week and finishes in 18th. That's a great effort for the driver from Great Britain. Mario Pervalescu in 19th, Mark Shippos in 20th, Noah Engler 21st, Tudor Tudoraci in 22nd, Bartolomei Piatkowski in 23rd, Alicia Dono 24th, up 8 positions in that final. Franciszek Schapler in 25th, Mateusz Pitschako 26th, another drive from the back of the grid there. 27th for Petra Babichkova, Mattia Kameniti in 28th, and then quite a few drivers didn't finish that race. It was all going on behind, and there were quite a few big ones as well. Jacob Douglas, as we saw, lost a front bumper. Hugo Howard, the driver from France, also retired. Manuel Sconomilio retired as well. Bartosz Grishak 32nd, Alexander Paniev and Giuseppe Guerrieri. Another great final, Daniele, and it's going to be quite special down there on the podium for Riccardo Ianiello.
Yeah, definitely is. Davvero un bel risultato per Riccardo Iannello. Sarà anche un podio da festeggiare al meglio, ovviamente, perché ha fatto davvero una gara, un garone, ecco, nel vero senso della parola, riuscendo a rimontare tutti quanti, a prendersi una vittoria che adesso avrà un sapore dolce, dolcissimo per Riccardo Ianiello, che è riuscito appunto a imporsi davanti a tutti gli altri. Enzo Deligny, altra gara solida e ottima. Vedremo comunque anche lui sul podio insieme a Franciszek Halatnik, Leonardo Megna e Andrea Ledina, aspettando ovviamente il responso dei giudici.
Attenzione prego, categoria Junior ROK, concorrente conduttore 812 dai commissari sportivi. Attention please, category Junior ROK.
So of course now the post-race weight ceremony and the post-race, of course, technical verify, of course, still very happy. Riccardo Ianiello. And of course, after all the post-race things they have to do, we wait for you at the podium for this Junior ROK final, super final, I should say. He's going to award the championship title to Riccardo Ianniello. The 16 laps race was awesome, and I simply cannot wait to see what's still to go. What's up next? Of course, the Expert and Expert Plus race. We have a mixed race with the two classes, and of course yesterday and on Thursday we saw that there's quite no difference between them. They can race together, they can race very well together. We saw a bunch of Expert Plus doing a very well job between fighting with the Expert, and of course we are talking about the Expert, as the name says, and the race are far from over till the end. So of course we have there a dominator in Renato Jader David, but anything can happen on race day. We just saw that, so let's see what happened.
Oggi mica vado a mettermi davanti.
Davvero una gara entusiasmante, un'altra gara entusiasmante dopo quella della Mini, quella della Junior. Ovviamente fra poco aspettiamo tutti i piloti che sono arrivati nelle prime posizioni al podio per la celebrazione appunto del podio e l'assegnazione dei trofei e dei premi della Junior ROK per questa ROK Cup Superfinal 2020 a Franciacorta. Chiaramente procedono anche i lavori di pulizia, un po' di terra finita sul tracciato, magari con qualcuno uscito, ovviamente il furgone che va a recuperare i kart che non hanno completato la corsa. E colgo l'occasione allora per ringraziare i veri indispensabili di queste giornate, ovvero i commissari di pista, senza i quali non si potrebbe correre. Il gran lavoro fatto durante tutto il weekend di questa manifestazione passa anche ovviamente attraverso il loro lavoro importantissimo. La festa vicino alla Pesa per Ianniello, che finalmente è arrivato, e chiaramente la felicità anche dei compagni delle altre categorie, compagni di scuderia. Gran vittoria, ora lo aspettiamo al podio chiaramente. Per le celebrazioni. Subito rapito per andare al podio Ianniello, giustamente, per festeggiare la sua vittoria come si deve, con il trofeo e tutto il resto. Junior ROK allora agli archivi, e devo dire che non solo oggi ma nel corso di tutta la manifestazione ci ha regalato davvero tante emozioni e tante gare tirate e belle fino all'ultimo, con tanti colpi di scena, tanti iscritti anche nelle varie manche, quindi si sono alternati in pista, incrociandosi nelle sfide a gruppi nei giorni precedenti, nelle manche di qualificazione della giornata di ieri e di giovedì. E chiaramente la cosa ha creato un mix esplosivo. Junior ROK allora agli archivi, insieme così come la Mini ROK. Ecco gli highlights della gara con la Junior ROK che parte subito orfana di Andrea Lavina, che scattava dalla seconda posizione. Enzo Dellini scatta invece più forte di tutti e si mette al comando della corsa con Jacob Douglas che lo segue. Parte una lotta a tre tra Jacob Douglas, Enzo Dellini ed Eliska Babičková, che si inserisce e si mette anche davanti a tutti, provando a dettare il passo, cercando di conquistare la testa di una corsa sempre in bilico fino alla fine. La trova Eliska Babičková fino a che non viene messa fuori gioco suo malgrado da un contatto insieme a Bastos Rivčak, che appunto li toglie entrambi dall'equazione. A quel punto rinviene da dietro Riccardo Ianniello, che piano piano recupera terreno e recupera anche posizioni, andando a recuperare Francisco Alatnik, Jacob Douglas appunto, insieme e dopo aver scavalcato anche Michael Costa si
mette in testa di andare lì davanti a fare lui quello che nessuno stava riuscendo a fare, ossia ad andare a prendere senza paura Enzo Deligny. Giro dopo giro ha battuto il distacco che lo separava dal pilota statunitense ed è andato a agganciarlo in cima alla corsa, poi in fondo al rettilineo si toglie dalla sagoma del suo avversario, sorpassa e da lì non molla più la presa, inizia ad andare forte, fortissimo per cercare di tenere la distanza. Alla fine funziona, perché a vincere è proprio il pilota italiano Riccardo Ianniello, che può festeggiare il podio davanti a Deligny e davanti a Dalatnik, che nel finale si vede privato anche del duello, visto che Jacob Douglas deve ritirarsi per il paraurti mancante. E poi può partire la festa per Riccardo Ianniello, nuovo ROK Cup Superfinal Champion. È insomma una gara davvero tirata, davvero piena di colpi di scena. Abbiamo perso anche un po' di protagonisti per strada, chissà nel mix esplosivo cosa sarebbero riusciti a fare i vari Babišková, i vari Griswiak, i vari Ladina, certamente, che è riuscito a rimontare pur poi partendo de facto dalla pit lane. Could have been even a more interesting race with all the drivers we lost through the path, with guys like Jacob Douglas, guys like Bartosz Griswiak, Eliska Babišková, of course, and Andrea Ladina. They started from the second place, was there. Probably there's something for the judges to check on. Let's see if we can see what's happening. Let's see if we already we see that it's all set for the podium for the ROK Cup Superfinal Junior ROK class. Here we go. And as far as we understand, that's Ivan Dominguez for the 5th place.
In 4th place, representing Italy, Leonardo Regna. Finishing in 3rd position, driver of the 803, representing Poland, Franciszek Halatnik. The runner-up this year in the 2020 ROK Cup Superfinal for Junior ROK, representing France and the United States of America, Enzo Deligny. But your winner of the 2020 ROK Cup Superfinal Junior ROK Final from 14th on the grid, overtaking 13 drivers in 16 laps, representing the host nation Italy, Riccardo Ianniello.
La festa per Riccardo Ianniello e ora sentiremo anche gli inni.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you are able, please stand for the Italian national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause for our top 5 in the Junior Rock Final. Drivers, please lift your trophies for the photography. Thank you, everybody. A huge round of applause once again for our top 5 in the Junior Rock Final.
E allora, di nuovo complimenti a Riccardo Ianiello, Enzo Delegni, Franciszek Alatnik, Leonardo Megna e Ivan Dominguez. I primi 5 classificati della Junior Rock in questa Rock Cup Superfinal. In una gara che è stata appunto piena di colpi di scena e soprattutto, insomma, probabile che sia l'antipasto di quello che verrà davvero ancora più interessante. So, once again, congratulations on Riccardo Iannello, Enzo Delegni, Franciszek Halatnik, Leonardo Megna e Jan Dominguez for the race for the top 5 place of this Junior Rock class in this Rock Cup Superfinal 2020.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our trophy presentation for the fastest lap in the Junior Rock Final. Please give a big round of applause from Italy, Antonio Abate.
Antonio Abate, decimo nono nella graduatoria finale con il miglior giro della corsa.
Congratulations, Antonio, with a time of 50.438, the best lap in the Junior Rock Final.
The fastest lap in the Junior Rock. This Junior Rock race for Antonio Abate. It's 50.438.
L'ha detto prima che... Bisogna dirlo al responsabile redazione.
E allora, queste le premiazioni per la Junior Rock, manca ovviamente la premiazione per la miglior ragazza sulla linea del traguardo.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the trophy presentation for the Lady Rock winner in the Junior Rock Final. Finishing in 9th place overall and representing Lithuania, Andrea Vibriantite.
Ed ecco, Andrea Vibrantite chiude nono posto, forse ottavo dopo la penalità per la Dina. In ogni caso la miglior ragazza in pista di questa Junior Rock si prende giustamente la vittoria di questa gara, di questa categoria. Pilota proveniente dalla Lituania. 34 nazioni rappresentate in queste Rock Cup Superfinal da tutte le parti del mondo, da tutti i continenti.
Oh, è finito, mi mollate o sto qui una settimana?
Ed ecco finite insomma le premiazioni per la categoria Junior Rock. Allora fra poco aspettiamo anche la griglia di partenza con Andrew, che sarà in pre-griglia. So it's over for Junior Rock. Award ceremony. Let's see. In a few minutes, we're ready with the expert in Expert Plus race, and of course, Andrew is gonna be there. Let's take a little short break for a while, and then we'll back with the expert in Expert Plus race in a few moments. Puttana maiala.
$10?
We're down here on the grid, getting ready for the Expert Rock and Expert Rock Plus category. So this is 2 classes running at once. Just having a look here at our pole sitter, Renato Jada David. We're not going to have a chat with him. He's requested us, he's in the zone. Just want to stay nice and calm, which I can perfectly understand and respect. So best of luck to Renato. He's been very strong in the heats so far this week. And we're just waiting for P2 on the grid. Here he is, Marcel Proksha. We're also going to have a quick chat with Martin Hudek. Martin, you okay to have a quick chat with us? Martin, 3rd on the grid. You've got Renato just ahead of you, who's been very strong this week. What are your thoughts heading into this race?
I don't think this is a bad position. It's quite a good position to start on this track, and I try to enjoy the race, and I hope that we don't have any crashes together with Renato or other guys and go fast to the finish.
Well said. Best of luck for the race ahead. Let's go over to 2nd place on the grid. Marcel Proksha from Germany. Marcel? Front row of the grid. It's been a good week so far. You've been pushing Renato all the way. What can you do in this final? Do you think you can win it?
Yeah, it's hard to win the final. I don't know. I try to keep my best and push very hard. So yeah, we will see what has happened. Racing is racing, and yeah, I try to do my best.
Obviously, this has been a new circuit to most drivers. Have you enjoyed the track change this week?
Yeah, for me it's really nice. Lonato is a nice track for sure, but for all guys, for all drivers, the new track, and the new track are very nice. It's a really fast one, so yeah, I enjoy it, and yeah.
Obviously, in the current conditions, it's been hard for everyone. How big have MPK Motorsport been as part of your efforts?
Yeah, for sure, it's hard for everyone, but yeah, we're looking forward, and yeah, we do what we do. We love motorsport, and yeah, we try to do our best for every customer and for me and myself.
Excellent stuff. Best of luck. Have a good race. Let's. Renato, as we say, is not going to have a chat with us, which I can perfectly understand. He wants to stay in the zone. Here we have Michele Zampieri. Michele, a word. In Italy, we've just seen an Italian win in the Junior ROK. Can you deliver a 2nd one for the host nation?
Oh, I don't know. 20 minutes and we will see.
How do you like this circuit? Is it one that you've tuned in with this week? Do you like the track?
Yes, I like. It's the track for the new generation track, and it's very fast track, and for me it's very good experience in this track. It's totally different than the other track, but it's good.
Obviously your heats went very well. How did you find the conditions when they changed yesterday?
Yes, the weather condition changed a lot. This is very, very difficult for the setup of the car, for taking the decision. But now we are here, and I think 5 minutes start the race, and we see.
Well, best of luck, Michele. Have a good race. Who else do we want to have a talk with? Let's have a very quick chat with Wojciech Stadnik. Wojciech, 3rd row of the grid. How are you feeling ahead of this one?
I hope I'm going to be in the front of these guys.
How have the heats gone so far for you? Have you been happy with them?
No, it was really hard for us. We couldn't find the setup, so it wasn't that good. I hope it's going to be better right now.
Dry conditions, hopefully a bit more consistent with the karts. How was warm-up?
We had to do something with the engine, so it was quite slow. But I hope right now everything's going to be fine.
Well, best of luck, Wojciech. Have a good race. We are just about to be told to clear the grid, so we're going to head back up to Daniele in the commentary box for the expert race.
Very, very interesting what they say to us. There are a bunch of different understanding of the race, a different taste of the race, a different taste of this condition that during the whole week we passed through them all. So It's gonna be interesting what in race is gonna be with Renato Jader David starting from the pole position. He absolutely dominated the manches from yesterday and from Thursday, so he's gonna be, of course, the one with the big target on his shoulder. Starting from Marcel Prochka, everyone else want to defeat him. Marcel Prochka starting from the second place on the grid, second row for Martin Hudek and Michele Zampieri. That we heard from them what they thought about this track and this race of today. Wojciech Stadnik in third row with Daniel Zajac in alongside with him. Fourth row with Marco Chiari, the first one of the Expert Plus class, alongside with another Expert Plus class, Angelo Ardito. Fifth row with Diego D'Agostino and Tino Donadei. Sixth row with Nicola Cogato and Gianluca Todeschini. Seventh row, once again all Italian, with Pier Giuseppe Di Landro and Paolo Baselli. Eighth row with Joachim Sois and Marco Ciriaci. Ninth and last row with Marco Lalinga and Alessandro Montanaro. It's gonna be a very, very interesting race with the two class mixed it up, almost to clear the track. So for 3 minutes from the order is gonna be all driver with their helmet and the thing inside there. Sarà una gara interessante, ovviamente. L'uomo da battere fin qui è stato Renato Jader David nelle manche dei giorni precedenti. Tutti allora alla sua rincorsa, tra virgolette, a cominciare da Marcel Prochka, che scatterà dalla seconda casella. Insieme a lui Martin Hudek e Michele Zampieri appunto in seconda fila, Wojciech Stadnik e Daniel Zajac in terza fila, e poi dietro a cominciare dagli Expert Plus con Marco Chiari e Angelo Ardito. Altra classifica da tenere a mente e da tenere sott'occhio, ovviamente. Sarà allora una gara lunga 20 giri, 3 minuti da adesso, pronti alla partenza e poi saremo pronti con le emozioni della classe Expert.
Apologies, I came away a little bit early there. Thought the clear the grid sign was coming a bit earlier than it was. I just want to also say hello to Hugo and Paula, Wojciech's children, back at home in Poland. So big hello to them. Your dad is ready to go and take on this race.
So you have to cheer for
absolutely. So best of luck to all of our drivers. But Renato Jader David doesn't speak any English for a start, which is why we couldn't have an interview with him, but also wants to stay very much in the zone. This is a difficult position to be in for a driver when you've won every single one of your heats. That's got you pole position, but now it's one race and one race only. And you could win. You could win and it'd be, the perfect weekend, but it all could go wrong at this point, and the pressure on these drivers is immense, and it's going to be a big, big test, as you say. 20 laps in this Experts and Experts Plus final.
It's like you have everything to lose, and as Marcel Prochka say, he's here to win, and of course every other driver is here to win. So you have this big target on his shoulder. He has that, and you have to try to manage this situation of stress.
2 races at once, of course, out here in this one. Let's keep an eye on the Experts Plus, as there's a problem there for the 501
Montanaro,
which is Alessandro Montanaro, who was due to start from the back of the grid. Hopefully they can get that kart running. The marshals trying to get him running. That's not looking good for Alessandro in that position. Expert Plus, the second class in here, there are 6 of them running in this race. Currently your pole position holder in that class is Marco Chiari, the 540. He's on the same row though as Angelo Ardito. On pure pace, Chiari has been the quickest driver so far this weekend, often up at around 3rd, 4th place overall. But he's got to fight his way through to that, and the rest of this plus field are going to be snapping on his heels, trying to stop him getting into that position. We're going to go around again for another formation lap. Let's see the race controllers just letting the drivers know. So you're not missing any racing action here. The drivers will go round for another run. Renato Jada David, remember, on pole position. Marcel Prokscher from Germany there, row 2, and that is a real shame. That's a real shame for Alessandro Montanaro. He looks to be out of this race before it's even started. Martin Hudek from the Czech Republic alongside Michele Zampieri from Italy on row 2. Wojciech Stadnik being cheered on by Hugo and Paula back home in Poland alongside his countryman Daniel Sajak. Row 4 is an all-experts ROK Plus affair. Marco Chiari and Angelo Ardito. Next grid, you've got expert ROK's Diego D'Agostino on row 5 alongside Tino Donadei, the third of the experts ROK Plus drivers. Row 6, Nicola Cagato, who had troubles yesterday, and Gianluca Todeschini. That's another one of the Plus drivers. Pier Giuseppe Di Landro and Paolo Baselli on row 7, Joachim Seuss and Marco Chiracci on row 8, Marco Lalinga on his own now on row 9. We're ready to go then for 20 laps here at Franciacorta for the 2020 ROK Cup Super Final, Expert ROK and Expert ROK Plus Final. Good starts for Jada David, the American, into turn 1 and turn 2 and leads. Looks like it's been a good start as well for Martin Hudek. He's up there into second place. So once again, grid 3 seeming like the place to be, but Hudek runs a little bit wide and is going to be challenged there by Prokscher off of turn number 6 as the rest of the field comes filing through. They are all running, and I think also Montanaro has got running, so same as Ladina in the previous race.
Yes, he joined us from the pit lane, and now they're fighting for the 4th position, I guess, between maybe one of them is Zajac, I don't know. Comunque, partita alla meglio la corsa con l'inizio arrivato, ovviamente lo sprint iniziale è stato il migliore, quello di Renato Jeder David, che ha provato subito a scappar via con Marcel Prokscher e Wojciech Stadnik, che ha recuperato diverse posizioni in questa partenza. In terza posizione poi Zampieri, Hudek e Chiari, che subito ha fatto un salto in alto, il primo del class.
So 0.7 of a second. It's 2 drivers off down at turn 5, and sorry, I didn't quite catch who was the cause of that. I think it's Ardito and Cognato. So that is one of our big runners in plus out of the race. That is such a shame for Angelo Ardito, who was really challenging in this class, but I'm afraid his super final competition is over for 2020.
Look at how wide they go on the turn with this kind of car. The expert used every single centimeter of the track that they got to stay on it and to get out of the turn as fast as possible. Intanto Renato Jeder Davis.
There's been a bit of a timing glitch with Renato Jada David, so if you are watching on timing, don't worry. Look, he's quite clearly there in the 5:06 in control of this race, as he has been for every single one of the heats so far this week. In the wet conditions, he was brilliant in qualifying and heat number 1. The drying conditions, as we talked to Michele Zampieri about on the second heat, and the third heat run in dry conditions. This final in, well, perfect air temperature, currently 15 degrees here at Franciacorta. There's your battle for second place. Really good one as well between Marcel Prokscher in the blue and white kart from Germany. And well, Hugo and Paula are clearly cheering very, very loudly indeed, because the 512 Wojciech Stadnik is having a brilliant race here. Is in third place and looking to me, Daniele, a little bit quicker than Prokscher in the faster parts of the circuit in sectors number 1 and 3.
It could be. Wojciech Stadnik shown that is a very fast driver, and he could very well be constant lap after lap after lap. He's shown in the match 2 of yesterday, he was very, very fast. So maybe it could even help Prochka if Prochka came a little bit short with this chasing of Renato Jada David could use Stednik to recover.
Renato Jada David sets the fastest lap of the race so far, 51.067, although that's just been beaten by Nicola Cagato, 50.959. I get the feeling at this stage it's a long race, this.
Yeah.
The longest race these drivers have been part of all weekend. I feel Jada David is just pacing himself at the moment. He's looking at that gap, making sure it's out beyond 1 second, and controlling this race. He doesn't want to push the kart too hard. There's still a long way to go. End of lap 5, 15 of those laps to go. This battle for second place. Oh, and Stadnik is looking for that move down the inside of Prochka. Wasn't on then, so it stays as it is. Prochka from Germany there in second place. Stadnik from Poland. Poland have had a fantastic day so far here on the final day of competition for the 2020 ROK Cup Superfinal. Could they be on for another podium here?
Credo che Renato Jada Davis stia cercando di controllare una gara che sarà lunga. Siamo appena a un quarto della lunghezza della distanza di gara. Ogni volta che si butta poi sul rettilineo opposto a quello del traguardo, getta un'occhiata dietro per vedere dove sono Prochka e Stednik, per cercare di controllare al meglio la situazione della sua gara. Probabilmente è conscio del fatto che non può sperare di vincerla andando verso una gara sprint, ma che deve provare a gestirla a maggior ragione ora che ha un considerevole vantaggio che giro dopo giro sta aumentando. Non è il più veloce in pista, non lo è stato almeno in alcuni giri, perché Cogato da dietro, che sta cercando di recuperare dopo quel contatto che l'ha portato un po' fuori strada insieme ad Angelo Ardito, sta andando piuttosto forte, però è comunque ovviamente un tempo invidiabile, soprattutto che in questo momento né il tedesco né il polacco sanno replicare.
Approaching the midpoints of this race then, Renato Jada David from the United States of America leads this race by 1.7 seconds over Marcel Prochka and Wojciech Stadnik in third. Martin Hudek from the Czech Republic is fourth. Michele Zampieri is in fifth, followed by Diego D'Agostino. Leading in plus at the moment is Marco Chiari. Daniel Sayak has dropped unfortunately down to 8th place. A great scrap going on for second place in plus at the moment between Gianluca Todeschini and Paolo Baselli. We'll keep an eye on that one. Also keep an eye on Marco Lalinga, because Marco Lalinga has gained 5 positions in the race so far. He's up to 12th place. Seems to have some pace in his 508 machine.
7 giri andati agli archivi con ancora Renato Jada Davis davanti a tutte le volte, quasi come un tic, si guarda indietro proprio nello stesso punto e poi si mette in posizione aerodinamica, chiamiamola così, nel tentativo di guadagnare più velocità possibile sul dritto.
2 seconds now the lead for Renato Jada David, but the change for second place has happened. Wojciech Stadnik has got through. Now what can he do? Can he start to drive up the road and away from the German? Must have been through turn 1 and turn 2, where again he has looked very quick down that pit straight, sweeping through the left-hander. It's a beautiful piece of circuit as he come off the hairpin of 14, through the flat left-hander of 15, down the pit straight, barreling into turn 1, hard on the brakes for turn 2. That is where Stadnik has been strong in the 5-1-2. But then again, now Prochka has the benefit of the slipstream.
Yes, he has, but the question is Wojciech Stadnik fast enough to try to reduce the gap from Renato Jada David, or this is just a race for the second place?
At the moment it's looking like a race just for that second place. The gap is now 2.7 seconds up to Renato Jada David, who's just keeping things nice and calm, and that's all he can do at this stage. I don't think we mentioned that Tino Donaday sadly is not running, retired on lap number 2. So Tino Donaday, who was a tip for the podium in plus sadly, his race is over. Alessandro Montanaro, who of course had those dramas at the start, is circulating. He's currently in 15th place. Halfway stage. The gap is 3 seconds between Jada David in the lead and Stadnik in second place. Having a look there at the battle between Paolo Baselli and Luca Todeschini. It's for second place in plus.
Giro di boa della gara con Renato Jeder Davis saldamente sempre più al comando, 3 secondi di vantaggio ormai sulla coppia Stadnik Proksha, con la Stadnik che un paio di giri fa si è messo davanti al pilota tedesco, e ora vedremo se riuscirà anche a migliorare la situazione, anche se appunto adesso il distacco è davvero siderale, con Renato Jeder Davis sempre più dominatore di questa categoria. Rischia di chiudere il weekend con un in-play imperfetto. Credo non abbia passato nemmeno un giro dietro qualcun altro. Guardiamo anche guardiamo anche la situazione dei plus, con Marco Chiari al comando, attualmente in settima posizione con 2 decimi di svantaggio nei confronti di D'Agostino e di Zampieri. Poi Paolo Baselli e Gianluca Todeschini a seguirlo con Daniel Zajerc di mezzo.
Apologies, Daniele. Just to note, Wojciech Stadnik is getting almost onto Jada David's pace, although saying that Jada David has put in 2 quick sectors there. The gap was 3.1 last time around, just went out by a further 10th. Keeping an eye on Nicola Cagato as well, who's absolutely flying at the moment. He's in 11th place. 7 laps of this Expert and Experts Plus final here at the 2020 ROK Cup Superfinal to go. 3.2 now the lead out front, and slowly but surely Stadnik is starting to break away from Proksha. The gap between those two is 0.3 of a second. Just keep an eye on Martin Hudek there in the white suit and the white helmet. He's coming on strong now. He's getting better and better as the laps tick by. Could he sneak onto the podium here at Franciacorta? Still Marco Chiari.
Oh, there's yellow flag in the first sector, and I saw now a car joining the track. I guess this has happened behind. I don't know which one was involved. Of course, very, very far from the top.
It might have been Zampieri. I think Michele Zampieri has had a problem. He lost 4 seconds in sector number 2. So that tricky transition here through hard-braking into turn 5, and then the little kink after it is turn 6. Seen a lot of action in that region of the circuit through this week. Still, there is your leader, Renato Jada David, 3.4 seconds now clear of Wojciech Stadnik from Poland, who is coming under increased pressure now from Marcel Proksha of Germany and Martin Hudek of the Czech Republic. 6 and a bit laps to go, almost as long as some of our heats earlier on in the meeting.
And with the problem for Michele Zampieri and overtaking Diego D'Agostino, Marco Chiari, the first of the Expert Plus class, is now, oh my god, I was saying that this was now in 5th position, but now he's back in 8th.
He is back in 8th. I hope that's not a problem for Chiari. He has been dominating this, and I'm worried. Is there a problem out there for Marco Chiari? Hopefully it's just a transponder issue, and we'll catch sight of the 540 in a few moments' time. There could be drama going on here in Expert Plus. We'll keep an eye on it. Here is the battle for second place still between Stadnik, Proksha and Hudek. And I reckon they're just keeping it nice and calm at the moment. It's still quite a long way to start battling in this form of karting race, and Diego D'Agostino is not too far behind and being pushed along by Daniel Sayak, and Daniel Sayak's put some great moves in, had some good positions. Marco Chiari seems to be running fine again, but he has definitely lost ground, Daniele, because he's back into the clutches of the 545 of Gianluca Todeschini and Paolo Baselli.
Probabilmente un tentativo di sorpasso l'ha costretto ad allargare e perdere diverso tempo e di conseguenza diverse posizioni. Chiari che adesso ha riconquistato almeno una di queste posizioni su Gianluca Todeschini, in realtà quella che conta per la classifica plus, quindi Chiari, Todeschini, Baselli in questo momento. Là davanti Jader David credo sia già a casa. Nel frattempo si lotta per la seconda posizione Stadnik, Proksha, Udek. Probabilmente un po' presto per dar fuoco alle polveri, però sicuramente il tentativo del polacco Wojciech Stadnik è quello di allontanarsi il più possibile per non permettere né a Proksha né a Dudek di mettere sotto assedio la sua seconda posizione.
Big lap just went in from Wojciech Stadnik, a 51.004. That was quicker clearly than Proksha and Hudek, as you can see there's a bit more of a gap there. It was also quicker than Renato Jader David. Now, I don't think it's a pace that's going to threaten Jader David because his lead is still 3.2 seconds, but this is Stadnik, the Polish driver, digging really, really deep now to try and secure this second place here at Franciacorta for the Experts ROK final at the 2020 ROK Cup Super Final. There is your leader, who just has 3 more laps to go to be crowned champion. And again, another big lap from Stadnik, holding that gap at the moment. It's 0.4 of a second. Nicolo Cagato continues to make some great progress. He's up to P9 now. He's just got past Paolo Baselli. Marco Chiari still in the lead there in plus in the 547th overall. Through sector number 2. What can Marcel Proksha there in the MPK Motorsport entered machine do about this second place for Wojciech Stadnik? He's had second places in the last 2 heats. Pushed Renato Jader David very hard, but he's got a real task on here to get back up to that spot.
It looks like Stadnik is more comfortable on this pace than and Proksha and Udek fighting for this third position. Udek tried to overtake Proksha. He defended himself pretty well. As I was saying, Proksha and Udek seems to me they're like not at that piece level of Stadnik, so they are a little bit in trouble to stay on that time every single lap. So Stadnik, of course, is not gonna take a shot to Jader Davis. Is too far now, but maybe could make his second place safe.
The gap is closing between Jader David and Stadnik. About 0.3 of a second went out of the lead for Jader David through sector number 1. I think he is just pacing himself through to the end of the race. We are now on the final lap. Yeah, Renato Jader David has a 2.7 second lead ahead of Wojciech Stadnik, who's come from 5th place on the grid to be in second place in this one. He has a 0.7 second gap over Marcel Proksha and Martin Hudek, who are fighting hard over that 3rd place. Still Marco Chiari leading in plus there in 7th place, but there's yellow flags out behind, so something's happened. We'll try and figure that out in a moment and see who it is. But is Renato Jader David, who has dominated this category over the past 3 days. He was a bit nervous at the start of this race, wanted to stay focused, wanted to stay in the zone, didn't want anything to go wrong. He's gone round the penultimate corner and the final corner, and Renato Jader David becomes champion in the Expert ROK category here at Franciacorta. A brilliant victory by 2.3 seconds, and there, surely in the plus category, it's Marco Chiari who takes the win in Expert Plus. But complete domination from Renato Jader David. He's led from the very first practice session to this final. What a race, what a victory, what a driver.
What a driver, Renato Jader Davis. I guess it didn't pass neither. I guess every lap of these matches, every lap of these races is with Renato Jader Davis at the top of the list. Of course, he deserves so much this victory. He deserves so much to be the champion. In the last lap, as you've seen, we lost Todeschini almost. Is now under the checkered flag with Michele Zampieri. Probably they engaged, they touched
Yeah, something happened at the end there, and that was a real shame for Todeschini because I think he's lost a place on the plus podium. Here is your result then as the drivers come into Parc Fermé. Renato Jada David wins the race ahead of Wojciech Stadnik, a great drive there from 5th place on the grid. Marcel Prokscher from Germany finishes in 3rd, Martin Hudek 4th, Diego D'Agostino in 5th, Daniel Sayak in 6th. Nicola Cagato from 11th finishes in 7th place. Then our 1, 2, 3 in Experts Plus, Marco Chiari, followed in by Paolo Baselli and Angelo Ardito. So Angelo Ardito, great recovery drive there after that incident on lap number 1. That will be our podium in plus. Marco Lalinga in 11th. Pier Giuseppe Di Landro is in 12th. Marco Chiaraci in 13th and 4th in plus, and a great celebration there. That's really great to see between Renato Jada David and Wojciech Stadnik. Carrying on then, Alessandro Montanaro, who had that drama on the formation lap, he finishes in 14th. Joachim Seuss from Greece finishes in 15th. Gianluca Todeschini, as we mentioned, we think had an incident there on the very last lap of the race. He's classified in 16th, and it was Michele Zampieri, maybe a little bit disappointed having started on the second row of the grid, classified in 17th, and Tino Donna Day 18th in that race. There is your provisional race results on your screen.
Ottima vittoria di Renato Jada Davis davanti a Wojtek Stednik e Marcel Prokscher, invece il trionfo nella categoria Expert Plus per Marco Chiari davanti a Paolo Baselli ed Angelo Ardito, con un po' di montagne russe durante la corsa per Chiari, che è stato davanti, poi scivolato indietro durante qualche tentativo di sorpasso, poi è riuscito a tornare davanti a tutti.
Really strong race there for Renato Jada David. Let's take a little short break before we have a look at some of the highlights. Start of the race then, longest race that we've seen so far this weekend. Jada David led from pole position, followed through by Martin Hudek there from grid 3. Early portion of the race, Prokscher looked to try and make the move back past Hudek. Jada David had control from the very start. The rest of the field filing through. There was a good move there by the 507 of Diego Agostino down into turn 14. Big incidents here that took out 2 drivers, including front runner in plus Angelo Ardito. Jada David started to pull away from the rest of the field as Wojciech Stadnik came into play, got himself up into 3rd, then really started hounding Marcel Prokscher for second and took 2nd place. And cheered on by his children at home in Poland and never really looks back, was very assured in that position, leaving Marcel Prokscher and Martin Hudek in the 504 to fight over 3rd place. Meanwhile, Renato Jada David kept control of the race. There's some 3.5 seconds clear at some stages of the race just before he started to pace himself towards the end. Then the key moments towards the end of the race as Stadnik put in some fast laps to secure 2nd. Jada David took the Champions Trophy, 2nd for Stadnik and 3rd there for Marcel Prokscher. And winning in the plus class was Marco Chiari. Great celebrations there between the top 2. Final confirmations ensuring that kart and driver are legal, and there's celebrations with the chief mechanic. A great result there for Renato Jada David.
It's unemployed, I guess he lead every single lap.
Yep.
Of course, every single manche was the pole position in back on Thursday, so I guess it couldn't even better for this super final for Renato Jada Davis.
Yeah, but I also understand the nerves that he had before the start of the race. You know, you've dominated an event so much. You know, there's just one more race to go, but karting being as unpredictable a sport as we know it to be, there will have been those thoughts running through Renato's mind, not just in the lead up to that race, but overnight, I imagine, as well, as we finished the heats yesterday. Daniele is going to head down to the paddock to officiate our podium and prize giving ceremony for the ROK Expert and Expert Plus classes. You're watching live coverage of the 2020 ROK Cup Superfinal here from Franciacorta Kart Track in northern Italy. Andrew Mather from Double Dash Motorsport Media and Daniele Laspina, your commentators for the day. I do hope you're enjoying the stream. I do hope you're enjoying your Saturday, wherever you are joining us. We've got drivers and viewers from around the world, 34 nations represented here in northern Italy this weekend. Thank you everybody for your support of the competition, your support of the drivers, the mechanics and the teams. There, though, is the trophy and the engine being awarded to the winner of that race. We'll see Renato Jada David picking that up in a short while. Sun continues to blaze here at Franciacorta. Perfect karting conditions on this wonderful circuit. Relatively new circuit. I do hope we get the chance to come back here again in the near future. You can see our clubhouse and race control building still under construction. It's been fantastic to come here given the logistical challenges that the competition has faced over the past couple of weeks to change circuit. The response here from the whole team has been absolutely fantastic, and the view from that bridge as well is quite something. I was stood up there during warm-up yesterday for our shifter ROK class, and the speed that the karts get up to as they go over the start line there is quite something. We've still got them to come as well. We've got 3 more races to come here at Franciacorta today. We've got our Super ROK final that is due to kick off at around 2:40 local time. You can see it's 2:16 at the moment. Shifter ROKs will then follow, which, if you've never seen shifter ROKs or shifter karts in general in action on any kart circuit or any karting stream, do stick about for that, because that is going to wow you. It's going to be quite spectacular. And then we're going to finish with our senior ROK final. That's due to start at around 4:20 p.m. local time here in Italy. Drone just taking us there through turn 2. You can see from the tracks how many drivers have been off there. That was quite a hot spot during some of our starts in the heats as the conditions changed, sweeping here through into turn 3. Tricky section of circuit down through 4, and through 4 is all about setting yourself up potentially for a move down into turn 5. Hard on the brakes, slightly downhill as well. It's a very, very tricky section of circuit, and we've seen many drivers get it wrong down there and have incidents and tend to run wide. We mentioned the curbs as well, these CIK graded curbs, especially yesterday when the track itself was dry but everything else was still wet. You didn't want to be touching those because you were going to be getting moisture on your tyres, pulling water onto the track. Quite a treacherous situation for the drivers. There is turn 5. With the large curb off to drivers' right. That has been the one that drivers have tried not to use because it does just tend to pull you wide. Turn 6 is a flat-out kink. And then we get into this really interesting and technical part of the circuit of transition from the fast-flowing corners and flat corners into turn 7 when having a good chassis, a good setup, tyres in good condition are very important through here, through turn 7. As it all starts to tighten up then into turn 8. We have seen drivers try and do some moves out of turn 8 and into turns 9 and 10, which is a double apex set of right-handers. We've not always seen it go to plan though. But it is an opportunity for a block pass, especially in these conditions. And interestingly today, as we've started to see a few more opportunities for drivers with a drier track and drier track furniture as well, we have seen some moves off 9 and 10 and into 11. Here is turn 9. Narrowly feed your way through. This is quite a challenging area for the shifter ROKs to keep things under control. There is turn 10, tightening in on corner exit. With a service road there for the ambulance, which I'm very glad to say we've not had to use this weekend. turn 11. This is where we've seen some overtakes for the first time this week. I'm thinking of the likes of Eliska Babichkova made some great moves into that corner through turn 12, and then we're back into the fast stuff. Turn 13, which was quite the corner on Thursday in the very wet conditions. In fact, you can almost see still a little bit of water out there on the outskirts of turn 13. This large curb was another one where you didn't want to be getting too wide, and now the long blast downhill into turn 14. And watch out for this one in our races coming up, because we saw 2 near dead heats in our classes coming up, caused by that run down into turn 14, diving down, drivers going for a move on the inside, then being side by side off it and flat out through turn 15, this left-hander, and racing side by side to the finish line. And there, fantastically piloted by our drone cam operative, is a lap of this fantastic Franciacorta karting track. We're going to take a short break here on the commentary. Coming up very soon is our prize giving for the ROK Expert and Expert Plus classes.
Attenzione concorrente AV Racing dai commissari sportivi. Ripeto, AV Racing dai commissari sportivi. Attention please, entrance AV Racing to the steward.
So we're ready with the Expert ROK ceremony for the award, the podium. So starting with Diego D'Agostino, representing Italy in 5th place. Representing Czech Republic in 4th place, Martin Hudek. Finishing in 3rd place, representing Germany, Marcel Proksha. In the 2nd place, representing Poland, Wojciech Stednik. And here is your absolute winner for the Expert ROK in this ROK Cup Superfinal, the champion, Renato Jeter David.
This was a long weekend. Congratulations, man.
So please, everyone standing for the national anthem of the United States of America. Once again, the podium for the Expert ROK class. Guys, raise up the trophies for the photos.
Let's go party! Hey!
Thank you, guys. You can left all on the podium, the trophies and all the things on the podium. Thank you, guys.
Attenzione Baselli in zona podio, ripeto Baselli urgentemente in zona podio.
Finita la gara, perché era la prima e seconda e la prima macchina.
Great scenes down there on the podium. We'll have our Expert Rock Plus podium in a short while. But well done to Renato Cheda David there on that victory for the United States of America. You're watching live coverage of the 2020 ROK Cup Superfinal here from Franciacorta. The final day of competition on a long week for all of our drivers and teams and mechanics and officials here at the circuit. Thank you for your continued support. I'm not sure if we'll be having an interview with Renato. As I say, we did speak to him on the grid for two reasons. One, he was in the zone, and two, he doesn't speak any English. So we'll see if Daniel knows any Portuguese. I'm not sure if he does. He knows a lot of Italian. He's been teaching me a little bit this week. I think we are getting ready now for another one of our podium ceremonies. Let's head back down to Daniele Laspina down there in the paddock.
So we're ready with the Expert Rock Best Lap Award ceremony. The fastest on the track was Nicola Cogato representing Italy. .615, the best lap of the race for Nicola Cogato. Congratulations, Nicola. Thank you.
Podium now being prepared for the Expert Plus podium ceremony and the prize giving for our drivers down there. Remember, coming up after this race, we've got our Super ROK final, or after this prize giving, I should say. Another class that has been fiercely competitive over the course of the last 2 days of racing. Teams and drivers have been practicing here all week since Monday. After that, we have our Shifter ROK and Senior ROK finals still to come here at Franciacorta. Let's head back down to Daniele Laspina, who will officiate the prize giving for the Expert Plus category.
Expert Plus ROK. Però basta che voi leggiate.
Sì, che hanno corso 2 settimane fa questo, ma sono arrivati solo adesso.
So here's with the Expert Plus for the award ceremony, of course. Finishing 5th, representing Italy, Gianluca Todeschini. Ending up in 4th position, representing Italy, Marco Ciraci. Still representing Italy on the 3rd place, Angelo Ardito. Finishing 2nd, representing once again Italy, Paolo Baselli. And for an all-Italian category, the winner of the Expert ROK Cup Superfinal Plus, Marco Chiari. please stand for the national anthem of Italy. Round of applause for the Expert Plus Rock podium. Raise up your cap, guys. Raise up your trophies. Sulle coppe, ragazzi. Grazie mille ragazzi, lasciate tutto sul podio, prendete solo i vostri caschi. Solo i caschi, solo i caschi.
Thank you very much to Daniele down there in the paddock for our prize givings for the Expert Plus and the Expert categories. We're going to get on to our next final, which will be the Super Rock final. Daniele is going to be going and doing the pre-grid for that one in a few moments' time. Let's have a quick look at the grid for the Super Rock final. On pole position, representing Great Britain, will be Elliott Shaw. Alongside him on the front row of the grid will be Ari Hutton from New Zealand. Isaac Jakobsen from Denmark will be on row 2 with Christian Comanducci for Italy. Domenico Cicconini, apologies, is on row 3 alongside Michael Muller from Switzerland. Matteo Chiari and Alessio Fagoni from Switzerland are on row number 4. Row 5 will be Francesco Miotto and Riccardo Martinello. Row 6, Mario Matucci and Alex Mercado from Andorra. Row 7, Stefano Mira and Antonia Lagrateria. Row 8, Mattia D'Abramo and Andrei Pilescu.
E allora
from
ci
Romania.
siamo anche per la celebrazione del giro veloce per la Expert Rock Plus. Il giro veloce in 50 e 843 è quello di Paolo Baselli.
The award for the fastest lap in Expert Rock Plus. Congratulations to Paolo Baselli there for his fastest lap for the last race. Moving on through the rest of the order then, here in the Super Rock final, which will be up shortly. Daniele heading down to the grid for a chat with some of the drivers as we speak. Row number 9 will be Matteo Favero alongside Filippo Rubellini. Row 10 will be Davide Vecchiatini and Manuel Guiti, both drivers from Italy there. Row 11, Gianluca Dingley from Malta and Monaco's Gaia Cardinali, and then Tony Norde will be on the 12th row of the grid representing Switzerland. You can see the drivers down there on the circuit, getting themselves prepared with the mechanics. ...20 laps for this Super Rock final. Same for all the races remaining today. This one is due to start in around 6 minutes. I think we may be running slightly... no, not running behind schedule at all. We're right on schedule for our pre-grid. There is Elliott Shaw on the left-hand side in the blue and white, the driver from Great Britain. Just having a chat there with Ari Hutton from New Zealand. Best wishes between both drivers Lots of respect, obviously, in this Super ROK class. All of these drivers know each other, know their karts very, very well. Can't quite see him at the moment, but hopefully we can pass down to Daniele there on the pre-grid.
Yes, we are in pre-grid, of course, and we are ready with this race. And as far as we can see in these days for this category, it's going to be a very tough race. Starting, of course, from the front of the grid, we have Jakobsen. Let's see if we can have a small talk with Jakobsen. No, okay, no, we respect that, of course. It's going to be a tough race, as we said. Let's see if Christian, una parola. Insomma, sarà una gara molto complessa. Guardando le manche degli altri giorni, è sempre stata una categoria combattuta, però insomma siamo qui seconda fila, ci vogliamo provare.
Sì, è stato tutto il weekend un po' difficile per noi. Cercheremo di fare il nostro meglio come abbiamo fatto l'anno scorso nella senior, dove ci abbiamo provato fino all'ultimo e ha pagato. Quest'anno sì, partiamo in seconda fila. I nostri avversari sono qui per vincere, ma siamo anche noi qui per vincere. Vorrei ringraziare tutta la squadra per il lavoro svolto fin qua e adesso sta a me.
E allora in bocca al lupo. Grazie a Christian Comanducci. Of course, he wants to confirm what was good from the last year, and is here to win once again. Let's see if we can make even a word from Harry Hatton. Can we? Shall we? Harry, are you ready for this race? Starting from this first row, it's so much important.
Yeah, it should be good. I mean, obviously all the way from New Zealand, it's a 26-hour flight, obviously with the COVID quarantine. So it's been a huge ask to get here. But, you know, I'm just pleased to be here racing and enjoying every day. So, yeah.
This track is new for almost everybody, and you knew that this is a good chance to make it all black.
Yeah, I mean, like, the track's fun. It's really fast. It's completely different than what we have in New Zealand. But, you know, once again, it's just great to drive on another track. Lonato was fantastic last year, and this track's just as good.
We must clear the track. We don't have enough time. So back to you, Andrew.
Thank you very much, Daniele. Great to hear the thoughts of the drivers down there on the grid for this Super ROK final. Just to run through that grid again. Elliot Shaw from Great Britain starts on pole position alongside Ari Hutton representing New Zealand. 26 hours to get here. That is a very, very long journey indeed for Ari and the team. Just see there, Christian Comanducci pausing for a moment. He starts on row 2, fourth on the grid alongside Denmark's Isaac Jakobsen in third. The 3-2-1 there. Elliot Shaw had a quick chat with him in the paddock, wished him best of luck for this race. Great Britain have not had a win so far in this 2020 ROK Cup Super Final. There's a good number of them here. Row 3, Domenico Ciccanini. He's been very, very competitive this weekend. Had a bit of bad luck in one of his heats, hence why he starts on row 3. And he's alongside Michael Muller from Switzerland, has been so consistent so far this week. There is your grid on the screen. Row 4 is Chiari and Fagoni. Row 5, Miotto and Martinello. Row 6, Martucci and Mercado, who had some awful luck in one of his heats where he was right up there in the higher parts of the top 10 and then retired on the last lap of the race. I think that was heat 1 if my memory serves me correctly. Mira and Lagrotteria are on row 7. D'Abramo and Pialescu row 8. Favero and Rubiolini on row 9. Vecchiatini and Gritti on row 10. Dingley and Cardinali on row 11. And then Nore on row 12. There is Riccardo Martinello, driver of the 303, starting 10th on the grid. This has the potential to be one of the fastest races of the day. This is I can't call this one. This is a very, very tight, very talented group of drivers invited here from around the world to compete in this competition. You can see the steely determination in the drivers' eyes. They've had the 1 minute warning. It'll be a rolling start for the drivers. as with all the races apart from Shifter Rock. Daniele Laspina will be joining me in the commentary box in a few moments' time. Andrew Mather from Double Dash Motorsport Media here for your English commentary throughout the week and throughout these finals. We are ready to go then. Push start completed onto the formation lap. Away goes Elliott Shaw for Great Britain there from pole position. Harry Hutton with the hopes and dreams of New Zealand on his shoulders, starting P2. And I'm very glad to say all of our drivers have got away from the grid. We have not been able to say that for the last 2 races, so that is very, very good news. Absolutely incredible pieces of kit, these karts. I've got to tip my hat to the mechanics and all the hard work that they've put in over the days, weeks and months, especially through this period. You'll have seen our tribute to the mechanics video during the break at lunchtime. 20 laps on the board then. Shaw and Hutton on the front row. Jakobsen and Comanducci on row 2. Cicconini and Muller row 3. Chiari, Fagoni on row 4. Miotto and Martinello row 5. The 2020 ROK Cup Superfinal Super ROK. 20 laps. Eyes on the lights. They're red at the moment. Are we going to be ready for a start? Yes, we are. No extra formation lap and straight across. Hutton cuts across and takes the lead. Well, that was very aggressive and very effective indeed. We've seen everyone from P2 be forced out wide, and Hutton went, nope, we're not having any of that. I want the lead down into turn 5. Harry Hutton ahead of Elliott Shaw. I think it shocked Shaw. Shaw did not expect that, but he's still there in second place. The rest of them have filed through. I think we're all still running, apart from Rubiolini. Rubiolini's had a problem in through sector number 1, but they're really almost Michael Schumacher-like start from Harry Hutton gives him the lead at this early stage of the race. In fact, no, it's not Shaw in second place. Comanducci has hopped through into second place. So it'll be Hutton from Comanducci. At the end of lap 1, Muller in 3rd, Cicconini 4th, Martinello 5th. Shaw has it all to do. He's down to 6th place. He hasn't won a heat so far this week. He's finished second. He's always been right on the tail end of the leader, whoever that may be, in each individual race. It's not always been the same driver, of course, Daniele, but he has got a lot of work to do now.
Yellow flag in the first sector as I see, but I don't see why. Anyway, it's the first race we saw the right part of the grid starting better than the left one. And with Harry Hutton, now he has to face the reigning defending Super Final champion in Christian Comanducci.
Well, Comanducci
has to confirm it.
He looked so in the zone before the start of this race, having that quiet moment that we saw on camera. And here he is, he's right in this in second place. Alex Mercado has had a great start as well from Andorra, is up to P4, up 8 positions. Ricardo Martinello is up to 3rd place as well. That's 7 positions for him, but this top 2 now trying to work together to pull away a gap. Well, the gap is already 2.6 seconds. That is very good indeed for these 2 drivers, and as you say, the man from New Zealand versus last year's champion going at it here at Franciacorta.
As far as Comanducci is concerned, we knew him very well from the Italian Championship, and every time, even if something happened during the Saturday or during the Friday, if he's in the front row or if he's in the back, he always knows what to do. So for Harry Hutton, it's a very tough thing to do now.
3 giri andati allora in questa gara della Super ROK, partita molto bene la fila destra stavolta dello schieramento con Harry Hutton che si è preso il comando delle operazioni davanti a Christian Comanducci, che è qui chiaramente alle Superfinal di quest'anno per riconfermarsi. Dietro di loro Riccardo Martinello che ha già 3 secondi di svantaggio e ha un cliente scomodo con cui avere a che fare. Alex Machado di Andorra, poi Shaw, Cicconini, Jacobson, Chiari, Fagone, Miotto, Mira.
Elliott Shaw has got past Domenico Cicconini, as Daniele says there, for 5th place, and is setting the time sheets alight. He's just gone purple through sectors 1 and 2. That is the 3:08 off and out of the race. It's Chiari Matteo Chiari is out of the race. He was up in 8th place. That is such a shame.
Peccato grosso. Vedo scivolare nel monitor dei tempi anche Jacobson. Chiari l'abbiamo visto inquadrato in difficoltà col proprio kart, non so, magari c'è stato un contatto. Ad ogni modo continua la corsa Cicognini, appunto, che invece sta un po' più indietro, è un po' più in difficoltà, ha avuto qualche passaggio sfortunato nelle maniche delle giornate precedenti. But look at Harry, look at Comanducci, they are made something very, very different from any other on the track.
I'll tell you who else is made of something different. Alex Mercado has made it through to 3rd place now. That's up 9 positions from where he started on the grid. Has just gone purple in sector number 1. Let's keep an eye on that gap between 2nd and 3rd, because if that starts to come down, the man from Andorra could be coming into this, and it is coming down. That's down to 2.6 seconds between 2nd and 3rd. Martinello and Shaw are going at it over 4th and 5th. Shaw has got to get through, you think. He's got to get through if he wants to get up into that top 3. He's on the podium at the moment in that top 5, but he wants more, having started from pole position. Still the leaders though, Ari Hutton from New Zealand, ahead of Christian Comanducci, the reigning champion. He won the title at Lonato 12 months ago. Here on lap number 6, they'll still keep working together. I think Martinello has been overtaken for 4th place. He's lost out to Cicconini as well, as he was a little bit slow through sector number 2. Over start finish, little adjustment being made there by Ari Hutton. 0.1 of a second was the gap between Hutton and Comanducci, so Shaw now up to 4th place. 1.3 seconds behind Mercado, who continues to close in. The gap is 2.4 seconds between 2nd and 3rd place now. There's still a lot of this race to go. Also on the move, I can tell you, is Manuel Gritti is up 7 positions, up to 13th now. And the Monegasque driver, Gea Cardinali, is up 8 positions to 14th. Great drives from both of those drivers. Mercado has just gone purple through sector number 1 as well. It's taken another 2/10 out of the leaders. And purple through sector number 2 as well. So Alex Mercado was on a real charge here. There he is in 3rd place, coming out of the final corner over the line. The gap is 2 seconds. Well, at that rate, he's going to close in on this pair at the front in about 3 to 4 laps time. That is astonishing. You can hear, under braking into turn 5, just how hard the tyres are being punished here by this Franciacorta circuit. The track conditions are the best they've been all weekend. You can start to see marbles on the outside of the circuit now as well. How is Shaw doing? Not bad. He is losing a little bit of ground to Mercado, but the thing is, if these two drivers and Mercado start fighting in the latter stage of this race, it could still come back to the British driver. Don't count out Domenico Cicconini as well, who's had heat wins so far this week. He's still there in 5th place. A long way in this one to go. We're on lap number 9 now for our leaders. 1.7 is the gap between 2nd and 3rd, and still Hutton and Comanducci continue to work together. That is absolutely the right thing to do at this stage of the race.
E a quanto pare Alex Machado ha tutta l'intenzione di autoinvitarsi alla festa dove si decide il vincitore. Comanducci e Hutton stanno girando davvero molto forte in 49,2, però Alex Machado da diversi giri ormai batte continuamente il 48 alto, 48,9 nello giro precedente, in 48,970, 48,946 in quello prima ancora. Di questo passo riuscirà a colmare il gap, che è molto ampio, 1 secondo e 7, però c'è da dire che il pilota di Andorra sta davvero volando.
Alex Mercado has got the gap now down to less than 1.5 seconds here on lap number 10. Cardinali is having a great run here for the Lady Rock trophy. He's now up to 11th place overall, so has flown through half of this field in this Super Rock final. At the end of this one, at the end of this lap, we will be halfway through it. Another purple sector 1 from Alex Mercado. There he is in the 3.24. He has not had the best of luck this week. Could it all come good in this final? He is closing in, but the crucial thing as well, Daniele, Shaw is closing in as well. Both 3rd and 4th are quicker in every single sector than the 2 leaders at the moment.
absolutely flying all over the place, Machado, and with this long race, you have all the time to join back for the fight for the top, even if Hutton and Comanducci are smart enough to not fight at this point of the race.
Yeah, we saw this earlier in the morning in the Mini ROK final, that you had two leaders out front for a while. They got pegged back, and that's when it got really, really exciting. I think we're on for the same here as Alex Mercado. You can see him there using all of the track, getting out on that curb. They were not doing that yesterday. They weren't able to. That curb was full of water. We're into the second half of this race now. That's 11 laps completed, 9 of them to go. The gap is less than a second now between Mercado and Comanducci. He is closing in like a missile here at Franciacorta, and Elliott Shaw is coming as well. He's just got to keep pushing. He's just got to keep believing that he can pull this one back for Great Britain. But it's New Zealand and Ari Hutton leading, as they have from the very first lap of this race. That lightning start from P2 on the grid. The reigning champion, Christian Comanducci, started 4th on the grid. Still there in 2nd place. But Mercado, probably on this next lap, will have caught them. Will have caught this top Giro. The gap is now 0.6 of a second between 2nd and 3rd. And it's been that consistent 2 or 3 tenths a lap. But now he will start feeling the slipstream, especially on the run down into turn 14 from the rear bumper of Comanducci.
Comanducci e Hutton che allora guidano la corsa, e ormai Machado è arrivato piano piano, rosicchiando punteggi, rosicchiando in tutti i punti dove riesce ad andare più veloce dei primi, rosicchiando tempo dopo tempo, giro dopo giro il vantaggio. Ora si è portato a mezzo secondo, a occhio direi anche meno, dai due che guidano la corsa, e devo dire che l'ha fatto con una costanza invidiabile il pilotino di Andorra, Alex Machado, con Comanducci e Hutton che, pur avendo un ritmo davvero invidiabile, adesso sono messi sotto scacco da Machado, che se a questo passo potrebbe anche sorpassarli ora che sente l'odore della preda.
Couple of retirements from this race just to let you know about. Manuel Gritti, unfortunately, is out of the race, as is Denmark's Isaac Jakobsen and Davide Vaccattini. But the man from Andorra, oh, he's got them now. He's caught them. He really is on the rear bumper. Interestingly, though, oh, he's got down the inside. That's a very brave move.
Wow.
And he's done it on the reigning champion, Alex Mercado. I was just about to say, Alex Mercado, I don't know whether it's a gearing selection, loses a little bit out of the slow speed turns, but he is very, very quick once he gets the revs of that ROK engine going. And he's up to 2nd place now. There was nothing Comanducci could have done about that. Just look at it here out of turn 5, unless he goes for a dive into turn 5. Loses a little bit, and then here he comes, the man from Andorra. Ari Hutton under a lot of pressure now. Can he hold on to this? After this one, there'll be 5 laps to go. Elliott Shaw is still there in 4th place, but unfortunately I don't think he's got the pace. He's done it again! Oh, that's brilliant! That is brilliant from Alex Mercado. The exact same move he pulled on Comanducci some 50 seconds or so ago. He's done it again and now leads in the final.
Machado che si mette in testa con 2 sorpassi in rapida successione, frombola sia Comanducci che Hutton, e adesso si mette a guidare la corsa. Se inizia a buttare giù di nuovo il ritmo che stava facendo prima, probabilmente diventerà imprendibile nell'arco di poco in questi 5 giri rimanenti. If he starts to run as fast as it was before the 2 overtakes, is gonna be the winner of this one.
Well, the thing is as well, he's closed in with them with no help at all. He's not had a rear gunner pushing him along. He's not had anybody slipstream. I think he is starting to do it. He's going to drive away. Yeah, he is going to drive away. He is in one of those bits of form, and I really hope not. I hope I'm not going to put the commentator's curse on him, but only something mechanical can stop him now. Unless Ari Hutton can find something that he's not shown so far this week, and that is saying something, because Ari Hutton has been very, very strong, then Alex Mercado has this win. That is Favero out of the race. Matteo Favero is out, unfortunately.
And you played hard on that, but Machado is on top of the list now. He has 4 laps to go, almost 3.5 laps to go with Hutton and Comanducci. But now, of course, Hutton and Comanducci maybe have something left on the tank. And of course, if they have, they will use it all to try to avoid this victory.
Sector 2. Mercado has got this kart set up so well. He was a little bit slower than Hutton and Comanducci for the first time in a while through sector number 1, but then he pulled it back through sector number 2, and he's matched them in sector number 3. He has got this kart turning on a pinpoint. It is brilliant to watch, and there's 3 laps of this one to go. Alex Mercado, we saw this in juniors earlier, when Riccardo Ianiello came from 14th on the grid to win that final. This has been similar. Alex Mercado has come from 12th on the grid and leads with a mere matter of laps to go. Domenico Cicconini, by the way, has got through past Elliott Shaw. He's up into 4th place.
Speaking of former champ, Cicconini is back, but I don't think he's got enough to be on the podium on the first 3 places. He's gonna be once again off the podium if he ended up on 4th, but of course it's pretty not enough. If there's gonna be something for the victory, is between these 3 men. Machado che guida le operazioni davanti ad Hutton, Comanducci che arriva qui col tentativo di conquistare un altro titolo dopo quello conquistato nella Senior ROK l'anno scorso. L'ex campione ormai, direi, Domenico Comanducci, a meno di cataclismi. Occhio, perché la gara ancora lunga, un giro e mezzo in quarta, poi McIntyre in quinta, Martucci, Shaw, Cardinali, D'Abramo, Martinello in top 10. Sta per cominciare l'ultimo giro e se ci sarà un tentativo anche disperato dovrà essere qua. If Hutton or Comanducci want to try something, the time left is very less. Last lap.
It's all about the tiny states in this one, because we've got Andorra, obviously the small state in the Pyrenees between France and Spain, winning this race. They've also got Monaco. 7th place now for Cardinali, who's looking a dead cert on for the Lady Trophy, for the highest performing female driver in this class. Final lap then for Alex Mercado from Andorra, who's come from 12th on the grid to close out this victory in the Super ROK category here at the 2020 ROK Cup Super Final. This has been extraordinary. This has been a fascinating race. Ari Hutton took it from the start with that big aggressive sweep from P2 on the grid, but nobody could deal with Alex Mercado from Andorra, who wins in Super ROK from 12th on the grid. He is your new champion here at the 2020 ROK Cup Super Final. Ari Hutton from New Zealand finishes in 2nd. The now former champion Christian Comanducci finishes in 3rd. 4th place for Domenico Cicconini. 5th for Michael Muller. Unfortunately, Elliott Shaw fell down in the last stages, so he doesn't get in that podium ceremony. 6th place for Mario Martucci. 7th and top female driver. Up 15 places in that final was Monaco's Gaia Cardinali. 8th place for Mattia D'Abramo. 9th for Riccardo Martinello. 10th for Alessio Fagoni from Switzerland. Great Britain's Elliott Shaw finishes in 11th. 12th for Francesco Miotto. 13th for Antonio Lagrateria. 14th for Romania's Andrei Pielescu. Italy's Stefano Mira finishes in 15th. Malta's Gianluca Dingley finishes in 16th, up 5 spots in that final. 17th for Filippo Rubolini, and then our retirements. Matteo Chiari in 18th, for Favero in 19th. Gritti in 20th, Isaac Jakobsen, Davide Vacatini and Tony Node wrapping out the field.
I simply love all these images from the track, everybody coming around Machado and fist bump, even if they're still driving, to congratulate on the victory of this man. What a victory. Once again, an upset. He started 11th place
down in the grid. It was 12 on the grid, and he's the victor. He's the winner.
I think what a turnaround as well, when we saw in the very first heat of the week he'd had a poor qualifying, so that was always putting him at a bit of a disadvantage through the heats, and he had this one in particular where he drove through. I think he was on for about 6th place and then was tired on the last lap, and he thought, oh, what an awful piece of luck. I hope that's not the sign of things to come. And he has gone from that point there where he must have been at the lowest of the low, come through, starts 12th, flies through the order, no help from anyone else. He had to do that all on his own, and he is now champion.
As Fernando Alonso said, the karma. And karma is also a positive thing. So good for Machado. Harry Hutton in second, Comanducci in third. Il podio della Super ROK con Machado, che è il nuovo campione davanti a Harry Hutton. Comanducci in terza posizione, sperava di riconfermarsi con un altro titolo questa stagione dopo aver vinto la Senior ROK l'anno scorso. Sperava di riconfermarsi anche Domenico Cicognini, che sarà sul podio in quarta davanti a Michael Müller. Insomma, una gara molto bella anche questa. Ancora una volta Machado che vince in rimonta, come abbiamo visto fare una manciata di minuti fa, che nella gara, in 2 gare fa appunto, con la vittoria in rimonta, che evidentemente questo circuito permette, soprattutto grazie a una gran partenza. A proposito di rimonte, che rimonta di Gaia Cardinali, che chiude in 7ª posizione. Quando partiva davvero molto più indietro nella griglia era nella penultima fila, in penultima posizione, appunto 22esima. Quindi anche per lei un grande risultato, una grande remontada per Gaia Cardinali. Una gara che ci ha regalato tante emozioni. Machado ha trovato un ritmo davvero invidiabile nel corso della corsa, sì, chiedo scusa per il gioco di parole. Però è soprattutto poi stato bravo a non farsi prendere dalla fretta e dalla smania. È arrivato su Comanducci e Hutton, ha calcolato, poi coraggiosamente si è buttato e ha conquistato i 2 sorpassi che gli sono valsi la vittoria finale. Bella gara ovviamente di Hutton e Comanducci, altrettanto intelligente, perché i due sono scappati subito e hanno cercato di non darsi fastidio fino alla fine, salvo poi ovviamente travolti dall'arrivo di Alex Machado. Qui abbiamo visto inquadrato lo sfortunato Matteo Favero in attesa di essere recuperato dall'auto di servizio, dal furgone di servizio, così come sta avvenendo per Manuel Gritti. Favero, Gritti, Jacobson, un altro che l'anno scorso è salito sul podio di questa categoria, e Davide Vecchiatini. Sono i piloti che non sono riusciti a completare la corsa. Poi l'unica non partita Aude. Little break before the highlights.
808 in podium area.
Bravo Alex. Dammi una mano dietro, non le braccia. Dammi una mano dietro. Oh Alex, aspetta. Grande! Lasciami. Hai visto che roba?
Lasciami il maschio. Attenzione categoria junior rock. 804, 811, 818, 854, 804, 800. Ripeto, 832, 811, 828, 854, 804 e 831 devono riconsegnare l'Uniload all'ufficio ROK. Attention please, category Junior ROK. Driver number 832, 811, 828, 854, 804, 831 must take back the Unilock system in the ROK office.
Here's the highlight from the Super ROK Superfinal. And the start, of course, was a good start for the right side of the grid with Harry Hutton and Christian Comanducci quickly at the top of the race. And they are smart to try to work together to stay away from the trouble. And they start to run faster than anybody else on the track, except for one person in Alex Machado. Alex Machado starting from the 6th row into 12th position. He was fast enough to recover lap after lap after lap after lap. Going faster, like 2 or 3 tenths of a second than everybody else, of course, of Hutton and Comanducci. And at the end of the day, he take him, catch him, and quick 1-2 take both his position to claim this victory in the Super ROK class in the Super Final ahead of Comanducci in the 3rd, Harry Hutton in 2nd, with a win for Alex Machado.
In rimonta che evidentemente questo circuito permette, soprattutto grazie a una grande.
Bravo Alex. Dammi una mano, fermare le braccia. Dammi una mano dietro. No, Alex, aspetta. Grande! Lasciami...
A remarkable effort from Alex Machado, and with a great upset from the 6th row. Mario Martucci was doing at least almost like the same to the podium at the end. Michael Murrell ended up in front of him on 5th place. Here's the podium once again set for the award ceremony.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our prize giving in the 2020 ROK Cup Super Final Super ROK category here at Franciacorta. First, welcome to the stage, finishing in 5th place, representing Switzerland, Michael Muller. Please welcome to the podium, finishing in 4th place, representing Italy, Domenico Cicconini. Finishing in 3rd place here today at Franciacorta, representing Italy, Christian Comanducci. Your runner-up this year in the ROK Cup Super Final Super ROK category, all the way from New Zealand. Big round of applause for Harry Hutton. But your winner here today at Franciacorta with an amazing drive from the 6th row of the grid. He's had some really bad luck through the week as well, but it all turned good in the final. representing Andorra. Big round of applause for your new champion, Alex Machado. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are able, please stand for the national anthem of Andorra. Congratulations to Alex Machado. Please, drivers, lift your trophies for the photographs. Grazie. Drivers, please leave your trophies on the podium. We'll get them to you later on. Everybody, big round of applause for our top 5 in Super ROK.
So once again, the podium from Super ROK with Machado, the new Super ROK champion. Ahead of Harry Hatton, Christian Comanducci, Domenico Ciccognini and Michael Muller. Of course, a very, very good effort for Machado, from Machado. It's been indeed a very, very tough race, and once again we saw that Franciacorta track is this beautiful track when upset can happen, a dominator can happen. It's pretty kind of open to all different kind of races here, so I can't wait to see what's next for the Shifter ROK. In during the previous days, the Shifter ROK was pretty exciting too. So let's see what's happened with Mattia Vita and Alessandro Brown starting from the top of the grid. But I guess we're ready to award for the best lady.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the trophy presentation for our Lady ROK Award for the Super ROK category. Finishing in 7th overall, finishing and representing the country of Monaco. Big round of applause for Gaia Cardinali. A fantastic drive by Gaia, not just the Lady ROK winner, but also the most overtakes in that final, with 15 places gained from the grid. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for our presentation for the fastest lap in the Super ROK final. Not just winning the final, but also with a time of 48.946 seconds. Big round of applause representing Andorra, Alex Machado.
Fuma bianco alla guarnizione della testa.
Thank you, everybody. We will be back later for the Shifter Rock and Senior Rock presentations.
Premiate dunque anche Gaia Cardinali come miglior ragazza della categoria e il miglior giro ovviamente di Alex Machado, l'unico a scendere sotto il muro del 49. Ci prendiamo una piccola pausa, torniamo fra pochissimo con la Shifter Rock.
Attenzione categoria Junior Rock, conduttori 811, 828, 854 e 804 devono riconsegnare l'Unilog all'ufficio Rock. Attention please category Junior Rock, driver number 811, 828, 854, 804. Take back the Unilock system in the ROK office. I repeat, category Junior Rock, 811, 828, 854, 804. Take back the Unilock system in the ROK office. Categoria Junior Rock, conduttori numero 846, 848, 803, 822 e 808 sono attesi in zona podio. Ripeto, 846, 848, 803, 822 e 808 sono attesi in zona podio. Attention please category Junior Rock, driver number 846, 848, 803, 822, 808 in the podium area. Ricordiamo a tutti i presenti che l'utilizzo della mascherina è obbligatorio per tutta la durata dell'evento, in tutta la pista. Remind to all personnel the face mask must be worn at all time on site.
Questa ragione fa caldo anche quando il giro la felpa, se possibile. L'unica cosa è fargli fare un tatuaggio sulla pelle e fargli la maglietta. Ma fatti fare un tatuaggio, Luca, sulla pelle. bene, voi dite di Luca non porta la maglietta, quello guarda la partita, insomma.
Shifter ROK final. And this is one that I've been looking forward to all day because it should be a very spectacular race. Let's try and have a word quickly with Alessandro Moran. Alessandro, do you have a quick chat? Alessandro, each of your heats you've started from off the front row, now in the final. No speaking Glazy. Best of luck, Alessandro. Casper, quick interview in English. Starting on the second row of the grid, you've been really competitive all weekend. Do you think you can win this race?
I'll try my best, that's all. I will go as fast as I can, and we'll see what will happen in the race.
This circuit's been new to everybody. Have you enjoyed the challenge of Franciacorta this week?
Yeah, the track is really amazing. The funnest thing on it is like it's going up and down. It's really fantastic.
Who do you think is your biggest challenge in this race, in this packed field?
Every driver is a big challenge, so I don't know yet. We will see in the race.
Best of luck, Casper. Have a good one. It's already been a very good day for Poland. Let's try and have a word with Mattia Vita. I hope he can speak English, because I barely speak any Italian. Mattia, quick interview in English. Front row of the grid. P2 has been very good for drivers so far in the heats. Are you happy starting here?
Well, I am used to start in P2. In the old manche I was in this position. It was a good position for starting. Maybe it's cleaner, I don't know. Anyway, we had always good performances. I'm discovering this chassis is new for me. We are in the middle of a developing process. I hope we can continue like this. The race will be interesting.
These are the best conditions we've had so far this week. How was warm-up?
It's good, but I mean, the difficult side of the final is that the pressure. We are all together. We can see each other in the eyes, and it's pretty hard for the driver. We have only to keep focused and stay hard on the right foot.
Absolutely. Well, best of luck, Mattia. Have a good race, and we hope to see you in the podium ceremony at the end. Let's have a chat with David Lewinsky. David, you've been very quick all weekend. I think this is the first time you don't start from the front row of the grid. Mattia likes being on this side of the grid. Are you happy as well?
Yeah, I think it's a good start position.
And how have you enjoyed this track, especially when we had the wet conditions on Thursday?
Yeah, I really like it. It's fast and flowing. On wet it's a lot of grip, so yeah, it's pretty good.
It's been a really good day for Poland so far. What do you think is causing these results for the Polish drivers?
I think we have a very strong field in Poland and a lot of good drivers. Also the conditions are pretty similar to Poland, so yeah.
Well, best of luck, David. Have a good race. I'm just going to check how many minutes we've got. I think we've got a quick chance to chat with Andrea Zemin. Andrea, you won a heat earlier on in the week. Italian, excuse me. Andrea did win a heat earlier in the week. Let's see. Michele? Inglesi? No. Have a good race. Let's try Adrian Janicki, another one of our Polish drivers. Adrian, we're here on row 4. How do you feel ahead of this race?
Yeah, it will be a hard race, but I think for me, it's a good position.
Do you think you can get in the top 5? That's obviously where the trophies are being presented today. Who do you think is also your biggest competition?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Okay, best of luck. We're about to be told to clear off the grid, so we're going to head back up to Daniele in the commentary box.
Here we are, so with the Shifter ROK final. We are ready to go with the gearbox, ready to go to the front of the line, of course, as we have seen with Alessandro Buran and Mattia Vita in the pole position and on the second place, respectively. Kasper Nadolski and David Lewinsky, a second row, all Polish. Third row with Andrea Zemin and Luca Bosco. Luca Bosco that is fighting for be once again there at the top of the mountain. Michele Fontana in fourth row alongside with Adrian Janicki. Fifth row with Paolo Rocca and Gabriele Benzi. Sixth row with Federico Mascialino and Jakub Wojcicki. Seventh row with Marco Vanini and Mihai Muncian. Eighth row with Nicola Rossini and Edoardo Tolfo. Ninth row with Gabriele Bizzozero and Giuseppe Fusco. 10th row with Matteo Rengo and Giulio De Amicis. 11th row with Natalia Balbo and Christopher Zani. 12th row with Horia Roja and Benedetto Strignano. 13th row with Alessio Foresto and Franciszek Palmirski. 14th row with Andrea Liberti and Hubert Kowalski. 15th row with Gaetano Messina and Alexander Janku. 16th row with Christoph Old and Mattia Limena. 17th row with Salvatore Rendo and Gabriele Fichera. Almost 1 minute away from the start of this Shifter ROK. Quasi un minuto di distanza, 2 a dire il vero, poco meno. La griglia di partenza appunto della Shifter ROK con la prima fila tutta italiana con Buran e Vita, la seconda fila con Nadolski e Lewinsky. E poi Zemin, Bosco, Fontana e Janicki, insomma tutti quelli che abbiamo visto tra i primi nel corso delle manche di questi giorni.
We're back here at Franciacorta. We are getting ready for the Shifter ROK final. It's going to be another 20 laps for our drivers to negotiate their way around this circuit, which a lot of the guys at the front seem to be enjoying. But again, I think a few drivers knowing just how much is riding on this race. This isn't just another A final. This is a race that they've been looking forward to all year, and they've only got one shot at it.
Yeah, definitely. It's like for real the place to be, so being there at the front of the grid is so much important. Even because if, as you said, the one and only time you can put it all in for it.
There is the 428, Alessandro Buran. Apologies. I managed to find so many people who don't speak English. I don't speak any Italian.
We'll work on this for the next year.
Next year is my objective, to come back with a far more Italian vocabulary, and I can't even speak English there.
I must confess that I was proud enough before when you correctly spell Leonardo Megna, so
yes,
it's good for this hearing. It's good.
We're getting there.
Yeah.
Alessandro Buran then leads the pack away on the formation lap. Mattia Vita alongside on the front row. I really am interested to see how this start plays out, because as we mentioned down on the grid, David Lewinsky has had pole throughout all of the heats and never got a good start. And I do wonder, the racing line does blend across. Is that a factor? Does it blend across enough to hit grid 2, or is it just one of those things that Lewinsky didn't quite get his starts right? I mean, especially in the tricky wet conditions that we had on Thursday. Mattia Vita seemed very happy to be on that side of the grid and the run into turn 1 to me, and I think that's good. This is going to be possibly the most interesting start of the day.
Yes, it is, because it is quite different from any other class because of the gears, of course, because of the different ways that you have to take to read out this track. Of course, starting from the grid, from the beginning, it's all different. The driver also gave us that kind of feedback all the weekend. I talked with Zani, I talked with Bosco, and everyone says that it's pretty different from any other track, and it's pretty different even from any other class.
So pole position on the left of your screen, Alessandro Baran on the front row. There is his number 428. Mattia Vita on the right-hand side of your screen in the 410. The grid continues to form up at the back of the field. Once the red flag is taken away, it'll be eyes on the lights. There's still a couple of karts forming at the back end. Race director has this one under his control. The lights are about to come on for the Shifter Rock final here at Franciacorta, and after all of that tension, we're going to go round again for another formation lap. And that's possibly why. Yeah, is that Yannicki? There's a couple of drivers who've lost drive, get things bump started. We'll go round again.
And it's a pity because Matteo Rengo was a little bit in trouble in some matches, but it was strong enough to be there. He wanted so hard to be there. I talked to him yesterday, and he was ready to go today to make the best out of this final. It's good to be here, but once you're here, you're trying to do your best.
Really not sure how the drivers will feel about that. I think there'll be some drivers that'll be like, oh, right, okay, just let the heart rate settle a bit more, have a second go at that, make sure that you don't fluff the starts. There'll be other drivers that'll be thinking, oh, come on, I wanted to get this one going. And now they've got to go round and build that tension up again. This is proper. This is what I call proper. No launch control, no funny electronics, nothing of that nature, just a driver, some pedals and some levers. And they've got to get it off the line. They can't blame anybody else if they don't do that. And in a race like this, that is more important than ever. So the grid will form up here once again for the second attempt at the restart. No laps taken off, of course, still a 20-lap final here in the Shifter Rocks. And the shifters have said they have found this a real challenge, this Franciacorta circuit. There's some aspects of it they really like, but that tight twisty section through sector number 2 is a real challenge for them. Let's hope we can get this one underway. There is Mattia Vita, P2 on the grid, racing in the CRG chassis. New chassis to him. This time, I think we've got everybody formed up. Marshall and Starter form off the grid. Now we look at the lights. There's one light, there's two lights, there's three lights, there's four lights, there's drivers waving their arms, and we will go round again.
It's once again Jakub Wojcik, even before, now once again in trouble.
Now, has he got gear selection issues? Now, will he be allowed to reform back into his grid slot there in the 420?
It's kind of glued on the ground.
He's stuck in gear.
Yeah.
He's trying to get neutral. There it is.
Yeah, I think that's it for it.
Well, that is a real shame for the man due to start from 12th on the grid. They have now found neutral. He's got going again, but he's got to find himself back in the grid, and race control will want to get on with this one. We'll wait and see if he's allowed to retake that 12th spot on the grid. So we go again. And again, the tense nature will rise in the drivers. That pit in the that feeling in the bottom of your stomach will build again.
Sì, ci risiamo. Terzo tentativo di partenza per la Shifter Rock, che dovrà riprovarci chiaramente una situazione frustrante che potrebbe, come dire, far entrare nel circolo un po' troppe emozioni per alcuni piloti, un po' troppa tensione. Riecco i primi lì davanti alla bandiera rossa, i primi ovviamente Buran e Mattia Vita, probabilmente quelli che in questo momento sono più sotto pressione di chiunque altro.
So the grid will form up for the third time now. Buran on the left of your screen in the 428, Vita on the right of your screen in the 410. As Christoph Hold, the Austrian in the 432, has had a difficult week so far. Last couple of karts coming round the last corner. Will we be good for this one?
I don't know if Wojcicki is out or is at the bottom of the grid.
Lights are on, 1 light, 2 lights, 3 lights, 4 lights. The shifter rock final is go! Very even start between Buran and Vita. Great start for Buran from pole position. Into turn 1 and turn 2 they go. Was it a clean one? Has it been called good? Oh, there's a problem, then it's the pole. And again, the 420 is out of the race. That is him gone. What a shame for the 420. He has now got going, but he's way off the back of the pack. But that was the first time this weekend, Daniele, that we've seen pole position get a good start.
Yeah, pretty much the first time, because Buran started very well over Mattia Vita, and of course it's difficult, but probably Buran kind of studied that thing all night long.
He's got a bit of a gap actually back to Vita and Nadolski. I've just realised what that last hairpin reminds me of. It's like the hairpin at the end of Donington Park on the Grand Prix circuit, for an England reference there. We're on lap 2 here. Alessandro Buran leads by 0.6 of a second. They're all jostling in the middle there. I think Kasper Nadolski's involved in it, and David Lewinsky. But Mattia Vita there in the orange and black suit has held on to second place. Nadolski in the Tony kart there, the green and white, still in third. Lewinsky fourth. Looks like those four are trying to break away from Andrea Zemin, who's mentioned, who took a heat win earlier in the week.
Gran partenza, sorry Andrew, gran partenza dei due italiani, Buran e Vita al comando del gruppone. Sono partiti bene e, come notava Andrew, una delle primissime volte probabilmente in questa giornata che vediamo il poleman scattare davanti a tutti dopo poche curve, e soprattutto scattare così bene, così come ha fatto Buran, quindi complimenti a lui.
Change for fifth place. Michele Fontana has got past Andrea Zemin there for sixth place, so Italian on Italian. Who else has made a move? Eduardo Tolfo has got up to 14th place past Switzerland's Gabriel Bizzozero. And there's all kinds of moving down the second half of the order. Christoph Hold is up 8 positions at the end of lap number 2 to 23rd. And Lewinsky looking down the inside of Nadolski's. That's a fantastic overtake.
Wow.
What a move by David Lewinsky. And I mentioned the old hairpin and the Melbourne hairpin at Donington Park. That had Senna-like for me. Down the inside, late on the brakes. Brilliant move by David Lewinsky. Kasper Nadolski's looking for the move again. Here on lap 4, Alessandro Buran leads from Mattia Vita. But David Lewinsky, who was our pole position winner on Thursday in the very wet conditions that we had here at Franciacorta. Is this the point? Because this has been the thing through the heats. He hasn't had the good starts. He's always fallen down to about 5th or 6th place, but then has come back strong across the course of the 10-lap heat races that we've had. This is a longer race, of course, twice as long, and could give him that opportunity to close back into the lead.
It is the first time, of course, but what is always shown is that kind of quickness. He's always fast enough to recover, to upset. So this time with all the track free in front of him, it could be even worse for his opponents.
There's your leader, Alessandro Buran, racing in the Birel Arch chassis there. All of these karts on Bridgestone tyres, of course. Thank you very much to Bridgestone and their support. Oh, big off!
Oh,
that's huge!
Wow.
It's the 413 and the 420. Both drivers are okay, thankfully. But that has been a big off.
Luca Bosco and Marco Vannini, I guess it's 4-2-6 because it's Vannini.
Yeah.
Vannini and Bosco, that's a pity for Bosco. He told me before that he was a little bit in trouble on this track, but he wanted to do everything to make the best out of this race, of this Superfinal he won last year.
Change for second, Daniele. Nadolski has got ahead of Vita. And in fact, has Lewinsky gone through as well?
Of course, yellow flag still on that part of the track where the crash happened. Luckily, both Vannini and Luca Bosco are ok. Quindi Luca Bosco e Marco Vannini fuori dai giochi. Peccato per Luca Bosco che insomma mi ha detto precedentemente nel corso di questa giornata che non si trovava esattamente al massimo della propria comfort zone su questa pista, ma era pronto a dar battaglia per riconfermarsi. Peccato anche per Vannini, ovviamente. Non abbiamo visto il contatto. Guida per ora Buran, che come dicevamo per la prima volta si trova dall'inizio al comando delle operazioni e con pista libera sta letteralmente volando, altro giro record nella tornata precedente in 48 e 383, ancora una volta il più veloce in pista in maniera netta. Abbiamo visto anche purtroppo Mattia Vita scivolare di un paio di posizioni, superato dal duo polacco formato da Dawid Lewiński e Kasper Nadolski, che adesso sono secondo e terzo. Dietro Vita poi ancora Zemin, Fontana, Rocca, Janicki, Tolfo, anzi Fusco, Tolfo, Mascialino, Bensi, via via tutti gli altri.
Gap between first and second is 2.1 seconds. Lewinsky sets the fastest lap of the race, 48.374, but Buran himself was only 6/10 slower than that across the last tour of the circuit. You're watching live coverage of the 2020 ROK Cup Superfinal. This is our Shifter ROK category and their 20-lap final race. After a grueling week of qualifying trials, free practice sessions, warm-ups, heat racing, it all comes down to this as the 419 of Paolo Rocca has a real moment down into the bottom hairpin there of turn 14. There's your leader, Buran. Lewinsky puts in another new fastest lap, but both of them, well, all of the top three are currently in the 48.3. So, yes, the gap is closing between Buran and Lewinsky, but it is by the smallest of margins.
Sì, ci sta provando Lewinsky a chiudere il gap andando sempre più forte. Il problema è che lo fa anche Buran, ha girato tutte e due sul 48.3 poc'anzi dopo aver girato su tempi fotocopia anche nella tornata precedente, quindi guadagna veramente una manciata di centesimi al massimo al giro. Se si togliesse Buran dall'equazione la gara sarebbe incredibilmente equilibrata e aperta, letteralmente qualsiasi risultato così serve uno sforzo extra dagli inseguitori per provare a colmare il gap. Per la prima volta in questa tornata Lewinsky che fa segnare ancora il giro record perfezionando di qualche millesimo, però gira un decimo pieno meglio di Buran. I don't know if this is enough to take back on the leader.
It's not looking like it is enough at the moment, but we're not even at the halfway stage of this race. Bad news, unfortunately, for Benedetto Striano, who has gone down to 27th place, I think is not going again now. Better news for Christoph Hold, the Austrian, is up to 17th now, has just made a move on Julio de Amicis, and is now 14 positions. Mattia Lemena is also on the move as well, is up 10 positions to 22nd. And Giuseppe Fusco, who's up 9 positions to 9th place. We're into the second half of the race now, on lap 11. Alessandro Buran's lead is under 2 seconds for the first time in a few laps. Lewinsky keeps being quicker, but we are talking half a tenth, if that, on each lap, and Buran is doing a brilliant job here, all out on his own. Home turf, of course. You can see Lombardia emblazoned on the back of his race suit. Down into turn 14.
It would take like 20 races to catch him.
Yes.
If he,
there's Fontana in the 412 fighting with the 419 of Rocca, and Adrian Janicki just behind as well in the 425. This is a good battle. over 6th place. Being dropped by Zemin, who has got back up, and down the inside goes Rocco. Oh, he had to pull out of that one. It is a tricky corner to overtake turn 5 because, yes, it's a big braking zone, but it's tight. It's really tight through there. And you've got to be up alongside, and that was a big send there from the 417 of Fusco. This is Giuseppe Fusco trying to come through the field. Maybe getting a little bit impatient there. Mastilano had a good look there in the 403. It's all kind of breaking down in the mid-pack at the moment. I think all of these guys are racing for pride now, as there are 8 laps, including the one that we are on to go. The lead keeps being chipped away. It's 1.881 seconds now between Buran and Lewinsky. He's just got to keep pushing here and hoping that he can start to put Buran under that increased pressure in the last couple of laps.
Is the only strategy for him to apply, to try to take it. L'unica possibilità di Lewinsky è continuare a andare come un matto, come sta facendo nelle ultime 6-7 tornate, 48,3, 48,4, martellato con una costanza incredibile, invidiabile. Guida ancora per Buran, che fa altrettanto, anzi in questa tornata, per esempio, nonostante Lewinsky migliori il suo personale, è andato ancora più veloce, 48,298 per quanto riguarda Alessandro Buran, mentre ci viene segnalata dalla Race Direction una warning flag all'indirizzo di Christopher Zani.
For the first time in, I think, about 10 laps, Buran quicker than Lewinsky on that last lap. Again, we are talking half a tenth, 0.04 of a second on a single lap, but Buran is holding that lead at 1.9 seconds at the moment. 1.5 seconds further back is Kasper Nadolski, then Mattia Vita, Andrea Zemin. So at the moment it's Italy and Poland locking out the top 5 trophy positions.
Dietro Lewinsky anche Nadolski sta andando a un ritmo davvero invidiabile, sempre attorno al 48,3, 48,4. In realtà più o meno i tempi si sono plafonati con l'andare della corsa. Resta in quarta posizione Mattia Vita, seguito da Andrea Zemin, Michele Fontana, Paolo Rocca, Edoardo Tolfo e Giuseppe Fusco, con Federico Mascialino che chiude la top 10 davanti a Janicki e a Benzi.
Christopher Hold continuing his drive through the field. He's now up to 16th place, but I think that might be where he stops, because the gap is 3.7 seconds. There is the 419 of Paolo Rocca in 7th place, having a little look down the inside of Michele Fontana, and half defending from Edoardo Tolfo at the same time, the driver in the 417 just behind him. And in fact, the 430 of Tolfo has got ahead, so a move there, I imagine, into turn 1 and turn 2 by Edoardo Tolfo in the blue race suit, has got past Rocca. Leader Alessandro Buran. He has 4 more laps after this one to negotiate, but that man there, Poland's David Lewinsky, is not going to give up this fight. They are so evenly matched though, so evenly matched. The early pace in this race from Buran could be what gives him the victory. Gap is 1.658 seconds, 4 laps to go, including the one that they are on. And there's Andrea Zemin. Andrea Zemin is finishing this race strongly there in 5th position.
Davvero in forma Andrea Zemin nel corso di questa, in realtà di questa intera manifestazione. È mancato qualcosina di fortuna nel corso di alcune manche che lo hanno costretto a partire appunto dalla 5ª posizione in cui si trova tuttora. Forse avrebbe potuto raccogliere qualcosina in più. 3 giri al termine adesso che i piloti passeranno sul traguardo per la 17ª volta. Buran sempre davanti a tutti con un secondo e 7 di vantaggio, praticamente un vantaggio che resta ampissimo nei confronti di David Lewinsky e di Kasper Nadolski, i due polacchi che ormai a distanza direi nutrita l'uno dall'altro, 2 secondi tra i due seguono da lontano Alessandro Buran, che penso che possa ora amministrare il proprio vantaggio, poi vedremo, ma di sicuro sta mostrando quello che in realtà è stato mostrato durante tutto il weekend, una grande capacità di adattamento a questo tracciato.
Apologies, Daniele. Great drive. I just wanted to mention from the 415, our single female driver in this race, Natalia Balbo, is up 9 positions in this race and is now in 12th position, trying to close in on Adrian Janicki. Could sneak into the top 10. There's 2 laps to go. Alessandro Baran looks very much in control, Daniele. He looks calm. He's definitely quick. The gap is still at 1.7 seconds. And he seems to be growing in stature in this race, especially again through this technical sector 2, which we know for the shifters has been a real challenge.
Yeah, and it seems like he has always room. He could be even faster, but he's now handling the things up in these last 2, or I should say this last lap. So it's pretty much there's anything to do. Speaking of upset, look at Christoph Old back in 16th position, up to 15 from the grid. And of course, if I have to think about someone that has been unlucky during this whole weekend, I could think about Christoph Holt.
Yeah, this is finishing on a high for Christoph Holt. Could it be an even bigger high though for Alessandro Baran, who's just set the fastest lap of the race so far? He has timed this, he has controlled this race brilliantly from pole position. We were worried that pole wasn't the place to be, that P2 was where you wanted to be, with a bit more grip and a bit more launch off that grid. But it didn't matter. Alessandro Baran comes around turn 14. He's got turn 15 to go. Here he is. Alessandro Baran wins in Shifter ROK and becomes the 2020 ROK Cup Superfinal Shifter ROK champion. What a drive. That has not been easy. He's had to fight through the heats. He's had heat victories from row 3 of the grid. All the pressure was on him from pole position, and that was a masterclass. He wins by 1.7 seconds ahead of David Lewinsky, who takes second for Poland. Kasper Nadolski joins him on the podium there in third. Mattia Vita is the second of the Italian drivers on the podium in fourth, and Andrea Zamin makes it 3 Italian drivers in the top 5 there in 5th. Eduardo Tolfo was 6th, up 10 positions. Paolo Rocca 7th, 8th for Michele Fontana, 9th for Federico Mastroianni. Natalia Balbo did make it in the top 10, so wins the Lady ROK trophy and goes up 11 positions in the final. What a drive! 11th for Giuseppe Fusco, 12th for Mihai Munsian from Romania, 13th for Adrian Janicki. I think Adrian might be a little bit disappointed with that. He lost 5 positions in that final. Christopher Zani takes 14th. Gabriele Benzi takes 15th. Christoph Hold is your biggest mover in the race, up 15 positions, finishes in 16th. Matteo Arengo is 17th. Franciszek Palmirski from Poland is 18th. Gabriel Bizzazero is 19th. Nicola Rossini wraps out the top 20. Mattia Lemena up 11 positions, finishes 21st. Julio De Amicis finishes in 23rd. Alessio Foresto 24th. Horia Rocca from Romania is 25th. Gabriele Ficara finishes in 26th. And after a real big trial, Jakub Wojcik finishes in 27th, and then there were a number of retirements in that race. Andrea Aliberti, Benedetto Strinano, Gaetano Messina, Luca Bosco, Marco Vanini, apologies. So those were the 2 drivers that we saw have that big accident. I'm so glad to see that they walked away. That was the biggest incident that we've seen here at Franciacorta this weekend, which is testament to this circuit, testament to the safety of this circuit. And then 2 non-starters from Poland, Hubert Nawalczyk and Salvatore Rendo also didn't take the start. But what a final. There is your winner, being congratulated in the pit lane there by Kasper Nadolski. Good sportsmanship there, good to see. This is what it's about. This is what we've been saying throughout the week. Alessandro Baran is your Shifter ROK champion here at the 2020 ROK Cup Superfinal.
Che vittoria di Alessandro Buran, che insomma è cumulativa del tanto lavoro che ha dovuto fare nel weekend, in cui, come abbiamo detto, a volte non è stato fortunato, ha dovuto rimboccarsi le maniche, e invece adesso non solo ha un po', come dire, sfatato la situazione attorno alla pole position che si era venuta a creare nella giornata di oggi, ma soprattutto ha tirato fuori una prova sensazionale, andando a conquistare questo titolo delle Superfinal nella categoria Shifter ROK davanti a Lewinsky, Nadolski, Vita e Zemin, quindi siamo estremamente contenti per Buran.
I just want to give a thank you, just because I saw him going through. You may have noticed the van with the trailer going through the bottom of your shot. He has been pounding around the circuit. He may have done more laps than some of the drivers at times.
Probably, yes.
He's been picking up all the karts who don't quite manage to get to the end of the race, and it's a really, really well-run system that they have here at Franciacorta. So thank you once again to the marshals. You can see them there just recovering. His record, just for everybody at home, his record is 5 mini rocks in one go, which was pretty impressive. I thought, oh no, he's going to have to do...
It was like Tetris.
Yeah, he's going to have to do 2 laps here. This isn't going to work. But he made it work. Professionalism, very, very much here at Franciacorta. We've got 1 race to go, which makes me quite sad. I don't want there to be 1 race to go. We're going to have a short break before the highlights of that last race. Here we go for the highlights then of that shifter rock. This was the key bit. Could Buran hold it from pole position? He did. Into turn 1 and turn 2, he led with Vita there in 2nd place. And these early laps where he got this gap over 2nd, 3rd and 4th really was the key stage of the race. He then kept the pace up throughout. Great battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th between Vita, Nadolski and Lewinsky. But look at this move down the inside from Lewinsky. That was good for 3rd place on Nadolski. And then he set about trying to get past Mattia Vita, all the while trying to think, can there be a move up towards Buran at the front? He did get up to 2nd place, and then this strategic battle started. Could the 2-second gap be closed down? In the end, it came down to about 1.6, 1.7, as the rest of the field fought some great battles through the field. Eduardo Tolfo came through the field, up 10 positions to 6th place. The fight there with Paolo Rocca in the 419. Big move there. That was Fusco trying to make a move. The race continued, a long race as well, 20 laps of it. And that gap stayed about 1.7 seconds between Buran and Lewinsky, with Nadolski left behind there in 3rd. But it was Alessandro Buran's day, and he is your new Shifter Rock champion. Franciacorta for the 2020 ROK Cup Super Final. Congratulations between the drivers there at the end. Always good to see elated scenes, checking through that everything complies with the regulations. And there is congratulations for your new champion, Alessandro Buran. Podium will be taking course in a few moments' time. If you're enjoying the English commentary, at Double Dash Motorsport Media on Facebook, at Double Dash MM on Twitter and Instagram as well. Do check us out. Do give us a like. It really does help us out. Daniele is headed down to the podium, and you join us back here ahead of, as I say, our final race, which will be the Senior ROK Final. And I think we may have left the best till last, because this is a very strong field. It's a very experienced field, and a lot of different countries represented in this one. The heats have been so close, and there's been drama in this one as well from the very start of the weekend in qualifying. Sun still shining here at Franciacorta, air temperature 16 degrees Celsius. Do hope you're enjoying the stream. If you haven't liked and followed the ROK Cup Global Facebook page already, where we're hosting this stream, do please click that like button and get all the latest information, especially as we go into 2021. ROK Cup all over the world, with national competitions in Italy, Poland, Great Britain, America, Big thanks to all of our marshals as well, who've done a fantastic job keeping this track clear and really efficiently running through this program as well of so many races. Today's a bit more relaxed. We've got a little bit more time today, but the pace at which the heats were run through was really, really impressive. A fantastically professional job done by everyone here at Franciacorta in difficult circumstances, as we are all aware, and not much time to prepare. We're going to head down to the podium though, and Daniele, who's got the Shifter ROK top 5.
Era telefonata, dici? Oh, mettila via con la BLD, che la metti tra le preferite. Ma i colori come mai mi sono preso? Prima, seconda, terza, sesta. Prima il podio, la testa io. La Brignone è sempre affamata, però contenta per la mattina, prima gara, prima vittoria, la prima dose. Tira sul morale, quello. Cambia un po' di cose giù.
Slight pause in proceedings here at Franciacorta, waiting for the Shifter ROK podium for the top 5 finishers in the Super ROK final. Just whilst we're waiting for that, apologies if we have to cut away from this very quickly. Let's just go through the Senior ROK final grid, which will be our final race here at Franciacorta today. Nico Handke from Germany will be on pole position alongside Marcin Sajak. Row 2 will be an all Polish affair with Alexander Bardas on 3rd on the grid and Kuba Rajski on 4th on the grid. Row 3 sees 2 Italians in Daniele De Martis starting from 5th and Marco Chiarello starting 6th on the grid. Row 4 has Leonardo Mancini starting P7 and Pietro Protasevich going from 8th on the grid. Federico Biaggioli and Riccardo Colombo go from row 10. Teresa Babichkova and Harry Barlow go from row 6.
So we are ready for the prize giving for the Shifter ROK category. Starting with the podium, finishing on 5th place, representing Italy, Andrea Zamin.
Stanno salendo.
Wait, we lost Andrea Zamin. Ce lo siamo perso. Here we are for real for the Shifter ROK podium. So, as I was saying, for finishing 5th place, Andrea Zamin. Finishing in 4th place, representing Italy, still Mattia Vita. Ending up 3rd, representing Poland, Kasper Nadolski. Another Polish driver for the 2nd position, David Lewinsky. Last year was 3rd, now is the new Shifter ROK champion, representing Italy, Alessandro Buran. Please, I want to please everyone standing for the national anthem of Italy. Sulle coppe ragazzi. Another round of applause for the Shifter Rock. Grazie ragazzi, lasciate tutto sul podio tranne i vostri caschi. Everything on the podium except your helmet.
So the podium there for the top 5 in Shifter Rock.
Attenzione prego, categoria Shifter Rock, concorrente e conduttore 427 dai commissari sportivi. Ripeto, categoria Shifter Rock, concorrente e conduttore 427 dai commissari sportivi.
In a few moments' time we'll have the award for the highest finishing female driver, the Lady Rock in Shifter Rock. Let's just continue to go through the, in fact let's start afresh for the Senior Rock final, which will be coming up shortly. Nico Hanke on pole position, Marcin Sayak on the front row. In fact, no, we're going to go back down to Daniele because things are being turned around ever efficiently down there at the podium. As you can see, our Lady Rock trophy is next.
Award ceremony for the lady too, for the Shifter Rock. Please welcome on the podium Natalia Balbo. Congratulations, Natalia.
Next up on the podium will be the award for the fastest lap in the Senior Rock final. The Shifter Rock final, apologies.
Giro veloce di questa Shifter Rock non poteva che essere altrimenti in 48 e 245 di nuovo. Alessandro Buran.
Congratulations to Alessandro Baran there, both the winner of the final and holder of the fastest lap. As Daniele is probably racing down to the grid for the Senior Rock final and the pre-grid, let's have a quick look through the order. First row, Nico Hanke alongside Marcin Sayak. Row 2 has Alexander Bardas and Kuba Rajski.
All'ufficio Rock, ripeto, Mini Rock, concorrente 614 di RM, deve riconsegnare l'Unilog all'ufficio Rock.
Row 3, Daniele De Martis and Marco Chiarello. Row 4, Leonardo Moncini and Pietro Protasevich. Row 5, Federico Biagioli and Riccardo Colombo. Row 6, Teresa Babichkova and Harry Barlow. Row 7, Alberto Bernardi and Olaf Turakowski. Row 8, Giuseppe Gaiano and Akil Alibhai. Row 9 is Levin Lovenovic and William Mazzetti. Row 10, Daniele Federici and Scott Mackrell. Row 11, Giorgio Molinari and Marek Pitlik. Row 12, Senatoga Chan and Andrew Matchil. Row 13, Yuri Bečička and Carlo Cepiel. Row 14, Tanya Muller and Maxi Tirillion. Row 15, David Locatelli and Lorenzo Belandi. Row 16, Andrei Petropoulos and Federico Vecchio. Row 17, Tolga Guriel and Max Davies. Hopefully, Daniele can hear me down on the grid.
Ready for this last race, and as you said, it's kind of pity that it is the last race, but we are ready, of course, for this last race. Just few minutes from the start of this last race. Let's see if we can hear something from the guys on the grid, starting maybe with Chiarello Mattia. Possiamo avere una parola? Insomma, una gara, l'ultima gara, c'è il peso di dover chiudere il programma, ma soprattutto di dover aspettare fino alla fine, però adesso tocca a voi finalmente.
Sì, sarà una gara difficile e comunque vada, ci tengo a ringraziare la mia famiglia, Fabio Urgnani e il Team New Technology.
Grazie mille. Purtroppo siamo stati un po' lunghi con le premiazioni di prima, dobbiamo lasciare assolutamente la griglia di partenza, ma ridò la linea ad Andrew. Siamo pronti per quest'ultima gara.
Grazie Daniele, that is the end of our pre-grid ceremony, and once again calm and silence falls over Franciacorta, apart from our tannoy, as the drivers get ready for this final race of the meeting, this final 20-lap race to decide who becomes our ROK Cup Superfinal champion in Senior ROK for 2020. Nico Handke there on the left of your screen with the green helmets from Germany starts on pole position. Marcin Sayak on the right of your screen starts alongside him on the front row. Alexander Bardas, P3. Kuba Reisky, who was our fastest driver on Thursday in the wet conditions in qualifying, starts this final in P4. There is Bardas in the 203. The Paralin chassis underneath him. This could be very interesting, and we've got to consider that there are some drivers further back in the order who have shown already this week that they can come through the field in the 10-lap heat races. They could come even further through the 20-lap races. I'm thinking along the lines of Scott Mackerel, the champion in the UK, who's started every single one of these races from the back of the grid. He's always got up to about 8th or 9th. Look out for him coming through the field. But he is up against the fastest drivers in Senior ROK around the world. This is going to be a hard task for any of these drivers to win this. And I'm just looking for other names who could come through. Olaf Tarakovsky has raced well this weekend at times when the luck has been in his favour. Teresa Babichkova, she's been quick as well, but not always had the best of luck. And we've seen, let's take the example of Machado earlier on in the day. Drivers who've had bad luck in their heats have turned all of those downs, all of those negativity into a positive at the end when it comes to the final. We're mere moments away from the formation lap. Handke there looking nice and calm on the left-hand side in pole position. He's been at the front consistently throughout this week. There is the 230 of Leonardo Moncini. Starts 7th on the grid. The Italian racer has the Expert chassis being run this year. Under starters orders then, the formation lap will be starting in 1 minute's time. 1 minute's time. Nelly is about to rejoin me here in the commentary box. There is Marcin Sayak. What a day it's been for Poland. Could they get another champion here in this Senior ROK category? He has had some great results so far this weekend. New tyres on that kart as well. Do hope you're enjoying the racing. As I say, this is our last race of the meeting. And what a meeting it's been. Big thank you to everyone who's been involved. Thumbs up from the race director. We are good to go then for the formation lap. Sayak is slow to get away, but is rolling now, which is good to see. Daniele, this is a really hard race to call. We've already seen a number of surprises today and drivers coming through the field. There's a couple of contenders again for that in this race, but these are some of the most experienced drivers and fastest drivers that we're seeing here this weekend. This is going to be a belter of a race to finish with.
If I had to bet, I don't know which driver I would pick, and if I had the time, I would ask directly to them. I started with Marco Chiarello, but we don't have the time because we are a little bit in a hurry for the last podium. So anyway, it's like this. It's the Senior ROK. We saw for the whole week how difficult it is for the Senior ROK to have one driver that is faster than any other.
Yeah.
So let's see what happens.
Just to remind folks, at the top of the programme, we just had the Senior ROK practice, the warm-up. The top 29, yes, the top 29 were covered by a second in terms of pure lap time. This is going to be a very close race. Nico Handke will lead them from pole position for Germany with Martin Sayak alongside on the front row. Away we go then for the 20-lap race. Great start from Handke. He leads and Bardas has got up into second place. Are they all going to survive the first couple of corners? There's somebody running wide in the background there. The yellow flag is out. We'll try and track who that was in a moment, but good start there from Handke. He leads out of turn 5.
Bello spunto assolutamente del tedesco Nico Handke, che doveva tenere il pallino della gara, mentre qui vediamo
I think it's Harry Barlow. I think it's Harry Barlow from Great Britain is out of the race, of course. Sorry, Daniele.
Esattamente, Harry Barlow, il britannico, fuori dai giochi. Chissà se c'è stato un contatto, semplicemente è stato costretto ad allargare troppo e ha perso il controllo del kart. 20 giri del kart anche per questa gara 20 giri. La Senior ROK, come detto stamattina, come dicevi tu, praticamente in 30 quasi la totalità dello schieramento stava nell'arco di 2 secondi nel warm up, quindi vedremo una gara molto molto difficile da interpretare e soprattutto molto difficile mente avrà un dominatore, che in questo momento è Nico Handke, che guida la classifica davanti ad Alexander Bardas e a Leonardo Moncini, poi Kubaraisky e Piotr Protasiewicz e Teresa Babičková in sesta posizione e già risalita di diverse piazze.
Alexander Bardas almost looked surprised as he looked over his shoulder coming down the pit straight to see absolutely nobody there. The gap is 1.8 seconds for this pair ahead of the rest of the field. And it could just be them now fighting for this. Once again, these drivers know what the deal is here. There is no point fighting hard over a lead position at the end of lap 2 of a 20-lap race. They've got to keep going. And it's over to Moncini.
Sorry, there's a warning flag to Marcin Zajec. I don't know if it had something to do with the fact that he's down on the standings, maybe a little bit of contact.
I say they're not going to fight, but Bardas has just gone through past Handke. Maybe he's a little bit wary that Moncini has really good pace and he just wants to get up the road, as we saw with Alessandro Baran in the previous race in Shifter Rock. There's someone struggling towards the back end. It might be Andrei Petropoulos, who's slow out of turn 6. Yes, I think it is. So the German going backwards, unfortunately. He was in 27th position, down into the hairpin. Turn number 14, the rest of the field filing through. Still a long way in this one to go. Maxi Turillian is up 11 places already to 17th. That could be a charge for the top 10 in this race. Another one of the Germans running well in this one, but it's Bardas from Handke. Moncini closing in, Reisky in 4th and Protasiewicz in 5th.
Moncini sta andando veramente forte per 2 volte consecutive e fa segnare nei primi 2 giri lanciati, oltretutto il giro record in 53 e in 50 e 334, un decimo almeno più veloce di chiunque altro in pista, e sta recuperando sul duo di testa, che adesso dovremmo dire al contrario è formato da Bardas e da Handke, con il polacco che si è messo davanti al pilota tedesco a comandare il gruppo, e Leonardo Moncini anche a livello visivo si sta avvicinando. Aspettiamo quest'ultimo allora rilevamento cronometrico ancora una volta, mentre impazza la bagarre alle loro spalle il tentativo di Galliano su Biagioli. Come notavamo, si assottiglia ancora il vantaggio di Bardas e anche si assottiglia di ancora 2 decimi. Ancora una volta Moncini è velocissimo.
Just caught a sight there of Alberto Bernardi trying to fight back with Levin Lovrenovic and Giuseppe Galliano in the 240. Teresa Babičková is just ahead of them as well in the 225, currently the lead lady driver in this race in 8th place. lap 5. Bardas leads, has just set the fastest second sector of anybody in the race so far. That gap to Moncini, it just keeps going down. It's 1.1 seconds now. And I think these two leaders are very, very wary of the challenge of Moncini. We've already seen races today where a top two have tried to keep themselves away, and third place has reeled them in and gone on to win.
And this time Bardas and Hanke, they lowered the time like 2 or 3/10 of a second, but Moncini made even better. It's quicker. Once again, is the quickest on the track.
Tyrakovsky's on the move as well. The pole driver in 9th place now. He's trying to get past Babičkova. Meanwhile, we keep focusing on the leaders. Oh, now what was that flying off? What was that just flew off either the back of Bardas's kart or the front of Hanke's? Is it a piece of bumper? Is the damage to... I think it's to Hanke's kart. Hanke's kart has had some damage. Now, is it significant enough to warrant a mechanical flag? I'm not quite sure what it was. Let's have a look at that again. Makes contact. Oh, it's the chain cover. It's the chain cover that's come. That is going to be a mechanical. That has to be a mechanical. That is a safety piece of equipment in case the chain breaks. We don't want to get it loose. That is such a shame for Nico Hanke.
Probabilmente sarà esposta, infatti così è. Ah no, bandiera tecnica per Alberto Bernardi, però abbiamo visto un pezzo volare dalla kart di Hanke, probabilmente il copricatena, e quindi potrebbe arrivare una technical flag anche per lui, e sarebbe davvero un grosso peccato perdere lui in questo momento, ora che tra l'altro Moncini è arrivato sul gruppo di testa. Moncini is now part of the group, is now part of the leading group, so it can fight for the victory.
He is indeed. Alberto Bernardi has been shown the mechanical flag, the 240. He is out of the race. Nothing yet showing on our timing screens for Nico Hanke. But I wonder as well, okay, if the judges haven't spotted it, will it get picked up in post-race scrutineering? We'll just have to wait and see. For now, though, he continues there in second place. Giuseppe Gaiano has just set the fastest lap, the fastest first sector, of the race so far. He's in 8th place. He's improved by 7. He's now trying to get past Marco Chiarello.
Let's see what the judges are in for, because they have a lot to do this day.
Yes.
Because if you didn't notice, you can check the app or the ROK website. A lot of standings had a little bit of change after the judges, but now Moncini is ready to fight. Moncini, il sorpasso netto ai danni di Hanke, si prende la seconda posizione Leonardo Moncini. Insomma, come dicevo, i giudici hanno avuto un po' da fare nel corso di questa giornata, sono cambiate alcune classifiche, quindi sito ROK è applicazione per controllare cosa è cambiato ovviamente, e tra l'altro allow me to do this Andrew, so we can focus on the race. I have to thank you, the mayor of Castrezzato, the city that is the Franciacorta home here in Lombardia, so we thank Giovanni Aldi, ringraziamo Giovanni Aldi, il sindaco di Castrezzato, ovviamente per la disponibilità, oltretutto all'ultimo in extremis, non solo appunto della disponibilità della pista, ma anche della città che ci sta ospitando. 10 giri al termine, anzi 11 praticamente al termine. Bardas, Moncini, Hanke.
Giuseppe Gaiano is flying. He's up to 6th place now. This is just off behind this trio. He's 3 seconds further down, but he could be making a late run here for one of the trophy places. You never know. There's still half of this race and more of it to go. Weirder things have happened in kart races in the past, and with so much on the line and in such an unpredictable class, we're not counting anything out. Drivers who had bad races, bad starts to the race. Scott Mackerel is up to 20th place, having had a bad start. Up 14 positions as well is Lorenzo Belandi, who's now in 16th. There is the 2-3-1 you just caught sight of. That's Maxi Turillian, who's up now 17 positions and is just outside the top 10. Gaiano is up to 4th. You just see him in the background there. It's going to be a Herculean effort to get back onto this 3.6 seconds away from them. Warning flag for the 227 is out, which is Lorenzo Belandi. Half the race to go. Bardas looking in control. Moncini
well, did the Machado job, as I think we're calling it now.
Yeah.
Cruised up to third place, got past Hanke, but hasn't really gone much further. This is quite curious.
Yeah, it's quite curious. I don't know if...
Oh,
there's another
and
car.
can't quite make out who that is. There's damage to the left-hand side of it as well. Who is... it might be Max Davies. Max Davies has not come through sector number 1. It's not been a good race for the British drivers. Slightly disappointing day, unfortunately, for Team GB, but I'm sure they will be back in 2021.
Yeah, anyway, Mancini got it till the top. Now he has... I don't know if it's something that has something to do with how soft he would be, how conscious he would be to put some effort on the overtakes, or if it's maybe for this upset, for coming back on the top, Mancini maybe has something, has given all, and now is a little bit short.
End of lap 12 then. Barras still leads, Mancini second, Hanke there in third. The gap to Galliano behind is now 3.6 seconds.
Galliano ora è quarto, è risalito parecchio, ha fatto segnare anche un paio di giri record nelle tornate precedenti, l'unico a scendere sotto il muro del 50 insieme a Jerry Becicca e Carlo Ceppiel, che tra l'altro occupano posizioni ancora più arretrate nello schieramento. Sta provando a colmare il gap coi primi, che però adesso è veramente ampissimo, si tratta di 3 secondi e mezzo, più che altro probabilmente sta cercando di trovarsi comodo in quarta posizione. Lui che oltretutto partiva 15esimo. Bardas, Mancini anche ora sono più vicini tra loro. Mancini, dopo essere arrivato come una furia addosso al duo di testa, ha superato Hanke, però adesso non so se stia aspettando il momento propizio per attaccare anche Bardas oppure ha speso tutto e ora sta un po', come dire, rilassando gli animi in attesa del finale.
Bad news, unfortunately, for Daniele Federici. He has fallen down to 26th place. He's lost about 6 places there. Not the final that Federici would have wanted here. We're getting into the really meaty bit of this race now. There will be 6 laps to go after this one. Can Alexander Barras take another win for Poland? What a day, what a week it has been for Team Poland. They have come here in great numbers, given it everything. They've already got one champion. They may be looking here at another, but the host nation, Italy, and Leonardo Mancini will do everything within their powers to stop that, and he really does close in through turn 2, turn 3 and turn 4, down into 5. Still Bardas ahead of Mancini, but you feel that pressure, Daniele, is starting to grow on the Polish driver.
Probably Mancini has taken a few laps of rest, and now coming up with the attack. Mancini with a great overtake. Now he's the leader of the race.
Well, now the game changes, and well, straight back down the inside goes Bardas. There was a finger there, and they're going to be side by side. This is what we wanted to see all day. Straight through the flat, left-hander. Oh, that was really good racing between Mancini and Bardas. You saw the finger from Mancini saying, I want to work with you. Bardas says, nope, not having any of that. Switchback doesn't work. Hanke's got the best seat in the house at the moment, and Mancini's got the lead again.
Now but Mancini covering up on the inside.
This is all going to play into the hands of Galliano. Galliano is about 2.5 seconds back, going, come on guys, keep fighting, let me get part of this, and I could be champion in Senior ROK. This is not actually very heads-up driving from the seniors at the moment. They are losing stacks of time to Galliano. He's taken 6/10 out of them in Sector 1 alone.
E adesso Mancini e Bardas sono in lotta aperta, abbiamo visto passaggi sul cordolo, abbiamo visto chiusure spietate con Hanke a fare da terzo incomodo e Galliano che sta probabilmente sentendo dentro di sé il desiderio di far parte di questa festa. Mancini chiude ancora la porta in faccia a Bardas che si deve riaccodare, certo malvolentieri chiude l'interno in uscita dalla 4. Mancini con Bardas che prova a uscire però più forte dalla 5, prova ad attaccarlo, davvero adesso sarà lotta fino alla fine e abbiamo ancora 3 giri e mezzo da vivere con il fiato sospeso. It's been a fight since the last 2 laps and we have also 3.5 laps to go still, Andrew.
This is a race, ladies and gentlemen, and it's possibly going to get even better because there he is. You just see the sight of the blue and white bumper of Giuseppe Gaiano, who was only 2 seconds behind this trio at the last count. He's going to be even closer now. 4 laps to go. Leonardo Moncini leads for Italy ahead of Alexander Bardas for Poland, and Germany's Nico Hanke in third, and down the inside goes Bardas, retakes the lead through turn 2. Brilliant move.
He took a try in the last lap right there in that corner. Moncini closed it up. This time Bardas worked out for the leadership, and now Moncini has to take a shot back. Wait, is Nico Hanke still there?
Nico Hanke is just playing this very sensibly. He's not getting too involved at the moment, just waiting for his time. The trouble is, Giuseppe Gaiano is charging like a bull. He's got a Lamborghini by standards here, charging. Look at him there in 4th place. Defending again is Bardas. They're going to be side by side again, coming off of the hairpin and through turn 15. Hanke nicks through. Great move by the German into 2nd place. 3 laps to go. Does Hanke go for the move on Bardas at the inside? No, oh, he punts him. He gets into the rear of Bardas there, and Gaiano is closing all the time. Now, will that have dropped the bumper on the German's card? I think it has, Daniele.
Decisamente una bussata spettacolare di Hanke che continua adesso a farsi sentire su Bardas. Moncini che quasi gli va addosso. Ecco Gagliano è arrivato alla festa, e allora ci divertiamo ancora in questo giro e mezzo con Bardas, Hanke, Moncini e Gagliano, e guerra aperta tra i 4, un solo posto in cima al podio.
Gaiano is with them now. It's 1 of 4 to win the Senior ROK title here at the ROK Cup Superfinals in 2020. Oh, Gaiano cuts to the inside, gets 3rd. That is a brilliant move on the 2:30 of Moncini. So it's Poland, Germany, Italy, Italy. 2 laps to... No, this is the last lap. This is the last lap. Can Bardas hold on? The 2:30 of Moncini's trying to look round the outside. Hanke's trying to get each way, and that. This is brilliant, but Bardas is defending so hard. Gaiano's having a look down the inside. They're going into sector 2. Oh, and Bardas has run wide. Hanke's gone round the outside of him. That's outrageous from the German, and he leads.
Wow, what a master class from the Germany, and Gagliano in a blink of an eye decided to not attack it, but he was there too. I guess this is the best race ending we could ever ask for, and now there are 2 turns left. Everything can happen.
Bardas switches to the inside. Has he got the move on the inside? Yes, he has. They touch. Oh, they're side by side. They touch again. It's going to be a sprint to the line. Who's going to take it? Who's going to be champion? It's Nico Hanke.
Bardas, Moncini and Gagliano. This is the order. Wow, what a hand. And they are all inside a 10th of a second practically.
My goodness me. Germany have a champion in Senior ROK. It is Nico Hanke from Alexander Bardas by 0.044 of a second. An absolutely enormous 0.062 seconds further behind with Leonardo Moncini. But what a drive from Giuseppe Gaiano to get part of that. He finishes 4th. The top.
It's 4 cars inside 0.2 of a second practically. It's kind of crazy. And I would like to have another 3, 5, 10 laps like this.
I tell you who else would have liked another 3 laps. Olaf Tyrakovsky. He was only 0.5 seconds off winning that race there in 5th. Now what we must say, we did spot the chain guard of Nico Hanke falling off the 214. Will that be a problem? It's not caused any issues for anybody else. The chain hasn't snapped or anything of that discussion.
We saw also, I saw also just right now that was a warning flag for Nico Hanke. Of course, there have been a few contacts between the 4 of them, so could be change, of course, especially in this situation, the order, the final order of this race. But what a race!
This is where I say a result is provisional with a capital P.
Nico
Hanke has the win, at least for now. Alexander Bardas in 2nd. Leonardo Moncini is 3rd. Giuseppe Gaiano 4th. Olaf Tyrakovsky in 5th. The top 5 is covered by 0.56 of a second. Kuba Raisky finishes in 6th. Daniele De Martis in 7th. Akil Alipchai in 8th place. Great drive as well from Alipchai, up 8 positions in that one. As well up 8 positions was Levin Lovrenovic from Switzerland. Drivers discussing there. That's Handke and Bardas. Oh, there's tension there, isn't there? They're not sure. They're not sure of whether there's going to be some post-race investigations, and I think they're looking at that 214. If our cameraman can move to the left, might be able to see where the damage was on the
We are not the
cards.
judges, but I don't know if this is enough.
Let's carry on with the order. Yuri Bečička finished in 10th for the Czech Republic. Carlo Cepiul finished in 11th for Poland. Marcin Zayak did not have a good final, unfortunately, finished in 12th. William Mazzetti in 13th. Pietro Protasevich finished in 14th. Giorgio Molinari 15th. David Locatelli, great drive from David Locatelli, up 13 positions to 16th. Tolga Guriel for Turkey was up 16 positions to 17th. Andrew Matziel for Canada was 18th. Scott Mackerel didn't have a good first lap. It's been a difficult week for the UK champion. He finished this one in 19th. Federico Biaggioli in 20th. Daniele Federici came back to 21st. Great recovery there in the last few laps from Federici. Lorenzo Bolandi finished in 22nd. Teresa Babichkova unfortunately didn't have the final that she would have wanted, but I think she has still held on to the Lady Rock trophy there in 23rd. Tanya Muller just behind her in 24th. Federico Vecchio finished in 25th. Marek Pitlik in 26th. Andrei Petropoulos in 27th. Harry Barlow finished in 28th, having had a problem on the first lap. Such a shame for Maxi Tirillian, who was having a fantastic drive through the field but retired in the end with 5 laps to go, finished 29th. Max Davies was 30th. Marco Chiarello was 31st. Alberto Bernardi was 32nd. Ricardo Colombo in 33rd. Zenatoga Chan in 34th. Just want to finish before we go down to the podium. I want to say a few thanks for myself to especially Roberta and Francesco in the office. It didn't look like I was going to get here earlier this week, and I would not have got here if it wasn't for all of their help. So thank you so
Francesca,
much.
Erika, Riccardo, ma
Riccardo,
ovviamente tutto lo
everybody.
staff ROK che credeteci ha lavorato letteralmente giorno e notte per essere qui alle Superfinal, essere qui a Franciacorta e rendere tutto soprattutto in questa situazione anche fattibile, praticabile, con le mascherine, col distanziamento, col gel, insomma con tutto, e quindi è stato un lavoro gigantesco. A big effort from all the ROK staff.
I've been amazed. The last few weeks the whole team has been tough for numerous reasons, and I tip my hat to them. But most of all, thank you very much, mate, for yourself, Daniele. I really could not have done this without you. It's been a pleasure working with you, and I hope we get to do this again in the future.
OPS, of course, I couldn't have done it without you, but that's for that reason. I can stay here for the highlights, but we have still one podium left.
Yes.
And I'd like to
I'm going to run down and do that now. Thank you, everybody, and Daniele will run you through the highlights, and we'll be down for the podium in a few moments' time.
Thank you, Andrew. Of course, it was an hell of a race for closing up an hell of a week, I guess, in this ROK Cup Superfinal. Spettacolo come al solito alle Superfinal della ROK Cup, ed è stato il finale perfetto per un weekend pazzesco dove abbiamo avuto pioggia, sole, temperature miste, basse, alte, asfalto in condizioni praticamente di tutti i tipi, e insomma se non è sfidante questo allora non lo è niente. Praticamente davvero una gara splendida con cui terminare il programma. Ora ovviamente aspettiamo la cerimonia del peso, i controlli delle verifiche tecniche e soprattutto aspettiamo i primi 5 Handke, Bardas, Moncini, Gaglianò e Triakowski al podio per questa ultima categoria podio, che ovviamente officerà Andrew Mother, che ha fatto un lavoro fantastico insieme a noi ancora una volta in questa giornata e in questi 3 giorni che sono stati veramente
divertenti, sono stati veramente pieni di tanto bel karting, e direi che sono lo spot perfetto, tra l'altro anche per il movimento. È stata, ovviamente ripassiamo dai ringraziamenti, ma lo faremo anche verso la chiusura, di nuovo allo staff ROK, ovviamente come abbiamo detto poco fa, ma anche tutto lo staff del Franciacorta, ovviamente alla segreteria, ai direttori sportivi, ai direttori, alla Race Direction, che ci ha dato la possibilità di scendere in griglia e di fare tantissime cose nel corso di questo weekend. Insomma, davvero tantissime le persone da ringraziare, perché per muovere uno spettacolo così, perché di spettacolo si è trattato, servono tante persone, e allora tutte vanno ringraziate per il loro grande lavoro, di cui noi siamo solo la parte finale e di cui loro sono la parte spettacolare decisamente, e li vedete inquadrati. L'hanno dimostrato con questa gara finale della Senior ROK, e direi con tutte le gare in realtà nel corso della settimana, di questi 3-4 giorni e della giornata di oggi. È stato davvero una manifestazione fantastica. Ci prendiamo un piccolo break prima degli highlights.
Il conduttore 427 Alberti dai commissari sportivi. Ripeto, categoria shifter ROK, concorrente conduttore 427 dai commissari sportivi.
Yeah, the highlights for this last race of the day, Senior ROK, with Nico Hanke starting from the pole position and Alexander Bardas right behind them. They try at least in 2-3 corners to take it away from any other drivers. The Bagar inside, between the other driver, inside the big group. We saw Piotr Protasiewicz rounding up over another kart. Of course, Bardas and Hanke trying to make this little bit frustrating for any other drivers. Hanke was smart enough to make Alexander Bardas leading things up, but staying right behind him, and then it started the upset, the coming back, the right back of Leonardo Moncini. We saw this, the cover of the chain of Nico Hanke kart. But anyway, he still continued to fight, continue to race. Leonardo Moncini, with a great effort, is back on the leading group, is back with them too, and overtake Nico Hanke for second position. And then when we were like 5 laps to go, Leonardo Moncini says it is enough. He had to try to take this victory, and with the first attempt to overtake Alexander Bardas, he started up the war, an infinity war, just to say in this, because they started to fight each other with Nico Hanke, saw him very near, and Giuseppe Galliano closing up the gap, trying to back and forth. We went with Bardas and Moncini fighting every single turn of the way of this Franciacorta track, and with this they slowing down their pace very much for very much time. Galliano is back on top, and for the last lap is Galliano take over with the party, with Hanke, with Moncini, with Bardas. Overtake after overtake, Galliano tried to take the lead. Of course he took the lead. Nico Hanke with this great overtake at halfway of the last lap. He crossed the ways with Bardas, take the lead. Galliano with Moncini right behind him. Some contact, a lot of ways in just one turn. The last effort tried from Bardas over Hanke, but they come along, everybody, just nothing. Hanke take the victory over Bardas, Moncini and Galliano. Incredible race. Incredible race for this Senior ROK, and so we see Hanke is already near the podium as far as Bardas, Moncini and Galliano. So let's see if we are ready with the podium ceremony. Of course we can also already say to you that the fastest lap of the race is the one from Locatelli, 49.797. Tremendous. Tremendous effort for a lot of drivers. If we see the standings, the final result from the track, we see Jiri Bečitka and Carlo Cepiel both had the 15th position from where they started. Giuseppe Galliano himself, it was fourth at the check red flag path. He started 15th on the grid, so great effort from him too. David Locatelli, 13 positions up. Guriel Tolga, the Turkish, 16 positions up. Very, very great race. And of course, we lost a bunch of drivers alongside to ride with Senator Galchan, of course, Colombo, Bernardi, Chiarello. We saw him. We saw also Max Davis out of the race. We lost Maxi Tarillon. It was on a big upset too. A great coming back back on the top of the grid. Here is the biggest one. The first place trophy. Let's see who will hand it. Nico Anke won it on the track, but we saw a lot of contact there. Let's see if we are ready with the podium, I guess. Andrew.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our final podium of this 2020 ROK Cup Superfinal here at Franciacorta. It is for our senior ROK category. Starting with our driver classified in 5th place, please give a big round of applause to, representing Poland, Kuba Rajski. Well done to Kuba Rajski. Finishing in 4th place in the Senior ROK final, also representing Poland. Well done to Olaf Tyrakowski. Finishing in 3rd place with a great drive and was right in the mix right at the end there, representing Italy, Giuseppe Gaiano. Your runner-up, though, in the Senior ROK final for the 2020 ROK Cup Super Final, representing Italy, Leonardo Moncini. And your winner here at Franciacorta for the 2020 ROK Cup Super Final, Senior ROK category, your champion, representing Poland, Aleksander Bardas. Congratulations, Alexander. Please, ladies and gentlemen, if you are able, please stand for the national anthem of Poland. Congratulations to Alexander Bardas and all of our top 5. Please, drivers, lift your trophies in the air for the photographs.
L'ultimo podio della giornata, la Senior ROK che si prende decisamente la scena
con questo finale rocambolesco a dir poco, ed è stato assolutamente divertente, ovviamente. Ora aspettiamo anche le ultimissime premiazioni sempre con Andrew in zona podio, e poi siamo veramente agli sgoccioli di questa fantastica giornata della Rock Cup Superfinal 2020.
Drivers, if you can leave the trophies on the podium,
Quasi non vediamo
take
l'ora
your
di
race
tornare
on.
l'anno prossimo con le Superfinal 2021. Fantastica manifestazione qui alla Franciacorta Karting Track di Castrezzato. È stata un'occasione di gare, di divertimento davvero straordinaria. Abbiamo visto veramente di tutto nel corso di queste giornate, e ancora una volta siamo decisamente contenti e felici di avervi anche tenuto compagnia, ovviamente, nel corso di questi giorni. Very awesome way to end this awesome kermesse with ROK Cup Superfinal 2020. We can see, literally can't see. Can't wait for the ROK Cup Superfinal 2021. We had an awesome days here in Franciacorta. Let's see if we can make any of it back. I don't know. It's pretty early to say so, but there's a lot of happiness about this track, of course. Andrew with another podium ceremony.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our last trophy presentation of this 2020 ROK Cup Superfinal here at Franciacorta. It is for our fastest lap in the Senior ROK Final. I'm very pleased to say that from Italy, your winner was David Locatelli. Congratulations to David there with the time of 49.797, which is a new track record for this competition. All good. Ladies and gentlemen, David Locatelli, your fastest lap in the Senior ROK Final. That brings an end to our presentations here at Franciacorta today, and the end of the whole event. Thank you very much, everybody, for your support. I hope you have enjoyed it. Do stay safe, do have good journeys home, and we hope to see you back for the 2021 ROK Cup Super Final. We'll see you there.
Insomma, siamo in chiusura dal circuito di Franciacorta dopo questa splendida kermesse. La ROK Cup Superfinal 2020 sta andando in chiusura. A me non resta che ringraziare per l'ennesima volta i straordinari commissari, che ovviamente sono stati gli indispensabili, e poi tutto il resto dello staff ROK, il resto dello staff di Franciacorta, senza il quale non avrei potuto fare il mio lavoro. Alongside with Double Dash Motorsport Media best man Andrew Madder, with me. From Daniele Laspina, it's all. Thank you all and good night.
Fuori.